Prayer by Philip Kerr, narrated by Mark Zeisler and directed by Jane Kramer. The author opens this novel with 3 epigraphs. The first is a quote from Mahatma Gandhi. Prayer is not an old woman's idle amusement. Properly understood and applied, it is the most potent instrument of action. The second quote that begins this book is from Oscar Wilde. When the gods wish to punish us, they answer our prayers. The third quote that opens this story is from the novel Blood Meridian by Cormac McCarthy. The wrath of God lies sleeping. It was hid 1,000,000 years before men were, and only men have the power to wake it. And now, prayer.
Prologue. St. Andrew's Cathedral, Glasgow, Scotland, 5 April 1988. It was a bright, cold day, but as if it was midsummer, I had given up my usual gray clothes of lamb's wool and thick flannel, and been dressed for innocence in white cotton, like all of the other children in the cathedral. I was trembling, but not just because of the freezing temperature in St. Andrew's. I was also trembling because there was a mortal sin in my heart, or so I imagined. The gray stone interior soared above my neatly combed head like the hall of some ancient castle, and the air was filled with the smell of candles and incense. As the church organ played, and the weak voices of the choir mumbled strange words that might have been Latin, I walked slowly and reverently up the center aisle toward the friar tuck-sized bishop, with my small, sweaty palms pressed together as if I had been a little saint, although in my own eyes I was anything but that, the way my mother had shown me. "You do it like this, Giles," she had said, showing me exactly how, as if you were trying to press something very flat in your hands, which you must hold close to your face so that the tips of the fingers are just touching your lips. "You mean like Joan of Arc, when they burned her at the stake?" I asked. My mother winced. "Yes, if you like. Only if we think about it, I'm sure you can find a nicer example than that, can't you?" "How about Mary, Queen of Scots?" "Someone who's not on their way to execution, perhaps. Please try to think of someone else. A saint, perhaps?" "Surely the saints are only the saints because they were martyrs first," I argued. "That means most of them were executed too." My mother made an exasperated face. "You've got an answer for everything, Giles," she muttered. "A soft answer turns away wrath," I said, "but grievous words stir up anger." Proverbs 15, verse 1. Quoting the Bible was a useful trick I had learned in Bible class. We had to learn a text every week, and it hadn't taken me long to work out that quoting from the Bible also had the effect of silencing critical adults. More usefully, it had the effect of deterring the unwelcome attentions of Father Lees. He tended to leave me alone out of fear of the text that I might utter when confronted with his priestly hands, as if God was speaking to him directly through my innocent mouth. Because of my knowledge of the Bible, my father called me Holy Willie, and sometimes precocious, and told my mother that in his opinion, teaching children what was in the Bible was a bad thing. She ignored him, of course, but in retrospect I think Dad was right. There's a lot in the Bible that shouldn't ever have been translated from the Latin or the Greek. A long shuffling line of us boys and girls shuffled up the nave of the cathedral. We must have looked like one of those Korean Mooney weddings, where hundreds of couples get married at once. Of course, this was not my child wedding, but my own confirmation, the moment I was to declare my desire to renounce Satan and all his works and to become a Roman Catholic. And for everyone else in the Cathedral of St. Andrew's, it seemed to be a very happy day. Everyone else except me, perhaps, because there was something about the ceremony I didn't like. Not just the pansy white shirt and shorts and school tie, which were bad enough, but something else, too. I think you could say I had a feeling of deep foreboding, as if something terrible was about to happen, and which was not unconnected with the commission of the possibly mortal sin I was contemplating. I was 12 years old, and being precocious meant I was also possessed of a bit of an imagination. That was how my parents described children like me who exaggerated some things and lied about others. Certainly I had my own ideas about almost everything. These ideas were sometimes influenced by what I had read in a book or seen on television, but more often than not they were simply the result of deep and often wrong juvenile thinking that was at least the product of an independent mind. Any lies I did tell were usually told with good intent. Thanks to Father Lees, I had been well schooled in the Roman Catholic Catechism and in the meaning of confirmation, which you can read all about in the Acts of the Apostles, chapter 2. Every Wednesday for the last month I'd been taken to Bible class, where Father Lees had told us how, shortly after Pentecost, the apostles had been hiding away in some locked room because they were afraid of the Jews, when suddenly they heard a noise that sounded like the wind, but that was in fact the sound of the Holy Ghost. Next, small tongues of fire appeared like little blue butane gas cigarette lighter flames above the heads of the disciples, and they were all filled with the Holy Ghost and began to speak in foreign languages, which, according to my older brother Andy, was not unlike what happens in The Exorcist. Now, I didn't like ghosts and ghost stories any more than I would care to have been left alone in a locked room with Father Lees. And I certainly didn't care for the idea of having any spirit, holy or otherwise, come inside my body and light me up like a little candle for Jesus, which was how the creepy priest described it to us in Bible class. In fact, the idea terrified me. Nor did I much like the possibility that I might never again be able to speak English, but only some baffling language like Chinese or Swahili that nobody else in Glasgow would be able to understand. Not that Glaswegians are easy to understand themselves. Even other people from Scotland have a hard time with the accent and the lack of consonants. Speaking the English language, as it is spoken in Glasgow, is like learning to spit. So I had made a plan that was going to save me from the strong risk of ghostly possession and speaking in tongues, a secret plan I discussed with no one other than my own conscience, and certainly not my mother, and which I now put into action. When it was my turn to be confirmed, I knelt in front of the bishop, and as soon as he had anointed my forehead and slapped my face with his nicotine-stained fingers, rather harder than I'd been expecting, to symbolize how the world might treat me because of my faith, and Father Lees himself had given me the red grape juice and wafer that was the blood and body of Jesus Christ, I stepped around the granite pillar of the church, and quickly, while everyone's eyes were on the boy immediately behind me who was now being confirmed, I wiped the holy oil off my forehead and spat the dry wafer off the roof of my mouth and into my handkerchief. One of my school friends saw me do this, and for quite a while afterwards my nickname was the Heretic, which I rather enjoyed. It gave me a wicked, worldly aspect that I fancied made me seem sophisticated. Apparently, unconsumed hosts, which is what you call the wafer when you don't actually swallow it, these are very useful for the commission of satanic rites, or devil worship. Not that I was interested in worshiping the devil. I think that even then, and possibly thanks to Father Lees, I saw God and the devil as opposite sides of the same grubby coin, although for a long time I think I managed to make a pretty good fist of being a good Christian. Now it's said that no sin goes unpunished, and my own evil act was certainly punished, because as I pulled the clean, folded white square of handkerchief from my trousers, into which I was preparing to gob the body of Christ, something fell out of my pocket, though I wasn't aware of it at the time. This was my new St. Christopher medal, made of solid Hebridean silver, a commemorative gift from my mother, and on which were engraved my name, including the initial of the saint's name I had taken for my confirmation, which was John, who was the brother of James, and which was my own baptismal name, and the date of my confirmation. The medal was distinctive in several other respects, too. My mother had had it specially designed by Graham Stewart, who became, eventually, quite a famous Scottish silversmith. I even know what it looks like, because my brother still has the St. Christopher's medal from his own confirmation, which took place a couple of years before mine. The head of St. Christopher is a copy of a drawing by the celebrated artist Peter Howson. Of course, the loss of the silver medal was soon discovered, and although my mother never found out the exact and probably blasphemous circumstances that accompanied its disappearance, for a while I was obliged to pray every night that I might find it again. Chapter 1. Houston, Texas, present day. From the outside, the Cathedral of the Sacred Heart resembled a prison. With its high windows, gray seamless concrete blocks, and a freestanding bell tower, the Sacred Heart did not look like a promising place for a talk with the Almighty. I walked through the doors and into the mercifully cool marble interior, and was greeted by a handsome African-American wearing a priest's collar and a welcoming smile. He informed me that Mass would begin in 30 minutes, and confessions in 10, near the Sacred Heart transept. I thanked the priest and passed inside. I hardly wanted to tell him that it was a long time since anyone had heard my confession. I wasn't even a Roman Catholic. Not anymore. I was an evangelical, and I was there to pray, not to attend Mass or seek absolution for my sins. The prayer was a mistake. I should never have given it wings. As soon as I saw the weirdly modern stained glass windows and the plastic figure of St. Anthony of Padua, I ought to have turned and left. Compared with the Catholic churches of my youth, this place felt too new for a talk with God about what was troubling me. But where else was I to go? Not to my own church, the Lakewood. That was a former basketball arena. And among the architectural eyesores that constituted the fourth largest city in the USA, St. Anthony himself would not have found anywhere better than Houston's Catholic Cathedral to come nearer to God. I was certain of that much anyway, even if I was less certain that I wasn't just wasting my time. After all, what was the point of praying to a God who, I was almost convinced, wasn't there at all? This was what I had come to pray about. That, and the state of my marriage, perhaps. I picked a quiet pew facing the Sacred Heart transept, knelt down and muttered a few holy-sounding words, looking up at the simple, stained-glass window with its red, comically disembodied Sacred Heart. I tried my best to address the problem at hand. Breathe in me, O Holy Spirit, that my thoughts may all be holy. Act in me, O Holy Spirit, that my work too may be holy, which it isn't. How could my work ever be holy? I see things, O Holy Spirit, terrible things, that make me doubt that you could ever exist in a world as fucked up as this one. And I know what I'm talking about, Lord. Take that heart on the transept window up there. Oh, I know what it's supposed to mean, Lord. It's the Holy Eucharist, and symbolizes the love that is God who, out of his love for us, became a man on earth. Yes, I get that. But when I see that heart, I remember Zero Santorini, the Texas City serial killer who used to cut out his victims' hearts and leave them beside the bodies on a neat little nest of barbed wire. It was a nicely sadistic touch, the barbed wire, very Hollywood. It was useful, too, because it's the thing that helped us to nail him. The wire was triple galvanized 8-inch field fence, and Santorini bought 25 yards of it from Uvalco Supply in San Antonio. Sure, I can delude myself that I'm doing your work, Lord, but it really doesn't figure that you could have been around for any of the 17 poor girls he murdered. It's true that most of those girls were drug addicts and prostitutes, but nobody deserves to be killed like that. Except, perhaps, Zero Santorini. According to him, he actively encouraged most of those women to pray for their lives before he murdered them. And when you didn't show up with a lightning bolt in one hand and your Holy Spirit in the other, he figured you'd given him the go-ahead to shoot them with a nail gun. The irony of the situation, of course, is that Santorini was looking for some sort of sign that you do actually exist, that in an extreme situation such as the one he had engineered, you might just have put in an appearance and allayed all of his very reasonable doubts. I believed his story, too. In a way, his actions struck me as kind of logical. He even took pictures of these poor girls as they knelt on the ground, naked, with their hands clasped in prayer, which seemed to bear out his story. You, on the other hand, well, I've got 100 good reasons to disbelieve you. If you are there, then all I'm asking for is some help to believe in you. I'm not asking for a sign, like Zero Santorini. And I'm not asking for an easier life, or an easier job. I'm just praying for the strength to deal with the life and the job I already have. The fact is that in my 10 years with the Bureau, not once have I seen you fixing something that needed fixing. Not once. And I just get the impression that if all the brick agents on Justice Drive stayed in bed one morning, then this city would be in a bigger fucking mess than it is right now. I certainly don't see you taking on the loonies I have to deal with in domestic terrorism, Lord. The white supremacists, the Christian militias, the sovereign citizens, the abortion extremists, the animal rights and eco-warriors, the black separatists and the anarchists, to say nothing of the Islamists that the guys across the hall in counterintelligence are having to keep an eye on these days. I don't see you worrying about any of that, Lord. In fact, I don't see you at all. I got to my feet. It was time for me to leave. The cathedral was filling up. Quietly, a priest approached the altar and lit some candles, and upstairs in the organ loft, someone started to play a Bach prelude. Leaving the transept, I walked back up the aisle to the south front, pausing only to collect the parish news bulletin from a pile by the door, and then out into the heat of a typical Houston summer evening. Home was a new-build stone and stucco house southwest of Memorial Park on Driscoll Street. From the tower bedroom that served as my study, I had a good view of a suburban Houston street of reassuring ordinariness. A sidewalk lined with several palm trees scorched by the relentless sun, and neat lawns that were nearly always smaller than the shiny SUVs parked beside them. It was a nice house, but I couldn't ever have afforded it on an FBI salary, which was why Ruth's father, Bob Coleman, had bought it for us. In the beginning, Bob and I had got along pretty well, but that was before I was dumb enough, his words, not mine, to have turned down a well-paid position with a prestigious firm of New York attorneys to go to the academy at Quantico and train for the FBI. Bob said he would never have given his blessing to our being married if he had thought I was going to throw away a legal career out of a misguided sense of patriotism. Bob and I don't see eye to eye on any number of issues, but my working for big government is just one more reason for him to dislike and distrust me. Then again, I feel the same way about Bob. I dumped my stuff on the breakfast bar and kissed her for longer than either of us was expecting, after which she let out a breath and blinked as if she had just turned a cartwheel, and then smiled, warmly. "I wasn't expecting that," she said. "You have a strange effect on me. I'm glad. I'd hate to think I bored you." "Never." I went into the bathroom to wash up. "Did you have a good day?" she called after me. "It's always a good day when I come home, honey." "Don't say that, baby. It reminds me of all the things that could go wrong when you're out of the house." "Nothing's going to go wrong. I've told you before. I'm blessed." I sprayed some antiviral sanitizer on my hands. I must have thought the stuff was an antidote to the kind of low-life scum I spent most of my time trying to catch. "Where's Danny?" "Playing in the yard." When I came back into the kitchen, she had the Sacred Heart Parish newsletter in her hand. "You were down at the cathedral?" "I was in the area, so I decided to drop in and see if Bishop Coogan was there." "You remember Eamon Coogan?" "Sure. Currently the Archbishop Emeritus of the Archdiocese of Galveston, Houston, Eamon Coogan was an old friend of my mother's from Boston, which is where my family had moved when we left Scotland." I went to the refrigerator to fetch a cold beer. "And was he?" she asked, sweetly. "I don't know." She laughed. "You don't know?" And then she guessed I was lying. Because Ruth always knew when I was lying. After Harvard Law, Ruth had worked as an assistant DA at the New York District Attorney's Office, where she had demonstrated a real talent for prosecution and cross-examination. "Oh," she said, "I get it. You went there for confession, didn't you?" "No." I jerked the top of the beer bottle and sucked the contents down. "To pray, then." She shook her head and grinned. "Why can't you go to our own church to do that, Gil?" "Because it doesn't feel like a church. You know, whenever I'm in there, I feel like looking for the commentary box and a hot dog salesman." She laughed. "That's not fair. It's just a building. I don't think God needs stained glass windows to feel at home." I shrugged. "Is anything wrong, honey?" "No. But I think maybe I just answered your first question about what kind of day I've had." Danny appeared at the back door and, seeing me, launched himself in my direction like a human battering ram. I had time only to cover my balls with my hands before his large and surprisingly hard head connected with my groin. "Daddy!" he yelled, and wrapped his little arms around my legs. "Danny! How you doing, big guy?" "I'm good," he said. "I haven't been bad at all. And I didn't hit Robbie." I caught a look in Ruth's eye that seemed to contradict the spontaneous denial. "Robbie?" "The Murphy boy," she said, "from across the street." She shook her head. "They had a small disagreement." "I told you. I didn't hit Robbie. He fell over." "Danny," said Ruth, "we talked about this. Don't lie to your dad." "I didn't." I grinned. "You stick to your story, kid," I said. "Don't ever fold under questioning." I turned the boy around, stroked his fine yellow hair, and pushed him gently toward the kitchen. Danny went to the sink and washed his hands. Ruth was already serving dinner, and this was my cue to remove the Glock on my hip. Ruth had nothing against guns. She was from Texas, after all, but she always preferred me to take it off before I sat down for dinner and said grace. I said a prayer before every meal in our house, but on this occasion, my heart wasn't in it. Instead of our usual grace, "Great God, the giver of all good, accept our praise and bless our food," I found myself uttering something less worshipful. "For well-filled plate and brimming cup and freedom from the washing up, we thank you, Lord. Amen." Ruth tried to control a smile. "Well, that's a new one," she said. After we'd eaten, I put Danny to bed and read him a story and then went into my study in the tower, which is where she came and found me later on. "Can I fetch you another beer, baby?" Ruth didn't drink herself, but she didn't seem to mind that I did. Not yet. "No thanks, honey." She stood behind me and massaged my neck and shoulders for a while. "You seem kind of distant tonight." Suddenly I wanted to tell her everything. I had to tell someone. But I could hardly have done that without risking an argument. The church was an important part of Ruth's life. "You remember I told you about that motorcycle gang of white supremacists who called themselves the Texas Stormtroopers?" Ruth nodded. "We've been running a wire on a bar the gang uses in Eastwood. Well, today I heard 3 of them discussing some murders that were committed back in 2007. 2 black women were raped and murdered on the South Side. How horrible. I wasn't going to tell you. but it was clear from their conversation that it was the stormtroopers who carried out these murders. Ruth shrugged. So that's good, isn't it? Now you can arrest them. We already sent someone up for those murders. A guy named Jose Samarancho. I worked violent crimes for a while when we first moved to Houston, remember? It was our task force that helped to convict him. Then this evidence should help to clear him, shouldn't it? She still didn't get it, and I could hardly blame her for that. It would have cleared him if Jose Samarancho was still alive. They executed him last month up at Huntsville. Ruth sat down at my desk and pursed her lips. That's awful. But you mustn't blame yourself, sweetheart. It's not your fault at all. Of course I blame myself. I've thought about nothing else all day. I shook my head. I was there when he got the juice. I was there, Ruth. She frowned. But if he was convicted in 2007, you might have expected that he'd still be alive. I mean, the appeal process can take years, even in Texas. Jose Samarancho was a car thief. He was unlucky enough to steal a car that belonged to one of the two dead women, so his forensics were all over it. The car had been left in the parking lot where the stormtroopers kidnapped them. Samarancho stole cars to feed a drug habit that caused him to have blackouts. And when we presented him with the evidence that he'd been in the murdered woman's car, he agreed he might have committed the murders and confessed to something he hadn't done because I put it in his mind. His fucked up brain even managed to dredge some drug fantasy memory of him murdering the women. And by some fluke, he got the details right. He didn't appeal the death sentence because he thought he'd done it and therefore deserved to die. I shook my head bitterly. Even while he was strapped to the gurney with the juice plugged into his veins, he was praying to the Lord to forgive him. The poor dumb idiot died still believing he'd committed 2 horrible murders and expecting that he might be going to hell. So what's your point? I don't know. This was cowardly of me, of course, but I thought it was best to defuse the situation, for all our sakes. Everyone has doubts now and then, she said, squeezing my hand fondly. It's what makes faith what it is. She got up and knelt down beside my chair so that she could put her head on my lap and let me stroke her hair. You're tired and you've had a bad day, that's all. Come to bed and let me make it right. A bad day. Is that how you describe it when someone gets put to death on my call? It wasn't your call. You talk like nobody else was involved here. There were attorneys and... I can't excuse the part I played in that man's death. God knows I'd like to. But God can. That's the whole point. Maybe there is no God. Maybe that's the whole point. You don't believe that, honey. You know you don't. Don't I? I sighed. Actually, that's something I think I do believe. Chapter 2. The Houston FBI building was just outside the Loop, which was what locals call I-610, in the northwest of the city. Close proximity to our only near neighbor, the Wells Fargo Bank, might have made the people there feel a little more secure, until you remembered that it was the FBI HQ in Oklahoma City that Timothy McVeigh was targeting when, in 1995, he detonated the bomb that killed 168 people and injured over 450 in revenge for what happened at Waco. I can't answer for Wells Fargo, but our own security was tight. The 7-story FBI building was made from green cast quartzite and was clad in a special heat-reducing glass that was also bulletproof. And that's a comforting thought in a state population that owns over 50 million firearms. If mentioning this gun-owning statistic seems like me bitching about it, that's because, like almost everyone in this hard-baked but quick-witted city, I'm from somewhere else. Houston is somewhere you go to, not somewhere you come from, and this is particularly true of people at the FBI. After graduating from the FBI Academy, most of us go where the Bureau tells us, and not where we would necessarily choose. Consequently, Houston is not a city that I or many of my colleagues know well. Not that there's very much to know. The city of Houston is just a lot of overheated freeways, underground parking lots, roadside churches, air-conditioned shopping malls, isolated, bone-dry parks, country clubs for rich folk, and boxy high-rise buildings. Galveston is less than an hour south by car, but after the last hurricane, it's hardly better than a ghost town. The Gulf Coast has little to recommend it, but the road north back to Houston. Approaching the shiny downtown skyline, you would shield your eyes against the reflected sun, and while comparing the cityscape with New York and Chicago, you might just consider that the need for control of city planning is even more urgent than the need for gun control. It was these tall buildings and not anything involving drugs and firearms that were the biggest crimes in Texas, and our own field office was no exception. Inside, the FBI building has the cool, unhurried air of a museum. There's even some indifferent modern art, a few exhibits behind glass, and a gift shop where you can buy everything from an FBI pen or a set of gold FBI cufflinks to a coffee mug. Elsewhere, there is more or less all that an agent requires to make life more convenient. A barber shop, a hairdresser, a doctor, a dentist, a bank, and of course, a well-equipped gymnasium. Thanks to Ruth's father, she and I enjoyed a membership of the Houstonian Club and the use of a gym that was as big as a car factory, but they didn't like you bringing guns in there. I never much like leaving my gun in the car, even when I'm playing tennis, so I preferred to begin my day with a workout in the office and then breakfast in the Bureau canteen. I was usually at my desk before 8:30 a.m. We're a smart-looking lot in the Bureau. Unless we're in the field, most men wear white shirts and quiet ties, and we polish our shoes and mind our manners, and to that extent we're still Hoover's children. The biggest difference from Hoover's day is the number of women. We call them split-tails, on account of the kind of skirts they mostly wear. There are over 2,000 women in the FBI, including my own boss, Assistant Special Agent in Charge, Gisela DeLillo. Gisela was from North Beach, San Francisco, and another ex-lawyer, like me. I'm not sure what Hoover would have made of her, but I liked Gisela. Kind of. She was destined for one of the top jobs. As soon as I had collected my files and notes, I went down to her office for an informal weekly case review. She was 10 years older than me, but I'm still young enough to like that in a woman. Gisela was sitting in the corner of a long leather sofa with her shoes off and her bare legs tucked behind her shapely behind. She wasn't particularly tall, but she had a very tall way of walking, like a ballet dancer with an attitude. Her hair was as black as crow feathers and heaped on top of her head. She looked like Audrey Hepburn's dirty sister. She had a cup of coffee balanced on the palm of her hand, a proper little cup with a saucer and a spoon. She took a noisy sip of it and nodded at a neat red espresso machine on her bookshelf. "You want one?" I shook my head. "You heard about the stormtroopers?" "I read the field report. You must feel terrible." "I'll get over it." "That's why we come to work, isn't it? Because we're optimists." "Right now my optimism needs glasses. And I'm not just talking about Jose Samarancho. There's a lot of hate going around this city, and not enough peace and love. Reminds me, let's talk about Deborah Ann Blundy. She's the BLA felon on the most wanted, right? Shot and killed a cop in D.C. back in 1969. Since then, she's been living in Mexico. Only we had a tip-off from someone who used to be in the Black Liberation Army that she's living right here in Houston. The Shaft and Superfly generation of black separatists don't have much in common with today's black activists, but it's possible she'll try to make contact with them. If that happens, I'm confident my source will let me know. Okay, what else? Did you read the EC I sent you about the Hidden Group? Yes, but remind me what it means. Homeland Internal Defense Delivering Enforcement Now. Can't see that catching on in a hurry. Okay, it's not NATO or the IRA, but they're just as serious. They're all ex-military. They've got contacts, and they've been trained to use the ordnance they're trying to get a hold of. The Switchblade. Basically, it's a tactical drone armed with a 3-pound warhead and launched from a 2-inch wide tube you carry around in a backpack. You guide it onto the target via a little camera on the drone's nose. You just fold it out and fire. With a 4-foot wingspan, it's not much bigger than a toy plane. Yours for just $10,000. Who are they gunning for? Seems they've got a beef with the Jews. They believe that the Gulf Wars were fought at the behest of the Israelis and that all their buddies who were killed in Iraq were the victims of a Jewish conspiracy. It's anabolic Christianity. Jarheads for Jesus bulked up with anti-Semitism, internet conspiracy theories, American exceptionalism, and too much protein. Gisela sighed and drained her espresso cup. Sure you won't have one? I think I will now. I paused. Our information is that they're planning to fire one of these switchblades at the Congregation Beth Israel on North Braeswood Boulevard. That's a nice area. She placed a cup under the dispensing nozzle and pressed a button. The machine made a grinding noise and then vomited a stream of dark brown, aroma-filled liquid. It is right now. We got this case from RCFL, right? Gisela handed me the coffee cup on a saucer with a little serviette and a spoon. From Ken Paris? The Bureau has more acronyms than the Dow Jones. If it didn't, we'd be there all day, and the bad guys would escape while we were still saying Regional Computer Forensics Lab. Ken Paris was a special agent at the RCFL, a few blocks north of Justice Drive. He and his team of geeks spent nearly all of their time copying data from a variety of digital devices seized in the course of criminal investigations, and then analyzing it for evidence. Galveston police arrested some kids who were running an illegal service provider out of an old oil tanker moored in Trinity Bay. I sipped my coffee and paused for a moment. They should put that machine of yours on a crash cart at the DeBakey Heart Center. Gives quite a hit, doesn't it? Gisela smiled. After Ken had image scanned all the servers, I said, he started going through the accounts of their illegal clients. As well as a huge amount of internet porn, he found the hidden website and their emails to and from an illegal arms company in Costa Rica. Army CID thinks that maybe these are the same people who stole a consignment of switchblades from a military warehouse in California. Tell me they don't yet have this switchblade. I don't think they've raised enough money, but now that their illegal internet provider's gone, I'd like to get a wire on the hidden leader. A guy named Johnny Sack Brown. The only trouble is, we think he's using Skype for all his communications, which is peer-to-peer and offers no central location for us to get a wire on. At least that's what VJ and DCSNet is telling me. DCSNet was the Bureau's very own point-and-click surveillance system. Simply a matter of choosing a name and telephone number on a computer screen and clicking a mouse to tap the phone. It worked on landlines and cell phones and provided near-high-fidelity digital recordings. Now tell me what's happening with those Earth Liberation people. I started polishing my spoon. I'd finished the coffee, but it helped to keep my fingers busy. Get anything out of them? She asked. I don't think either woman is interested in a plea bargain. I showed them the CCTV footage of them setting fire to the Galveston Island Ranger Station and the housing development next to the Audubon Bird Sanctuary. They're both clearly identifiable, but they laughed in my face. She nodded. Okay. Now I've got something for you. If it's another coffee, I don't think my heart can stand it. She shook her head. When you first came to the Houston field office, you worked violent crimes, didn't you? I haven't forgotten. I still get the interesting dreams. Gil, I want you to go see Harlan Caulfield. He seems to think there might be some religious aspect to these serial killings. Is Harlan looking to dump this on domestic terrorism? He's looking for some new ideas, perhaps. Are you sure about that? The last new idea they liked here in Texas was lethal injection. An irrational attitude directed against any class of citizen could affect your security clearance, Martins. And you might try to remember that Harlan is from Texas. Chapter 3. Where the fuck is San Saba, anyway? Is it near anywhere? Harlan Caulfield leaned back in his chair and clasped his big hands behind his pear-shaped head. Is it near anywhere? San Saba is the pecan capital of the world, son. Otherwise, it has no special characteristics. I'm glad I asked. We'll make a Texan out of you yet, son. That's what I'm worried about. How's your stomach these days? He asked, coming around the desk. He was holding a PowerPoint wireless presenter in his fingers. Are you about to show me some of your clients, sir? Because if you are, I think you need to offer me a caution first. Never did much like the sight of a dead body. Harlan grinned. I knew there was a reason I didn't like you, Gil Martins. He sneered. I'll tell you when you're going to see some heavy shit, okay? He pressed a button. A series of faces, male and female, appeared on the monitor of his PC. Kimberly Gaines, Gil Kemmer, Brent Heumann, Valley Lorene Pyle, Clarence Burge Jr. But I already knew who and what they were. Their smiling yearbook faces appeared regularly on the front page of the Chronicle. These 5 were the victims of a killer who is still active in the Houston-Galveston metropolitan area. All of them shot dead over the last 16 months. What all of these people have in common is that they were all good people. And I do mean good people. Normally, serial killers tend to prey on the weak, the disadvantaged, or the delinquent. But these 5 were not only upstanding members of the community, they were a lot more than that. Kimberly Gaines was a member of the Unification Church and a registered nurse. Former Peace Corps volunteer, she was recently returned from Haiti where she'd been involved in the Relief Fund's Cholera Treatment Center. At the time of her murder, she was about to travel to Somalia as part of a United Nations effort to help the victims of a food crisis in the Horn of Africa. Gil Kemmer was the founder of a drug and alcohol rehab center for homeless people here in Houston. He was not a member of any church or faith-based initiative. As well as running the center himself, he also raised all the money. 2 years ago, Kemmer received a humanitarian award from the Texas chapter of the Drug Free America Foundation. Brent Heumann was America's only barefoot doctor. In China, where the idea originated, barefoot doctors are essentially farmers with paramedical training who act as primary health care providers at the grassroots level. Brent Heumann was a fully qualified MD who walked around Texas treating people who couldn't afford a doctor, which is probably everyone who isn't a member of the Houstonian Club. Harlan frowned. You're a member of the Houstonian, aren't you, Martins? My wife, Ruth, I said. She's the one with all the money. If it wasn't for her, they would kick my ass out of there. Harlan closed his eyes and smiled. You'll forgive me if I hold that picture in my mind for a moment. I smiled. Drop by sometime and we'll have a game of tennis. My days of playing tennis are behind me. His eyes narrowed. Brent Heumann. Just before his murder, he'd been nominated for some prize for people who had made an outstanding contribution to public health. He won the award posthumously, and it was presented in absentia at a special ceremony during the World Health Assembly. I shook my head and moved my BlackBerry at right angles to my pen and my notepad. There wasn't anything really wrong with the way it was lying there before, but I can't abide my stuff looking any other way than neat and tidy. Besides, it was something better to do with my hands. Sounds as if he was a hell of a guy. You're beginning to get it. Look, nobody deserves to be murdered. Well, maybe a few. But there are some people whose behavior leads you to suppose that they deserved better than a bullet in the head. Valley Lorene Pyle and Clarence Burge Jr. were no different. Valley Pyle was the founder of Kidneys R Us. That's not a joke, by the way, but an altruistic kidney donation network based here in Houston. Since donating one of her own kidneys to a complete stranger, Valley Pyle had organized almost 70 living donations before she was murdered. Clarence Burge was a Catholic priest from Texas City. After Hurricane Katrina, he gave up the church and set up a construction company to rebuild churches that were destroyed. Working mostly by himself, he succeeded in rebuilding 5. What do the behavioral science guys have to say? That the victims were picked because they were morally distinguished? That the perp is someone who hates good people? Or is someone jealous of their goodness, who would like to be good himself? A crime like this makes a lot more sense if the perp thinks of himself as someone evil fighting against the forces of good. A sort of Hellfire Club, Devil's Disciple sort of guy. Which means what? I used to be interested in that kind of shit, I said. You know, books about devil worship. Are there any Satanists or devil worshippers around that you know about? Oh, I'm sure there are. This is America, and there's a First Amendment right to practice any kind of religion. I'm not talking about religion, Martins, said Harlan. I'm talking about witchcraft and shit like that. Under the First Amendment, anyone has the right to call more or less anything a religion. Today, the Salem witches could probably claim protection under the Free Exercise Clause, even if they were guilty. But there aren't any such groups that I know of in Texas which demonstrate prediction, whose ideology would make them federal meat. But I can look into it for you if you like. I'm all out of good ideas on this one. Lousy ones, too, if I'm honest. So, go ahead. I collected my stuff off his desk and started to get up from my chair. Wait a minute, said Harlan. You don't get to leave until you've seen the whole show. He picked up the PowerPoint presenter and started to move through some grisly-looking mortuary shots. All of the Vics had been shot at close range, several times, and with a small-caliber weapon. That much was plain from the entry wound holes in their heads and faces. Brent Human had taken one bullet through the eye, which had burst out of its socket like an oyster hanging off the edge of the shell. The exit wounds were rather more spectacular. The back of Valley Pyle's skull had been blown clean away to reveal a whole damn butcher's counter of brain and tissue. They were all shot with a .22 caliber Walther, said Harlan, firing a flat-nosed short round from a weapon fitted with a Gemtech sound suppressor. He almost always shoots at night or first thing in the morning and operates just out of range of any CCTV cameras. So he doesn't want to get his picture in the newspaper. Harlan shook his head. Oh, I'll get him. Even if I have to walk around the city in a nun's habit singing hymns. I'll get this son of a bitch. I thought about making a joke about that and then flicked the idea away. Harlan was much too unpredictable to meet head-on with a joke about cross-dressing FBI agents. I see the first victim was shot on June 29th, I said. What about it? It's the feast of St. Peter and St. Paul. In the Roman Catholic calendar of saints, it's a holy day. Harlan handed me a printed sheet of paper. Any of these other dates mean anything to you? I glanced down the list. No. You a Catholic, Martins? You could call me an atheist who goes to church. Or maybe an agnostic. I don't know. Harlan grinned. My wife Molly is the one who's sweet on Jesus. I just go along because it's easier than having an argument and missing Sunday dinner. By the same token, she comes along to see the Astros, although she stopped believing in them a long time ago. That's the kind of atheism that's easy to understand. Harlan let that one go. The case for believing in the Houston Astros was, by any measure, indefensible. Which church is it that you go to, son? Lakewood. The hell you say? Lakewood's my church, Harlan smiled again. How come I never saw you there, Martins? That's a little like asking how you never see me at the ball game. Astros would be glad of a regular crowd like the one they get at Lakewood. Is that how you and your wife met? At Lakewood? We met as graduate law students at Harvard. We were neither of us particularly religious then, until we lived in Houston. We started going to the Lakewood Church because we were both believers then, me included. Although in my case, I've really forgotten why. Now I get it. You blame Texas for giving her the sweet talk about the Lord's love, don't you? She's got her pussy all wet for Jesus and you figure it's us that messed her panties up. No. Sure you do. It's as obvious as a turd in a punch bowl. He shook his head. Let me tell you something, son. This has got nothing to do with Texas. Harlan grinned. Plenty of Texans don't believe in God. Haven't you figured it out? That's why we have so many guns. In case he's not there. Chapter 4. Most churches could have dozed through the Sunday morning service and no one noticed. But Lakewood was an interactive sort of church, and the service was more like a Las Vegas show. It was loud and demanded lots of audience participation, singing, or just bouncing with the joy of Jesus. When we first started going there, I liked that, but not lately. Personally, I couldn't have felt less like bouncing if my feet had been nailed to the floor. By contrast, Ruth was in a state of ecstasy. Her eyes were closed, a beatific smile illuminated her face, and her hands were raised in the air as if she was hoping to catch a few beams of God's heavenly grace. She was putting her whole being into singing along with the choir and the 20-piece rock orchestra, a.k.a. the Lakewood Church worship team, not to mention the huge and rapturous congregation that was also involved in this deafening act of modern worship. The words to all of the Lakewood worship songs, no one called them hymns because you can't sell hymns on a $10 CD in the church shop, were streaming onto a giant screen above our heads, but Ruth hardly needed them. She knew the words the way I know a meaningful Miranda warning. Of course, Ruth was hardly alone in her ecstasy. Near the front of the church, and just a couple of rows behind the pastor and the Barbie with a Bible who was his Alabama Rose of a wife, it seemed that everyone was more than a little touched with the Holy Spirit. People were clapping their hands and touching their hearts and punching the air and shouting hallelujah as if they'd just won the Texas State Lottery or sent a third man named Bush to the White House. Everyone except me, that is. I sat down whenever I felt I could get away with it, and when I was standing, I was smiling a shit-eating smile every time one of my proclaiming neighbors met my shifty eye. But it was Ruth's eye I most wanted to avoid. I sat down and bowed my head and hoped it might be mistaken for prayer. Feeling an elbow dug in my side, I opened my eyes with a start and met Ruth's penetrating stare, and satisfied that she now had my attention, she nodded at my crossed leg, where the Velcro ankle holster carrying my baby Glock 26 was now fully exposed. I shrugged sheepishly and placed my feet on the floor so the Glock was no longer in sight, but it was too late. Ruth was shaking her head. I had been judged and found wanting. Especially so on top of the even more inexcusable offense I had given the previous evening. While I was watching the Celtics on TV, Ruth had vacuumed my study and discovered my secret store of carefully arranged, but forbidden, books. Not a collection of choice pornography, but a small library of new atheist authors who argue that religion should not simply be tolerated, but actively exposed as a fraud by rational argument. Guys like Richard Dawkins, Daniel Dennett, Christopher Hitchens, and Houston's very own iconoclast, Philip Osborne. Ruth regarded these writers as the four horsemen of the apocalypse. "Honey," she said, brandishing a copy of God Is Not Great, which I thought the best of all my atheist porn books, "I can't believe you're reading this. I thought ours was a Christian home." "Ruth, it is. I see the tithe that leaves my bank account for the Lakewood Church every month. Not if you're reading books by Richard Dawkins and Christopher Hitchens. Do you really think that reading a book by Christopher Hitchens makes you an atheist? Reading the Bible doesn't make you a Christian. There are plenty of atheists who read the Bible." Reluctantly, I turned the sound off on the game to give her my full attention, which I hardly wanted to do, as the Boston Celtics were my own team, but there was now no way of avoiding this discussion. Not any longer. We both knew it was long overdue. Ruth sighed. And what if Danny asks you about atheism and about Charles Darwin? What are you going to tell him? You want to tell him that creationism provides all the answers? Then that's fine by me. That's exactly what we'll tell him. I think a kid needs religion when he's growing up. I mean, I know I did. And when you're an adult, what? You put away childish things? Look, what I believe is of no real importance here compared with what I am prepared to pay lip service to for the sake of family harmony. What if I wasn't here? If I had a car accident and I wasn't around anymore, what would happen then? In a situation like that, who can say how anyone will react? Is this what you're telling me? I was watching TV, remember? You're the one who set this crazy debate into motion. You think it's crazy to talk about the moral welfare and education of our son? It seems to me we're having a fight that neither of us can win. After all, you can no more prove the existence of God than I can prove he doesn't. For a moment, Ruth looked as if she was trying to swallow something indigestible, and I felt sorry for her because I could see the dilemma she had, that we both had. Whereas before we had loved each other because of what we had in common, it was beginning to look as if we were going to have to love each other in spite of our differences. My own parents had managed this very well. Maybe that's why I felt that this present difficulty was not at all insurmountable. Ruth tossed Hitchens' book onto the lazy boy and went out of the TV room without another word. This suited me fine, as the Boston Celtics were now back in front. But then right after Sunday morning service, she started it all up again. "Well, that was embarrassing," she said. "Sorry. Actually, it wasn't the gun I was referring to," she said. "No. You looked like you were 1,000,000 miles away. That's what I'm talking about. We used to go and worship like a family, and I just had to look at you, Gil, to know that your heart was in it too. But not anymore." She was right, of course. And I didn't need to insult her intelligence by denying it. I sensed another argument was coming my way, so it was fortunate Danny was already asleep. After 140 minutes of Lakewood, I could hardly blame him. I was looking forward to a Sunday afternoon nap on a lounger at the Houstonian Club myself. Perhaps if we didn't sit so close to the front, that might not be so obvious. I'd feel more comfortable if we sat at the back. "I like being close to the front," she said. "It feels like I'm nearer to God." I think God notices the cheap seats too, don't you? Maybe we should speak to someone. I don't think holding hands with a Lakewood prayer partner is going to help, Ruth. All right, then. Perhaps if we prayed together about this, Gil, just you and I. The way we used to pray. The last time Ruth and I prayed together had been when we were trying to have a child. Ruth's idea, not mine. She'd suffered a miscarriage and took happy pills for a long time after that. She also experienced difficulty in becoming pregnant again, and eventually she thought the Lord might be of some assistance. This was what got us both going along to Lakewood. We went to church, and we prayed for another baby, although when I say we prayed for another baby, we didn't just do it in church. We prayed in bed, too. Whenever we made love, we would ask the Lord for his blessing, and there's nothing quite as unerotic as that. The whole sex prayer thing more or less killed our sex life. Having Jesus in bed with the two of us gave me a real problem, and obliged me to take Viagra in secret, which is probably the only reason she got pregnant at all. But for Ruth, Danny was the miracle that proved God's existence. Since then, we've been pretty regular at Lakewood, which is more than I can say about my sex life. I'm certainly willing to give prayer a shot, I said reluctantly. Ruth sighed loudly. What prompted you to read those books anyway? I shrugged and shook my head, although I knew perfectly well. I had started flirting with atheism more than a year ago, around the same time I had started an affair with a certain lovely profiling coordinator in Washington, D.C., where I had been given a temporary duty assignment. Ruth had chosen to remain behind with Danny. The profiling coordinator's name was Nancy Graham, and she and I had met after a debate at Georgetown University. The subject of the debate was, "There's no point in praying," and the two antagonists were the British journalist and anti-theist Peter Ekman, for the motion, and the former Archbishop of Canterbury, Lord Mocatta, against the motion. Ruth knew about the profiling coordinator because I had stupidly told her. And for that very same reason, I hardly wanted to bring up the subject of Washington and the TDA again. Ruth never ever mentioned Nancy Graham. But I knew the affair had hurt her deeply, and instead of seeking out a divorce lawyer, as another woman might have done, she had taken refuge in her religious faith. The affair was over. I was deeply sorry for what had happened, and Ruth said that she had forgiven me for it, but I knew that the pain of my having had an affair was never far from my wife's thoughts. You might think that Texans are violent. Not a bit of it. The high incidence of gun ownership gives people some useful pause for thought. Most Texans are friendly, well-adjusted folk, endlessly hospitable, and always polite. By contrast, the Scots are preternaturally aggressive. Many could pick a fight with a brick wall, which happens more than you might think. Scotland is the most violent place I've ever been. There's something in the air, perhaps, that makes Scotland one massive fight club. If gun ownership was as easy in Scotland as it is in Texas, the population would soon be decimated. When my family left Scotland in 1990, the country was in one respect not much different from the Scotland of 1590, because it was divided by religion into two bellicose and bigoted camps, Protestant and Roman Catholic. In this ancient feud, it always mattered more what you were than who, and at the sharp end of the divide, things were every bit as bitter as anything in Northern Ireland. But while religious hatred was as deep as in that other conflict, the violence in Scotland was usually limited to the fierce tribal rivalries that continue to exist between Scotland's largest football teams, both of them based in Glasgow, Rangers and Celtic. At Old Firm matches between these two teams, the strictly segregated fans now hurl insults at each other where once they hurled rocks and bottles. But God forbid that you should be a Rangers fan who finds himself astray in Celtic territory, or vice versa, and in such circumstances, murder is not uncommon. For many decades, sectarian football violence has been Scotland's dirty secret, and few of the tourists visiting there have any idea of the horrors that lurk underneath my home country's threadbare and bloody kilt. I exaggerate, of course, but only a little. Then again, I am completely and utterly biased. And now, let me explain why. My father, Robert, is an orthopedic surgeon, and until his retirement last year, he was professor of orthopedic surgery at Massachusetts General Hospital. Prior to this, he was a surgeon at Glasgow's Royal Infirmary Hospital in Scotland, and perhaps the leading Scottish specialist in the field of sports injuries. In 1988, when I was 12 years old, my father, a fairly prominent Roman Catholic, treated a famous footballer named Peter Paisley for a chronic knee injury that threatened to end his career. Paisley, a Protestant, played for Rangers Football Club. Following several operations, Paisley returned to the team and helped Rangers to win the Scottish Football League title for 4 years in a row, but not before my father had received death threats from aggrieved Celtic supporters, not to mention an explosive device that almost blew off his hand. I didn't find out about the bomb until we had left Scotland forever, but I remember coming out of our house one morning to find my father's Jaguar covered in graffiti. Soon after that, my parents and I, and my 3 brothers and 2 sisters, went to live in Boston, where my father had wisely accepted a position as assistant chief of orthopedic surgery at the Tufts Medical Center. He has never returned to Scotland, and probably never will. The move was something of a wrench for us all, and it was only later that I was able to see how being a Catholic had defined me in the eyes of my Scottish friends. Of course, none of this mattered in Boston, and my religion soon seemed less important as I learned to think of myself not as a Scot, a Scottish American, or even a Catholic, but as just an American. In the USA, What seemed to matter more than where I was from or what religion I practiced was where in life I was going. After we came to Boston, my father stopped being a Catholic altogether. After graduating from Boston College and Harvard Law, I went to work as an intern with a firm of New York lawyers called DLB&B. But I was already coming to the conclusion that I was more interested in working in law enforcement than in becoming an attorney. 9/11 only underlined that. DLB&B's offices were in the old World Trade Center 7, which was badly damaged when the North Tower of the World Trade Center collapsed. It caught fire and fell some 6 or 7 hours later, by which time I was quite certain that I wanted to serve my country in some way. The following Monday, I put in an application to join the FBI. After Quantico, I had 4 years working on counterterrorism in the NYC. All we did was work to make America safe. I even learned to speak Arabic. I can speak the language reasonably well, although my Italian is better. But I found it hard to read and write, which is what the Bureau wanted most. Agents who could read intelligence documents in the language. So that was that. The Bureau always figures it knows best where a man's talents really lie. And in 2008, the Bureau sent me to Texas to work in domestic terrorism. After more than 10 years with the Bureau, however, I'm still just a supervisory special agent and nothing more. Fact is, I might be an ASAC right now if only I'd been willing to work in the Chief Division Counsel's office. But being a lawyer with a badge wasn't why I joined the Bureau. My boss, Gisela, is an ASAC, an assistant special agent in charge, and so is Harlan Caulfield. But the field office boss, special agent in charge, is Chuck Worrell, who doesn't like me at all. And maybe if I'm being honest here, it's not just because I didn't want to go to work in the CDC's office. You see, Chuck is from Washington, and he was previously Nancy Graham's boss. After our affair was over, Nancy Graham resigned from the FBI, and it's my opinion that Chuck held me responsible for the loss of a very promising agent. From Lakewood, we went to the Houstonian Club, where Danny went down the water slide and Ruth swam 50 laps. Ruth is a beautiful swimmer, very elegant and with a kick turn a dolphin would be proud of. I sat under an umbrella and read a newspaper and watched the other guys around the pool watching Ruth. She's worth a look. In her costume, she has a physical grace and a presence that always reminds me of an Olympic athlete. When Ruth was through swimming, she came and lay next to me under the umbrella. She played with the hair on my chest while I stroked her head. Ruth is a very loving woman. It's not her that has the sexual problem. It's me. It's said that most men prefer their wives to be a lady in public and a whore in the bedroom. Well, I've got a saint in the bedroom, the kitchen, pretty much everywhere you can think of. You try fucking a saint. What else do you call it when the minute after you fucked someone, they start reading the Bible or saying their goddamn prayers? When we arrived back at Driscoll Street, Ruth made meatloaf. After dinner, I played an Xbox game with Danny and put him to bed. Then I watched TV and fell asleep in my chair. I didn't hear the telephone ring, but Ruth answered it in case it was the Bureau. It wasn't uncommon for the office to ring on the weekend given the DT caseload, but it wasn't the office, although I might have wished it was. "It's Bishop Coogan," she said, handing me the telephone. It had been months since Eamon Coogan and I had spoken, and while I was surprised to have him call me, I tried to look more surprised than I was. This little pantomime was for Ruth's benefit, as I hoped to avoid a scene with her the moment the call was over. I guess she would assume his call was connected with my earlier declaration of disbelief, and that I had already tried to bring my doubts about God to the bishop. I pressed the speakerphone button on the handset, so she could hear all of our conversation in the hope it might save me the trouble of a denial. "I'm sorry to interrupt you on a Sunday evening, Gil. I was hoping I could ask you to come and see me, in private. There's something important I'd like to discuss with you. I know it's short notice and you're probably very busy, but would now be possible?" I glanced instinctively at my watch. It was already 7:30. "Nothing's happened back in Boston, has it?" No. Nothing like that, Gil. It's something I need to ask you about in your capacity as a federal agent." bishop was South Boston Irish, and despite living in Houston for several years, some of his vowels sounded as wide as the Charles River. When he said ask, he sounded like JFK. Yes, sir. Would you mind telling me what it's about? It's hardly a subject for the phone, I think. Come over to the bishop's residence in an hour. Just sound your horn and I'll come out. I was thinking, perhaps we could go over to O'Neill's. It was just like Eamon Coogan to suggest we went to an Irish bar. All right. I'll be there in an hour. I rang off and looked at Ruth. What do you suppose that's all about? If you ask me, said Ruth. Much to my irritation, she could always mimic a Southie accent perfectly. It's perfectly obvious what it's about. I shrugged. It can only be about pedophile priests. What? You don't think it doesn't go on here, just like in Boston and Chicago? I put my arms around her waist and kissed her back. For a while, she let it happen and then pushed me gently away. God, I hope that's not what it's about, I said, wrinkling my nose with disgust. It's really not something I feel comfortable talking about. He's my mother's oldest friend. Chapter 5. O'Neill's Bar was the only Irish pub I'd ever seen with 2 palm trees out front. But inside, things were more authentically Celtic, with the best draft Guinness in the city and perhaps the worst service anywhere west of Dublin. The place was popular enough, although even by Texan standards, most of the bar's customers looked as if they could have survived a couple of Irish potato famines. No less in size was Bishop Coogan, who made any room he was in look small. He was sitting in a very fat, old womanish way, all chubby-fingered and splay-legged, with the sleeves of his huge black jacket rolled up over his forearms, and the waistband of his equally enormous black trousers riding just under his armpits. The priest's collar around his neck was almost invisible under his chins. He looked like a sumo wrestler at a funeral wake. I set down a second tray of drinks on the table in front of him, and one of the whiskeys instantly disappeared. Now that our small talk about Scotland and Northern Ireland, Coogan was Boston Irish, was exhausted, I was impatient for him to get to the point. I was especially intrigued by the old duffel bag he had brought with him. So, Bishop, what's in the bag? Is it guns you're bringing me or the loot from the Wood Forest National Bank robbery? The Buick that's parked on the drive in front of your house looks like the getaway car on that one. Sorry to disappoint you, Gil, but it's just a lot of newspaper clippings, a couple of books, and some printouts off the internet. One way or the other, I seem to be spending a lot of time on the internet these days. You and me both, sir. The papers and the books are for you. Coogan unzipped the bag and handed me a paperback book titled All the Possible Gods. The author was Philip Osborne. As soon as I saw it, I laughed. Only an hour or two ago, Ruth was giving me hell for reading this book, and several others like it. Oh? Such as? Dawkins, Hitchens, Peter Ekman, I shrugged. Sam Harris, Dan Barker, Daniel Dennett. Coogan chuckled. That's virtually the whole pantheon of disbelief you have there. Why the hell do you want to give me this book? Philip Osborne is a friend of mine, said Bishop Coogan. Or at least he was. You say that like he's dead. He might as well be. He's confined to the Harris County Psychiatric Center here in Houston. I visited him a few days ago and spoke with his doctors, who described to me a case of psychogenic malignant catatonia, resulting in permanent cognitive impairment. They've concluded there must be actual damage to the frontal lobe of his brain, although there's absolutely no identifiable trauma that might normally have caused such a state of mental breakdown. Coogan's familiarity with all these medical terms impressed me, at least until I remembered that, before becoming a priest, he had been a medical student at Tufts in Boston, where he had been taught by my father. So he didn't fall and nobody hit him, I said. But you're going to tell me what did happen. I'm not sure I am. But I'd like to tell you what I know, Gil, and why I wanted to talk to you about it. Go ahead, but, I shrugged. I don't see how I can help. At the FBI, we have jurisdiction over violations of federal law, and so far, I can't see there's anything federal here. If you want, I can put you in touch with the right people in the Houston Police Department. Fidelity, bravery, and integrity, said Coogan. He was quoting the Bureau's motto. Perhaps I should go ahead and add patience to that little trio of the better human qualities. He laid his hand on the book. It's not a bad book at all. As a matter of fact, it was me who gave him that title, or at least recommended it as a title. All the Possible Gods. It's from a quote by Stephen Roberts. He's another of your so-called new atheists, as if they make any more sense than the old atheists. I think that perhaps I'm not as patient as you think I am, Eamon. I looked at my watch pointedly. About a month ago, Philip turned up at my house in an agitated state. When I asked him what was wrong, he said he hadn't been sleeping. That was obvious. And when I suggested he see a doctor and get some sleeping pills, he told me he couldn't because he was already taking Xanax, and whenever he did sleep, he had terrible nightmares. I asked him if he could account for this change in him, and he shook his head and said something strange. Well, for him it was strange. I might have said it was impossible. He asked me if I would pray for him. Coogan sat back for a moment and shook his head. Gil, you could have knocked me over with a feather. It was awful, that's what it was. See, I'm a man, first of all, and a priest second. So there was no bloody rejoicing about a lost sinner. I felt sorry for the poor bastard. So what happened after he came to your house? My praying for him seemed to give him a bit of peace of mind, but only for a while. Coogan searched his pockets. I need a cigarette. Let's go outside. It was hot on the terrace. We moved away from the tables where, under the shade of some black and white umbrellas, a few of the bar's more heat-resistant customers were eating and drinking, to stand at the edge of the tree-lined road. Quickly and expertly, Coogan made a roll-up and tucked it into the corner of his lopsided mouth, where it remained until it was the size of a lost tooth. Meanwhile, he continued to tell his story. A couple of months ago, Random House, his publishers, launched his latest book at a party at the Hotel Zaza. The book is called More Faith in a Shadow. It's kind of like the other one, a drive-by shooting outside the gates of heaven. At least that sounds like a crime, Eamon. The party had started at around 7, but at 8:30 there was no longer any sign of Philip. Soon afterward, everyone on the terrace heard a commotion that seemed to come from the direction of the plaza. The plaza is a small island of trees and bronze figures just a few yards away. It was a dreadful commotion, like the sound of an animal in distress. I think it was the doorman who crossed the road to investigate. Anyway, they came back to inform us that it was Philip Osborne and that he appeared to be in a state of hysteria. Some of the guests went to see what we could do, and an astonishing sight awaited us. Philip was cowering underneath the cupola of the little monument, whimpering like a dog. His hands and face were covered in blood, and he was pleading with some invisible figure to leave him alone. When I tried to touch him, Philip let out such a scream that it quite put the fear of God into everyone. Philip then attempted to strangle one of the doormen, and it was at this point that an HPD patrol car arrived. One of the officers was about to taser him when suddenly he gave up the attack and took off across the road and into some nearby fountains. And that's where we found him a few minutes later, lying on the surface of the water, staring up at the sky, and quite unresponsive to all external stimuli, almost as if he were dead. He's been like that ever since. By now I had remembered the story in the Chronicle. Only the report had suggested the author had been drunk. And since it wasn't unusual for drunks to take a swim in the fountains on Montrose Boulevard, I had paid little attention to it. It all sounded unfortunate, but I was still at a loss as to why Bishop Coogan was interrupting my Sunday evening with this. There was blood. Philip Osborne's blood, all over that little plaza, as if he'd run around banging into one thing and then another like a crazy man. He gashed his arm and... Well, there you are, I said. He must have hit his head on something as well. but there were no contusions on his skull. Just a few scratches on his face from the branches on the trees. And the blood on his hands? He tried to climb the monument. Did the police find any assailant? No. The police think it was a simple case of stress, overwork, too much Xanax mixed with too much alcohol. A Britney-style breakdown that ended up being rather more damaging than a photo spread in Us magazine. Look, I said, I'm sorry about your friend, but however you want to cook it, Amen, Bishop, sir, this meets HPD. And if I told you that this is hardly an isolated case, that there have been similar cases, fatal cases, in other states, I'd probably say what I said earlier. People go MIA when their heads are upriver. That's just the way it is. Coogan was shaking his own outsized head. No. This is different, Gil. I'm sure of it. I can feel it. That might be a deeper source of religion, but it won't do for my boss. We need evidence. And I've got it. In my duffel bag, there's a file full of evidence. Just promise me that you'll take a look at it. All right? But I can't promise to act on your material. That way I won't disappoint you, on top of everything else. You're thinking you may be an atheist yourself, and that I'll mind and be disappointed. Is that it? God's got an electronic tether on you, Gil, and for the rest of your life it'll be there, around your ankle, so that he can come and get you when he's ready. Once it's on, it stays on, and there's nothing that you can do about it. You can wander to the end of the world, Gil, and it'll still be sending God a signal. Once or twice a day. Forever. Chapter 6. A lot of people at the Houstonian Club know I'm an FBI agent, and I am often given information about alleged crime that turns out to be a whole bunch of crap. It's an occupational hazard, I guess. But whenever I'm in the club, it's not very long before one of the members or even one of the staff approaches me with a story that usually obliges me to step off the running machine and make a few notes. To do anything else would not be good for the image of the Bureau, as would my telling any of these people to fuck off. In order to escape the possibility of any unpleasantness at the Houstonian, most of the time I try to stay off the club radar. By using a professional set of lockpicks to get in and out of a service door near the parking lot, I can more or less come and go and still keep out of the computer system, thus avoiding any hot tips and general bullshit. If no one knows you're there, they can't come and find you. I had too much respect for Bishop Coogan to brush him off as just another crackpot in a long line of crackpots. However, for Ruth's benefit, that's exactly what I did when I got home. Dismissing Coogan's tip was a quick way of dismissing what she always imagined was the case, the power that the Church of Rome still had over me. But as soon as I was alone again, Ruth always went to bed early on a Sunday night. I opened the bag and started to read. There were clippings from the New York Times, the Boston Globe, and the Washington Post. But mostly I was looking at copies of web pages reproduced on Coogan's printer. All of these papers had been neatly hole-punched and filed in strict chronological order, so that I was quickly able to gain an impression of just what had persuaded him there was something fishy going on. When I had finished reading through the file, I fetched a pad of paper, read it again, and made some notes. Just before midnight, I poured myself a scotch. I don't normally stay up late and drink scotch, but you don't expect a bishop to point out what a lot of law enforcement officers had overlooked. It was a sultry night with the air temperature still in the high 70s. I opened the window in my little tower and leaned outside with my glass. I lit a cigarette and smoked it quickly in the hope the smell might not reach Ruth's nostrils. I called Coogan at his house on my cell. I just wanted to say I'm sorry I sounded skeptical. You're just doing your job. What happens now? There's a process, a way of doing these things. You might say I have to convert some people to our way of thinking. But you do agree with me? There's something, yes. But don't get your hopes up. I can't promise to come back to you on this for a while. I understand. You've got your own archbishops and cardinals, just like me. Anything else I can do? Well, I would say you could pray for me if I thought for 1 minute it would do any good. That was when I heard something in the doorway and looked around to see Ruth standing there. It seemed like she'd been there for a while, long enough to get hold of the wrong end of the stick, because she was looking pretty pissed at me. Amen, I've got to go. Good night, son, and God bless. So what were you talking about with Bishop Coogan? Those papers he gave me? I think there's more to it than I thought. It sounded to me as if you and he were discussing your own crisis of faith, honey. I shook my head. No, it wasn't anything like that. I'm sorry, did I wake you up? I smelled the cigarette. That's why I was smoking it out of the window. It still comes in the house when you breathe out. All right, in the future I'll try not to do too much of that. I shrugged. What's the matter? I guess I'm a little puzzled that you can talk about things with Bishop Coogan that you don't seem able to discuss with me. I already told you, I said, stifling a yawn. That's not what he and I were talking about. She unfolded her arms and took my hand in her own. I was thinking, Gil, maybe we could... She hesitated, long enough for me to get the wrong idea. I put my arms around her and tried to kiss her. I didn't mean that, she said. I thought maybe we could pray. Now. Together. I sighed and put a better face on my disappointment. I really don't think that's going to help right now, sweetheart. It's okay for Bishop Coogan to pray for you, but not me. Is that it? Look, you can pray for me all you want, honey, and so can he. His was a professional courtesy, I imagine. But I don't want to pray with anyone. Not anymore. Not ever. I just can't, Ruth. I don't have the words. God isn't there for me. Perhaps he never was. They say God moves in a mysterious way, but I have to admit I was more than a little surprised by what happened over breakfast. Danny was watching television before Ruth drove him to school. I had a slice of toast in one hand and a cup of coffee in the other, and Ruth was fixing my tie for me. And perhaps it didn't help that the tie was one she knew I had acquired during my temporary duty assignment in Washington, D.C. If she suspected that Nancy Graham had bought it for me, from Michael Andros Bespoke, which she had, then she certainly didn't say so. But this time she did a lot more than merely straighten my tie. The green eyes I knew better than mine flicked up and down between the silk knot of the tie and my face. And each time I met them, they seemed a little sadder than before. Then she swallowed a lump in her throat the size of an egg, and a tear appeared on one eyelash. In the same moment, a terrible fear went through me, and recognizing all at once that something was very wrong, I started to cover her forehead with kisses and to apologize for the previous evening. I'm so sorry about last night, babe, I said. I shouldn't have said what I said. It was unforgivable. Yes, it was, she said, and tightened the silk knot of my tie just a little too much. I could strangle you because of what you said last night, Gil Martins. And I hate having that feeling about my husband. I don't recognize myself in your eyes. We used to be such good friends, me and you. But now all I feel is your overriding hostility. Come on, Ruth, it's not you I feel hostile to, I said. You know I love you. I've always loved you. Even when I made a mistake in Washington, I still loved you. Do you see what you've done, Martins? You and this precious job of yours? Do you see where you've brought me? Where you've brought us? Let's not talk about my job again, Ruth. And I am not going to talk about it. I give you my word on that. I'll never talk about your job again. Not now, not ever. As she let go of my tie, I put down the toast and the coffee, cupped her hands in mine, and lifted them to kiss the tips of her fingers. Forget what I said last night. Look, if you want to pray, let's pray, all right? I'm ready. We'll kneel down and pray and ask for God's help just like you wanted. I knelt down and tried to make her kneel with me, but Ruth stayed up on her feet and turned away. You have to leave, she said. Still kneeling in front of her, I glanced at my watch. No, it's okay, honey. I'm still early. Besides, this is much more important than opening a new case. No, Gil. You don't understand. Come on, honey, I'm trying to say sorry. I mean, you have to leave this house. For good. What? You heard me. Suddenly, I felt like I had stepped off the top of the J.P. Morgan building without an elevator. Like one of those jumpers from the World Trade Center on 9/11. There was nothing underneath me except hundreds of feet of empty air. I stood up. What the hell are you talking about? I didn't want this, she said. I tried. I really did. But you have to leave this house. You're shitting me. I don't know why I said that, because Ruth wasn't the type to say anything like that lightly. I grabbed her by the arm and pulled her toward me, but already it felt like she wasn't my wife anymore, and that love and understanding were behind us, and that even now we were each returning to our separate pasts and who we had been before we ever met, and that what we were to each other for more than 8 years was gone. She shook her head firmly. No, she said. I am not. What? Are you crazy? I'm not crazy, no. But I will be if I continue living with you, Gil. The fact is, I can't believe in something I hold to be important and still be around someone who doesn't believe it at all. Nobody dumps their husband because he's no longer a fucking Christian. It's positively medieval. Well, there you go again. Nobody, huh? Do not be unequally yoked with unbelievers. For what partnership has righteousness with lawlessness? Ruth, you sound like a fanatic. The sort of people who come out with this kind of thing? We call them Christianists at the Bureau. They're just as crazy as Islamists, only they sing cheesier songs. I can't believe that's you, Ruth. Listen to yourself. Ruth closed her eyes and shook her head. Listen to myself, he says. Nobody else does. Not you. Not anymore. You tiptoe around me like I'm some kind of minefield. This isn't about God or my loss of faith, is it? I said. Well, that certainly doesn't help. It's about her, isn't it? Why don't you say her name? I'm sure you can't have forgotten it. I thought we were over all that. And with God's help, I really think we might have been. But that's not to be. I can see that now. God's got nothing to do with what happened in Washington. With what happened? No. You're right about that much. But I really thought he might help us to shape a future for ourselves. I need God and the Lakewood Church because I really can't do this by myself. I'm not strong enough. And you don't help, Gil. You're so detached from me and from Danny. Well, you have your work to think about, of course. And I don't deny that yours is important work. You're helping to keep our country safe. It's work anyone can be proud of. But with you, it's more than just work. It's a refuge, a sanctuary, a compulsion. You come back and you're all closed up and neat and tight and secure like a gun safe. But what have I got? Where else can I take refuge but God and Lakewood? I'd like to know. And don't say the club. I'm not like those other Houston women who spend all day in the spa having their nails done and reading H. Texas. You are a fine lawyer. You could go back to work, Ruth. She shook her head. You were good at it. Only you thought so. But I didn't have the teeth for it. I was too forgiving to be a decent prosecutor. That's what the DA said. You could get a job in private practice. It wasn't all right for you, but it might be all right for me. Is that what you're saying? You're joking, of course. People in law firms these days put in 12-hour days and more. I made a choice, Gil. A choice to be a wife and a mother. Besides, I really don't want to leave Danny with a nanny. Lots of women do. I didn't try so hard to have our child just to farm his care out to a stranger. All right, I understand that, honey. But please, let's try to work this out. Work it out. Ruth smiled a weary little smile. What do you think I've been doing these last few months? What do you think I've been doing? I've been desperately hoping that I could see some sign that you were happy with just me and Danny, that you'd forgotten about her. Nancy Graham. There, I said her name. I lie awake at night and see it written in the atoms of air above our bed. But I know you haven't forgotten her. I can see it in your eyes. It's not just God and the church that you don't believe in. It's me and Danny. It's our life in Houston. It's us. Oh, that's nonsense, Ruth. Is it? I don't think so. Your atheism is a symptom, an important symptom, of something much more profound, of a deeper fracture between us as a couple. Maybe you can't see it, but I can. And I just don't want to deal with it. Not anymore. You think you can humor me with, what was it you said? With what you were prepared to pay lip service to for the sake of family harmony? Well, I'm through with lip service. And I'm through with you. I want more than just lip service from my marriage. I want a connection. I want a union. I want a conversation. I want you gone. Do you honestly think I'm just going to walk out of here without a fight? No way. As you like, she said. But don't you think we've done enough fighting? That's why I'm telling you that you have to leave. This isn't over, I said, grimly picking up my car keys. Yes, it is, she said. We'll talk about this when I come home tonight. No, we won't, she said. Yes, we will, I said. Not to talk about it? Do you think that's what God wants? Not to give me a chance to put things right? You should go, she said. Chapter 7. Working late kept my mind off what was happening at home. Ruth and Danny were no longer there. She was already back with her parents. Their home, a 1,200-acre hilltop ranch in Corsicana, was the first place I telephoned when I discovered Ruth was gone. And it was all Bob could do not to sound pleased when he said that she didn't want to speak with me. He always felt that Ruth could have done better than me. I suppose all fathers feel that way about their only daughters, but it's not often they tell you as much. Corsicana is less than 200 miles north of Houston, and I thought of driving there to straighten things out, but I stayed in Houston and told myself she'd come home when she was good and ready. After that, I only called her cell, and I must have sent her about 100 texts, but she never answered. Every marriage has its ups and downs. I figured that Ruth just needed time and space to get her head around what was important in her life. There was plenty of space in Corsicana. A couple of times I sent Danny some books and a new Xbox game off Amazon so he'd know I was thinking of him. At least they were delivered all right, but he didn't reply either, or at least Ruth didn't allow him to send me a text or an email, which struck me as mean. It was odd how quickly I felt removed from them both, almost as if they had ceased to exist, so much so that I started to question just how much I had loved them anyway. Would I have risked the affair with Nancy Graham if I'd been the loving husband and father I ought to have been? Was that how it was for most men when their marriages end? I asked a few of the guys around the office, and the consensus was that it wasn't them who had ceased to exist. It was me. After a while, they said, "You're just some guy who used to live with them, but who still pays for stuff, and you might as well get used to this." But I certainly didn't want to. It helped a lot that I could throw myself into my existing caseload, as well as a closer investigation of what was in Bishop Coogan's file. And in this, I was lucky enough to have the assistance of Ann Goldberg, who was by general consensus the best investigative analyst in the Houston field office. As a member of our field intelligence group, it was Ann's job to handle the collection of raw information such as telephone records, web pages, bank details, and of course, criminal backgrounds. As someone who'd worked as a journalist, Ann was very good at getting information out of other journalists. They're always cagey about sharing information with the FBI. So she had several conversations with reporters from the New York Times, the Washington Post, and the Boston Globe. Her greatest skill, however, was her ability to see patterns and shapes in assembled data, and this was the main reason why brick agents like me wanted to work with her. No one could make a link chart like Ann Goldberg. It's not just bits of information that we like to connect in the Bureau, it's each other, too. There are no lone wolves at the FBI. The brick agent I worked with in D.T. was Helen Monaco, and like me, she was ex-counterterrorism. Helen's first case had been working undercover on an FBI yacht in the Mediterranean. Her role had been to act as the eye candy while a sting on some al-Qaeda Arabs went down. It was plain to see how someone thought she could play that role to perfection. Helen Monaco was everyone's fantasy desert island partner. In an effort to play down her looks and be taken seriously, she now wore weak prescription and possibly unnecessary glasses, little or no makeup, and severe business suits. But no one was fooled by the Betty Bureau shtick. Helen Monaco could have worn a used trash can liner and she'd still have looked like a hot babe. Not that I entertained any intentions toward her. Besides, I had the strong impression that she'd already been warned about me by Chuck Worrell. He had my card marked as a hustler, and until now, I'd thought that was good. It helped to keep my feet on the straight and narrow for Helen to think of me as someone with whom it wasn't safe to share an elevator car. Helen had one other qualification that marked her out as an excellent partner. During the undercover operation on the yacht, she'd shot 2 al-Qaeda when they drew on one of her colleagues. One of the men she shot died, the others driving a wheelchair around the Supermax prison yard in Florence, Colorado. Result. The 3 of us, Ann, Helen, and me, started to work the Philip Osborne case on Monday, and by Thursday, we had enough information to take it to the ASAC. I asked those 2 along because I figured that all 3 of us made a more convincing argument in favor of a proper investigation than just one line supervisor. Besides, I had a theory I wanted to test. Actually, it was Helen's theory. Helen said that Gisela DeLillo always gave me a harder time when there were other female agents present, almost as if she was trying to prove that there was nothing between us. While I lined some sharpened pencils up in a neat little rank beside my bureau leather folder, Gisela made all of us coffee and then invited me to make the case against our unsub, the as yet unknown subject of an FBI investigation. "This is the strangest case for investigation I have ever presented," I began. Almost 3 weeks ago, here in Houston, the writer Philip Osborne suffered an acute shock that has left him mentally impaired, perhaps permanently. No explanation for how that shock came about has yet been discovered. At first, it was assumed that he'd been attacked, but if so, it's not clear how or by who. There were some superficial wounds on him, only these would appear to have been self-inflicted. But there's a lot that's not clear here, so I'm going to have to ask you to be patient, boss. "I'm always patient with you, Martins," said Gisela, and grinned at Helen and Ann. "I guess it's the only way, huh?" I let that one go. When you're just a line supervisor, you let it go more often than you pick it up. Besides, my theory about her was already starting to amount to something. In front of other women, Gisela liked slapping me down. "As you may know," I said, continuing, "Philip Osborne was gay, and his 2 most recent books were both about atheism. In the last few years, he's managed to upset a lot of people. But everything I've read about him makes me think he gets a kick out of that. At first, I wanted to dismiss what happened as a celebrity crack-up, but I was wrong. My friend Dr. Eamon Coogan, who is the auxiliary Catholic bishop of the Cathedral of the Sacred Heart, drew my attention to a number of other recent homicides that display some interesting similarities. The other victims were also what you might call enemies of the conservative right: a senior consultant obstetrician, an evolutionary biologist, and a philosopher and cognitive scientist. But at present, no connection has been established between any of these cases. If the other three were relatively well known, said Gisela, and you're arguing a connection, how come the newspapers haven't done that? They're usually not slow to spot a trend. Because they all look like natural causes. But Coogan thinks there are circumstances that bear further examination and share common features with what happened to Osborne. And so do I. Is there any other field office interested in investigating a connection? No, I said. This will leave Houston as the office of origin. If we take it on, said Gisela. Don't jump the gun, Gil. She smiled at me, but that was the second time in 5 minutes that I'd been whipped. I wondered if Helen and Anne noticed it too. All right, I'm still listening. But start here in Houston, with this Osborne guy. If any of this is connected, he's what lets us buy the blinds. I knew to my cost that Gisela was a skilled poker player, although it was rare that she ever talked like one. But it seemed like another way of reminding me that she was holding all the aces in this meeting. After setting out the facts as reported by HPD officers who had attended the scene at the Hotel Zaza, I described the visit I had made with Helen Monaco to the University of Texas Harris County Psychiatric Hospital. Dr. Andrew Newman, the medical director, gave me a diagnosis of Osborne's condition. The guy is in a catatonic state. He doesn't move at all and appears to be in a frozen state of being that Newman thinks is psychological rather than neurological. Specifically, he thinks something induced an extreme fight-or-flight response, a stress response, causing his adrenal hormones to kick in on a massive scale and induce a sympathetic nervous system dynamic. There's a third strike after the fight-or-flight pitch. You freeze. You know, the rabbit caught in the headlights kind of shit. But humans do the same thing, and if that isn't resolved, it builds up, sometimes really quickly, and you enter a shock state which is designed to protect you from something worse, perhaps. Usually, you come out of it, sometimes quickly, sometimes not so quickly. And in Osborne's case, it's clear Dr. Newman doesn't have the least idea if he'll be like that for 18 days or 18 months. So what, is he just lying on a bed staring at the ceiling? They keep him strapped on a bed for his own safety in case he does snap out of it all of a sudden. But like a piece of Play-Doh, Osborne's body can be contorted into any posture, which he'll maintain for several minutes or until you move his limbs or his head in some other direction. I felt Helen shiver beside me. And all the time he just stares straight ahead of him as if he was dead, I said. Only he's not. All his vital signs, heart rate, pulse, blood pressure, seem to indicate that he's perfectly normal. It's like he's imprisoned inside his own body. But there was one thing that was odd, and it ties in with the fight-or-flight response described by Dr. Newman. Quite soon after he was admitted to the hospital, the doctors took a blood sample. Adrenaline is often measured in blood as a diagnostic aid. In any of us right now, the level is probably 10 nanograms per liter. That can increase by as much as 10 times during exercise, and during extreme stress by as much as 50 times to 500 nanograms per liter. Osborne's body contained about 10,000 nanograms per liter, which is apparently the amount they might administer to acute care cardiac patients with a hypodermic. To inject that amount of adrenaline in a short period, you'd need a large EpiPen or a cardiac needle, and yet there is no sign anywhere on Osborne's body of a hypodermic mark, nor any evidence that an inhaler was used. No EpiPen or inhaler was found at the hotel or the plaza or on Osborne's person. Newman hasn't ever seen that quantity of adrenaline occur naturally, but he says that doesn't mean it couldn't happen. He hasn't ever seen a case of acute catatonia like Osborne's either. That is strange, said Gisela, scribbling something down on her pad. Recently, he also applied for a concealed handgun license. Nothing strange about that, said Gisela. Except that he was a vocal opponent of the NRA and gun ownership in general, I said. So something had him scared. Gisela looked at Ann Goldberg. Anything on his telephone records, Ann? Not a thing that shouldn't be there. All of the numbers were in his address book. Emails? The guys at the lab are looking over his computer to see if there are any clues there, I said, but that's going to take a little time. Until then, here's what we know about the other three. Dr. Clifford Richardson ran the Silphium Clinic in Washington, D.C. Until his death 6 months ago, he was one of the country's leading obstetricians. He was also a previous president of the American Gynecological and Obstetrical Society and an internationally recognized authority on clinical obstetrics. Following threats to his life in Utah during the late 1990s, Richardson came to live and work in the capital, opening a clinic just a few hundred yards north of the White House on 16th Street, where he assumed there might be less opposition to abortion. If it wasn't for people like him, said Gisela, I don't know what women would do in this country. He was wrong, I said, about there being no opposition in D.C. The Silphium Clinic has been regularly picketed as a so-called abortion mill by self-styled sidewalk counselors from pro-life groups in D.C.'s Catholic University. They pray for women entering the clinics wanting abortions. It sounds like harassment, observed Ann. Which is why there are cops on the scene, I said, and pro-choice escorts, or death-scorts, as the pro-life people call them. Oh, brother, muttered Ann. There are times when I wish we could bring in Jesus for questioning and ask him if he wouldn't mind disowning some of these stupid pricks. She looked at me. Sorry, Gil. I know you go to church. That's all right. Matter of fact, you didn't say anything about him that I haven't been thinking myself. And just for the record, people, I'm no longer a churchgoer. Gisela sat back in her chair. What does Ruth think about that? I was about to make a remark about how thought didn't seem to have come into my wife's decision when the failure that was my marriage choked the words in my throat. I thought of Danny and I swallowed hard and felt my eyes begin to blink as if I didn't quite trust them to stay open without displaying more emotion than was appropriate for a case meeting with my ASAC. There followed a longish silence as I tried to get a grip which grew more revealing and eloquent by the second. Gisela's quick poker player instincts read the tell that was in my eyes and guessed the whole story, or at least half of it. Oh my God, she gasped. Gil, has Ruth left you? I shook my head, but my face and fluctuating Adam's apple said different. I'd rather not talk about it right now. One way or another, it's been a difficult week. Look, do you need a minute? I took a deep breath and shook my head. No, I'm fine, I said. And suddenly, for the moment, I was. Clifford Richardson lived in the Watergate complex, I said. His apartment had a balcony with a view of the Potomac. On Friday, February 21st of this year, Richardson was late finishing work at the clinic. His receptionist described him as unusually preoccupied. After filling the tank of his car at a gas station, he arrived home at about 9 o'clock, parked in the underground parking lot, and took the elevator upstairs. Despite what you may have read, security is good at the Watergate. His neighbors reported seeing or hearing nothing unusual. It was a cold night, and there was snow on the ground, but not enough to break a man's fall from the 11th floor. The following morning, one of the gardeners found Richardson's body in some bushes beneath his balcony. He had a ticket for a concert the following evening and a full refrigerator. The same day he apparently jumped off his balcony, he also ordered some books from Amazon which arrived on the same morning that his body was discovered. What you're saying, said Gisela, is that none of this behavior was consistent with a man who was going to kill himself. Correct, I said. The Metro Police Department attended the scene and, with some difficulty, I might add, for there were several locks on the door, they entered Richardson's apartment where they found no suicide note and no signs of a struggle. The TV was still on, and there was a meal cooked in the microwave oven. Because of these contraindications to suicide and Richardson's previous history, MPD decided to treat the death as suspicious. Inquiries were made in Utah, and people who had been picketing the clinic were interviewed. There's also a CCTV in the apartment block, and everyone who went in and out of the building that day was accounted for and cleared. None of them had any connection with the pro-lifers outside the clinic. Having failed to turn up any leads, the MPD concluded that Richardson had committed suicide and closed the case. But there was one unusual thing the police noticed in Richardson's apartment. A Torah scroll open on the sideboard in kind of pride of place. You know? The sort they use in a synagogue, written on parchment paper in ancient Hebrew, with wooden rollers and all. So, said Gisela. Richardson wasn't Jewish, I said. According to his daughter, he wasn't even religious. She couldn't explain why he owned such a thing. It was a safer Torah scroll, said Anne. They're expensive. Richardson bought it on eBay about 2 weeks before he died, and he paid $7,000 for it. Which is strange, I added, when you consider that he read not one word of Hebrew. Strange, yes, admitted Gisela, but not evidence of murder. Next we have Peter Ekman, a prominent British journalist who became an American citizen after 9/11. He was a former editor of The New Republic, the author of many books and an irreverent daily news blog called Ekman Hack that appeared on the Daily Beast. Until his death in April this year, his blog was receiving 500,000 hits a day. I didn't even know he was dead, said Anne. Apart from politicians, Ekman regularly went after religion. The day before he died, he wrote a piece about the Baptists that drew 65,000 complaints, which is a record for the Daily Beast. Ekman was the kind of guy who would say things no one else dared to say, and he got away with it because he was funny. Famously, he was on the Volker Walker Show on HBO with Pastor Ken Coffey, the evangelist. And Coffey got so angry with Ekman that he suffered a seizure and had to be taken to the hospital. That got him in a lot of trouble with the religious right. I once saw him debating with the former Archbishop of Canterbury, Lord Makata, at Georgetown University, and he was extremely funny and trenchant. But the biggest stink he attracted was with the Muslims when he blogged about Angela Merkel, the German chancellor, giving a Press Freedom Award to Kurt Vestergaard, the Danish guy who drew the caricatures of the Prophet Muhammad. Always a mistake, said Anne. Actually, Ekman used his blog to compare the Danish cartoons to ones that used to appear in the newspapers in Nazi Germany. But even though he was defending them, he still managed to piss off the Muslims by reproducing the cartoons. Some people you can't help, said Anne. All right, said Gisela. Ekman was funny, but he had a smoking-related illness. Emphysema, wasn't it? And I remember that he had a heart attack. So why are we talking about him? After the Muslims threatened his life, he decided to take some precautions regarding his personal security, and he had a panic room built at his home. The room had its own generator and an alarm button connected to the local police. That should have saved his life. Instead, his wife came back from the city one day to find him dead in there. The police concluded that the room wasn't properly ventilated and that this caused carbon dioxide poisoning. He was 62. Why was he in the panic room in the first place? Do we know? Said Gisela. No, and he didn't sound the alarm. Or if he did, it didn't work and no one came. The front door was locked, so were all of the windows. No footprints in the garden, no broken tiles on the roof. Recent threats? Ekman's wife told the police he received threats all the time, mostly on the website or in the mail, but that he wasn't aware of anything out of the ordinary. Then again, she thought Ekman probably wouldn't have told her if there had been. He tended to treat that kind of thing as an occupational hazard. Anyway, the Tarrytown PD handled the investigation with the assistance of the Bureau of Criminal Police from the New York Staties. So, an accidental death, said Gisela. Ekman had a pet cat, I said. The cat was found dead, too. It figures, said Gisela. Carbon monoxide poisoning. That stuff is invisible and odorless. Except that the cat wasn't found in the panic room, but outside, in the bedroom, where the panic room was concealed. Maybe, said Helen. When the door of the panic room was opened, a pocket of gas came out. Not enough to trouble Mrs. Ekman, but just enough to affect the cat. There you are, Gil, said Gisela. I think Helen just solved your felinicide. Hey, I thought you were supposed to be on my side, I told Helen. I am, she said. But it just occurred to me. Maybe, unbeknown to Mrs. Ekman, the cat followed her into the panic room, took a deep breath of the gas, came outside again, and died. All right, said Gisela. Let's try to keep the speculation to a minimum, folks. Gil, you said there was a third case that caught Bishop Coogan's eye? Why don't you tell us about that? Willard Davidoff was professor of human evolutionary biology at Yale University, vice president of the American Humanist Association, a celebrated author and a well-known atheist. In 2009, he was listed by Time magazine as one of the 100 most influential people in the world. Just before Christmas last year, Davidoff gave a lecture at the Boston Public Library. His subject was the evolution of superstition and religion, and he argued that today's religions are not a matter of divine revelation, but of natural selection, in that only the fittest religions have survived by virtue of their fitness, which he defines as their willingness to exterminate other religions. That must have gone down well in Boston, said Gisela. I grinned. Actually, the lecture was a sellout. Afterwards, there was a party to which all of Boston's Brahmins were invited. Before it ended, his publisher reported seeing Davidoff on one of the upper floors talking to himself. She spoke to him, and he ignored her. He was known to be an irascible character, so she was used to this and left him alone. No one saw him after that, and it was assumed he had gone back to his room at the Four Seasons Hotel. It's a 10-minute walk. You could do it with your eyes closed. But the following morning, a dog walker found Davidoff's body in Olmsted Park, which is an hour's walk in the opposite direction. He was still wearing his Rolex and carrying a wallet with $300 in it, so it was clear he hadn't been mugged. His neck was broken, and he appeared to have fallen out of a tree. His clothes were heavily stained with tree moss, and there was bark underneath his fingernails. Was he drunk? Asked Gisela. They found about a bottle of red wine in his system, I said. That would sure make me drunk, admitted Helen. The question is, I continued, was it the bottle of red that Davidoff drank in the Boston Public Library that persuaded him to walk 3 miles in the wrong direction on a cold night and then to climb a tree? Or was it something else? Someone on Huntington Avenue said they thought they saw a man answering Davidoff's description running in the direction of the park at about 10:15 that night, and a nurse at a nearby hospital claimed she saw what could have been Davidoff almost getting knocked down by a city cab. So what did the BPD have to say about it? He came out of the library and walked in the wrong direction. When Davidoff realized he was lost, he chased after a cab, got lost some more, and found himself in Olmsted Park, where he met an accidental death. They picked the obvious explanation because the most obvious explanation is usually the correct one, which is that Willard Davidoff climbed a tree when he was drunk and became one of 15,000 Americans who died from falls last year. Gisela tapped her pen impatiently on her notepad. And I can't honestly say that I disagree with that. Come on, boss, I said. This is a Yale professor, not some kid from the Skull and Bones. On a cold winter night in Boston, is climbing trees the normal behavior for an internationally famous 65-year-old evolutionary biologist? You know, it might be, said Gisela. He was climbing a tree, looking for some rare beetle or a piece of fucking tree bark, but it's what biologists do, Gil. On the other hand, perhaps the tree afforded him an excellent view through an attractive young woman's bathroom window. That's biology, too. Don't you think all of this is too much of a coincidence? Each one of these guys seems like he was afraid of something. 3 of them end up prematurely dead and within 6 months of each other. It's who and what they are that gives me an itch here, and I'm not the only one who wants to scratch it, boss. It was Bishop Eamon Coogan who put me onto this, remember? Need I remind you of something you should have learned at Quantico, Agent Martins? That was me bitch-slapped. Any mention of what I should have learned at the academy always left me feeling like I was never going to make ASAC. Gil, I flip a coin 10 times and it comes up heads all 10 of them. Do I whisper conspiracy? Or do I shrug it off as a coincidence? We're the Federal Bureau of Investigation, not the foolish Bureau of Ingeniousness. Your request for a case file is an investigator's Oscar Wilde line. 1's unfortunate, 2 is careless, and 3 is Title 18. Title 18 of the U.S. Code, Section 351, is what empowers the special agents and officials of the FBI to investigate violations of federal statutes. Helen, what do you think? Helen shifted uncomfortably on her chair and crossed her long legs, as if that might afford her some time to come down on one side of the argument or the other. I already knew Helen was in favor of further investigation. The question was, would she fold in the face of Gisella's ace? Gisella was the boss. "What you said about coincidence makes sense," said Helen. "But sometimes it seems to me that life shows us what we need to know. Before I came into this room, Gil had me convinced there might be a real fire at the end of this smoke trail. Now I'm not so sure. On the other hand, if it was me, I'd probably trust his instincts, for a while at least, maybe a week or two, just to see what his nose turns up. Couldn't do any harm. Might even do him some good." Gisella looked at Anne. "What do you think?" "I get a nose for things too," said Anne. "I like patterns. I believe in them. I see connections where there are no connections. I hear what you say, boss, but I have an idea that there will come a time, not too long from now, when computers will make the idea of coincidence and randomness seem obsolete, and we'll see things for what they really are. Coincidence will seem logical." Helen and Anne were right, of course, but so was Gisella. I made it 3-1 in favor of further investigation, although Gisella's 1 was more than 3, of course. I could tell she was a little disappointed that the sorority had sided with me, but that's how it is, and maybe Anne and Helen had just had more time to think about the case than Gisella had. "I have to justify this to Chuck, and I don't want him making me look like some breastfed dancing around her handbags," said Gisella. "Gil Martins is not the guy wearing a new set of balls here. I am, and I want to keep them for a while. If I do decide to greenlight a domestic terrorism inquiry, what's your next step, Gil?" "Swoop down for a closer look. Helen and I would go to Washington, Boston, and New York. See if we can't dig up more on those 3 deaths than the local police. Hope that the lab guys find something on Osborne's computer. And pray that we get a lead, I guess. Or maybe another victim. If someone is behind this, I doubt they'll be satisfied with 3 deaths and 1 case of acute catatonia. Either way, I figure we can chase down all the facts in a couple of weeks. As it happens, I think you can spare me. Army CID's got an informer alongside Johnny Sack Brown, and they're keeping us up to speed with the Hidden Group's plans to acquire a switchblade system. Chicago FBI's chasing up a lead on those 2 ELF fugitives." Gisella nodded. "Okay," she said. "That's all for now, folks. I'll think about what you've all said and let you know my decision when I've made one." Chapter 8. A week later, with nothing to show but a handful of expense receipts and inconclusive field reports, my swoop felt more like a belly flop. We'd struck out in Washington and in New York, and now that we were in Boston, it looked as if we were going to strike out there too. The only consolation was that we were staying with my mom and dad at their large South End house, a 10-minute car ride from the Boston FBI in the city's North End district, where we endured the silent mockery of our colleagues. Cops and feds have the hardest eyes in the world. Every time I looked at one of these guys, I knew they were thinking the same thing. "You flew up from Houston to investigate the death of a guy who fell out of a fucking tree?" We didn't find anything of interest in the police report at headquarters on Tremont Street, and we didn't find much at the scene of Willard Davidoff's death in Homestead Park. Except perhaps the tree itself. "That's a 50-foot sycamore," said Helen. "I wouldn't try to climb that tree on a summer's day, and I'm someone who likes climbing." "You do?" "Sure. I go bouldering sometimes at the Texas Rock Gym on Campbell Road." "Bouldering? It's climbing without a rope." "That sounds like a description of my career in the Bureau. It can be pretty exhilarating, if that's what you mean." "Sure. Until you fall." "And you think that's what happened here? To you? With this investigation?" "I'm still in the air, perhaps, but the outcome of that already looks clear enough. We learn from our mistakes. Isn't that what they teach us at the academy?" I shrugged. "I always liked this park. Ever bring any girls here?" "Just you." "My lucky day, I guess." "Not so far." I looked back at the tree. "This is the right tree, yeah? Helen turned and looked at the Boston Police Department cruiser parked on Jamaica Way. That's what they said. They found tiny pieces of tree bark and moss on his clothes, and bits of his skin on that branch. I shook my head. Yes. But how the fuck did he climb a tree like this? Helen took off her jacket and handed it to me. Only one way to find out. You test a theory with an experiment. That's scientific method. Galileo. Yeah, well, be careful, Helen. Galileo discovered gravity. Just make sure you don't discover it too. Actually, you're wrong. Helen took hold of the tree trunk and looked up for a handhold. Galileo proposed that different bodies would fall with a uniform acceleration. Same kind of shit. The point is that between Galileo and Aristotle, there were just a lot of guys with theories they never bothered to test. I knew there was a reason I never brought any girls to this park. Helen jumped up, caught a branch, and pulled herself up with one arm and then two. Instinctively, I went to help her. Don't touch me, she said sharply. Sorry. I snatched my hands and clasped them penitently behind my back. I meant, I have to do this on my own like he did, otherwise there's no point. She swung her legs up and hooked the branch she was holding with her calves. Yes, of course. Stupid of me. She let go of the branch with one hand and pulled her skirt up around her waist, affording me a spectacular view of her underwear. This park is sure looking up, I said. I can see that you are. Helen took hold of the branch again and wrestled her way around until she was sitting on top of it. I'm just assisting in a scientific experiment, I said. And what's the conclusion, Galileo? You're a good-looking woman. From where you're standing. True. How old are you, Helen? 27. Why? Willard Davidoff was twice that age and more. If he climbed this tree, I'm George Washington. That was a cherry tree. Helen swung down, dropped onto the grass, and then pulled her skirt over her tan thighs. Smatter. Never seen a pair of panties before? Sure. You'll find my DNA on most of the lingerie shop windows in Houston. Right. Who needs sniffer dogs with you around, huh? It wasn't my nose I was pressing up against the glass, I said. Well, that's all right then. I sure wouldn't like you to get the wrong impression about me, Helen. No, everything's quite clear to me now, Agent Martins. I'm beginning to understand your wife. I wish I had your capacity for understanding. I don't mind telling you, Helen, I'm having a tough time figuring out how the BPD could have ever confused a 65-year-old science professor with Indiana Jones. Helen inspected her hands for a moment before spitting on them and then rubbing them on a handkerchief I handed to her. I never did like science very much, I said. Too intellectually demanding for you, I suppose? I grinned. You're not supposed to talk to me like that. I'm your supervisor. That's what makes it such fun. Let's get out of here before you say something you'll regret. We walked back to the rental car we left parked behind the BPD cruiser. The two gumps, praying into their styrofoam coffee cups, regarded us with obvious amusement. They were both Irish Riviera, overfed shiesties from some shit suburb of the town with breath like a sour mash. Fucking guy fell out of a tree, I guess, I said. Oh, light dawns on Marblehead. Both of the cops laughed, but that was okay. Other cops have to have their laughs. Maybe cops most of all. I had good reasons for not wanting to eat at home. For one thing, my monosyllabic answers about Ruth and Danny had been noted by my mom and dad, and I hardly wanted to expand on our trial separation, which was how Ruth's lawyer had described it. To do that, I might have had to mention my own infidelity and Ruth's religious fanaticism. This was still a touchy subject with my father. I didn't want to upset my parents. They seemed so much older and more decrepit than I remembered. But Helen wouldn't hear of it. Besides, she was more interested in my parents' home than in food. From the outside, at least, it was like any other townhouse in that part of Boston. Tall, with bay windows, a stoop, and climbing ivy that was no good for the red brickwork, not that my father cared much about that. On the inside, however, they had made the place look like a real home from home, which is to say, it was an exact facsimile of the house we had lived in back in Glasgow. There were stained glass skylights, soft tartan furnishings, a lot of solid Victorian mahogany furniture, and on the walls several dull Scottish landscapes and several portraits of unforgiving, stone-faced ancestors and relations, including my father's brother, Bill. Not long after leaving Scotland to live in Boston, I was 14. My father gave me some advice that I've always tried to stick to. Be slow to take offense, Giles. Learn how to be tolerant, and how to live and let live. Remember this: intolerance, bigotry, bearing a grudge, these are all the things we're leaving behind. This was rare advice from my dad. He wasn't ever one for telling people what to do. In consequence, I'm difficult to provoke, which from the Christian POV of turning the other cheek is good, I suppose. But it also made a few people believe that I didn't care about anything very much. So everyone was surprised when I joined the Bureau. Nobody was more surprised than my dad. No one was prouder of me either. And he never seems to tire of telling me so. America has been good to our family, Giles. He would say in an accent that, even after 30 years, still sounds as if he lives in one of the nicer parts of Glasgow. I'm very glad that you've chosen to pay her back. Looking back at things now, I understand there was a lot more to the advice he gave me as an adolescent than just the desire to stop me from turning out like a lot of my countrymen. More importantly, he didn't want me becoming like my Uncle Bill. By now, Uncle Bill must be 76 years old, and I haven't seen him since we left Scotland in 1990. I'm almost certain my father hasn't either. You see, my Uncle Bill went mad, and is still confined to an asylum somewhere in Scotland. One time, not long before my family left Scotland, he came back in tears from a visit with Bill, swearing he would never go again. My own memories of Bill are as vivid as if I had seen him yesterday. For almost 10 years he was a doting uncle, but he gradually became a frightening person for anyone to meet, even his nephews and nieces. I remember the furious but entirely silent arguments Bill had with people who simply weren't there. There's a proper psychiatric term for what was wrong with Uncle Bill, but my dad says that it was just a case of someone having an abnormally heightened sensitivity to the disappointments of everyday life. That's an easy situation to find yourself in if you happen to live in Scotland. Once, I asked Dad who it was that Bill believed he was arguing with, and Dad told me he thought it was probably one of his other personalities. Another time, Dad said he thought it might be God or the devil, and when I asked which he thought was more likely, Dad just shrugged and said, "It's all the same thing." That was before my dad announced his own atheism, but all the same, you could see the writing on the wall even then. In retrospect, it seems to me that Bill's madness dates more or less from the moment of my confirmation, or my non-confirmation, depending on the way you look at it. After all, spitting out the host and wiping the holy oil off my forehead is not exactly the behavior of a devout Roman Catholic. Even Bishop Coogan didn't know about that. For a long time afterward, I told my young self that God had punished me for my precocious act of blasphemy. He knew very well how fond I was of Bill, by punishing poor Bill with madness. Even today, it's no more or less persuasive a piece of reasoning for someone's madness than a lot of others you'll hear in any church. Sometimes, these things run in families. My cell shifted on the dinner table, as if an earthquake was in progress, startling my parents. "Hello? This is Special Agent Gil Martins?" "This is Cynthia Ekman." The voice was a little breathy, but sexy and English with a hint of American, like whiskey with a splash of ginger ale, the way my mom and dad always drank it. "Peter Ekman's wife," she explained. Widow. Mrs. Ekman, I'm sorry we missed you when we were in New York. I stood up and moved away from the dinner table, beckoning Helen to follow and at the same time touching the speakerphone icon on the screen of my bureau BlackBerry so that she might listen in. My son was graduating from Oxford University and I went over to England for the ceremony. But I'm back in New York now. My colleague, Agent Helen Monaco, is here with me and listening in to this conversation. It'll save me describing it to her afterward. We're in Boston right now. I'm very sorry for your loss, Mrs. Ekman. Both Agent Martins and I have read a lot of your late husband's writing, which we greatly admired. Helen and I were at a window overlooking Worcester Square. In the little tree-lined park below, the moon was reflected in the surface of the water underneath a fountain dominated by an ugly group of crudely realized figures that is supposed to be two Boston ladies out for a walk with their pain-in-the-ass children. I saw your husband debate the former Archbishop of Canterbury in Washington once, I said. You might say he helped to turn me off the church. Mrs. Ekman sighed. Then I'm sorry for your loss, Agent Martins. In the face of my late husband's militant atheism, I managed to retain my own religious faith. To have been married for 10 years to a man like Peter and still call myself a practicing Muslim, well, that took some doing. Look, the reason I'm calling is that there was something not quite right about what happened to Peter. He didn't die accidentally the way they said he did. I'm sure of it. And I assume that you yourselves might have some doubts too. What makes you think that the police might have been wrong? I found a journal he was keeping up until he died. A secret journal I didn't know about. Having read it, I'm sure there was more to his death than met the eye. Have you told the police about this journal? No. May I ask why not? Cynthia Ekman sighed. My husband was having an affair, and I don't trust the police not to show the diary to someone in the press. When Peter died, there were several stories in the New York Post that could have only come from the police. News Corporation and Peter had a feud that went back years. And now that he's gone, they'd love to smear his memory with some shit like this. The diary is principally about his affair, but from time to time he mentions something that makes me think he was scared. Really scared. Okay, I said. Do you want to send us the diary? I have to trust someone with this, but I can't yet bring myself to trust people I've never met. Perhaps if you came down to New York, we could meet, and I could read you extracts from the diary here. Chapter 9. Tarrytown is an affluent village in the New York County of Westchester and occupies one of those spacious coves that indent the eastern shore of the Hudson. Not far from this village and halfway toward the village of Sleepy Hollow was the quiet acre of land on which stood Cynthia Ekman's house. Surrounding the house was a small forest of flowering dogwood, cherry, pear trees, and in larger number, taller white pines. The tapping of a woodpecker was the only sound to break in upon the uniform tranquility. It seemed like a promisingly sequestered spot for a writer to take up residence, especially one with some hardcore urban enemies. In the early evening twilight, we approached the house in the Taurus we'd hired at LaGuardia. Do you feel it? That sort of drowsy, unreal feeling in the air? I grinned. You've been listening to that fucking guy behind the front desk of the Doubletree Hotel. According to him, this place is like one big Tim Burton movie and abounds with haunted spots, local tales, and morbid superstitions. You ask me, Helen, they trade off shit like this. Headless horsemen, witch doctors, things that go bump in the night. It's good for business, that's all. Brings in the tourists. You don't believe in the supernatural? Me? No. Not anymore. I don't believe in anything I can't shoot. Maybe that's because you've never shot anyone. After you've shot and killed someone, it becomes a whole lot easier to believe in all kinds of shit. That guy I shot on the boat? For a long time afterward, I had the weird idea that he was still around. I would start to hear music and voices in the air. The same music and voices I heard on the boat at the time the whole thing went down. And a couple of times, I even thought I saw him. like he was holding some witchy power over my mind. We caught sight of the house, and I steered the car down a long, winding gravel drive. It was an old 2-story wooden colonial with an exterior stair and a wooden deck that looked as if it afforded a fine view of the grounds and glimpses of the Hudson River. We got out of the car and walked up to the front of the house. And now? Do you think about him still? The Arab? No. That's the first time I've thought about him in ages, and certainly the first time I ever talked about him to anyone other than the head fed. The head fed, Dr. Sussman, was the psychiatrist to whom the Bureau assigned you after you'd shot someone, to make sure you weren't crying into your Starbucks about it. Well, I'm very glad you shared. I think it's important I know what you've been through and vice versa. What exactly have you been through, Martins, that wasn't wearing a split-tail skirt? We walked up the steps and knocked on the door. That was cruel. True, but cruel. The door opened, and a good-looking woman in her 40s was standing there. Very tall, with a thin frame, a face like an almond, a neck as long as the Horn of Africa, and skin the color of unpolished copper. She looked like a model. She was wearing a red blazer, gray slacks, leopard print kitten heels, a white shirt, and a silk scarf. She greeted us warmly, and ushering us inside, led us into a double-height sitting room that had more books on the shelves than a room in Architectural Digest. Helen and I sat at opposite ends of a long couch, while Mrs. Ekman moved a book off the chair where she had been sitting. Choosing the edge to perch on, she faced us demurely with hands clasped in front of one knee. The lamplight, bright on the glass of some framed movie posters, and even brighter in the diamond studs in Mrs. Ekman's earlobes, glinted on Helen's glasses as she looked one way and then the other before glancing up at the gallery, as if to remind herself that this was where the panic room in which Ekman had died was located. "You've been here before, of course," said the widow, watching Helen carefully. "Yes," said Helen. "The last time we were here, your housekeeper let us in to take a look around. So you'll already know that's where he died. Up there." Both of us nodded. The CSI pictures of Ekman's dead body were still in the file in my briefcase, but more unpleasantly, they were also lodged inside my head. I've seen quite a few dead bodies in my brief career with the FBI. A lot of the time, the bodies are fucked up and in poor condition. Ekman's hadn't had a mark on it, but there was something about the body that profoundly disturbed me. Something grotesque about the dead man's face. When people are dead, they're dead, and usually that's all you can say about them. But this particular cadaver's face seemed to look at you in a very concentrated sort of way. It sounds absurd, but it was as if the face contained something more than just the story of one death. It was almost as if it had something to say about the nature of all death, a truth perhaps about the nature of eternity and our place in it. That all sounds pretty weird, I guess, and it is. But I sincerely hoped that Mrs. Ekman had never seen the pictures of her husband's dead body. "Would you like something to drink?" she asked. "I have some wine open." "No thanks," I said. Mrs. Ekman was already on her feet again and helping herself from a bottle of white wine that was open on the sideboard. "I never used to drink wine," she said. "Probably I wouldn't have started if Peter hadn't drunk so much of it. I used to finish a bottle just to stop him from finishing it, you know?" Bearing a glass of golden liquid, she came back to her chair and sat down, this time more comfortably than before. "My husband wasn't exactly a fan of the FBI. Under the Freedom of Information Act, he managed to get a copy of the file you had on him. He wrote to your FOI request record section somewhere in Virginia, obtained the file, and then wrote an article about it on his blog." I nodded. "You've seen Peter's FBI file?" "I've looked at it, yes. But just recently and only because he's dead. The Bureau tends to keep files on foreign nationals, people who've signed a political petition, previously been a member of the Communist Party, or who've hung out with a foreign dictator." Peter qualified on all 4 counts. Mrs. Ekman took a large sip of white wine, frowned, and then answered her own question. "Of course. He wrote a book about Hugo Chavez, didn't he? Another mistaken judgment on Peter's part. He always thought the best of politicians until, inevitably, they let him down just like the rest of us. Only Peter always took that kind of thing very personally. She smiled. But don't get me wrong. He was very proud of that FBI file. He loved talking about it at smart dinner parties. He thought it made him seem edgy and subversive, even though he wasn't like that at all. In a lot of ways, Peter was very conservative, as I'm sure you know if you've read some of his stuff. Yes, I do know. But it's not us he was afraid of. It was someone else, you think? He was definitely afraid of something. She shivered a little and, collecting a cashmere shawl off the arm of her chair, wrapped it around her shoulders. Sometimes this place gets a bit lonely and one starts to imagine things. We used to joke about it, Peter and I. The Sleepy Hollow Syndrome, we called it. It's a lot easier to joke about that sort of thing when you don't live on your own. Are you afraid of something now, ma'am? She shrugged. Your husband dies. Sometimes you forget he's not here. You imagine he's in the kitchen, or in his study, like he always was. Or sometimes you imagine other stuff. Cynthia Ekman shook her head. It's an old house. Sometimes it creaks a bit, that's all. I'm sure that there's no one who has it in for me the way they might have had it in for him. Not anymore, anyway. It's been a long time since anyone threatened me. At least 5 years. We didn't know about that, said Helen. I'm sorry. I'm afraid that all of our attention has been on your husband's death. I'm originally from Somalia, said Mrs. Ekman. I was born there and then sought political asylum in England to avoid an arranged marriage before coming to work in the States as a translator at the United Nations. Then I wrote a book about the treatment of women in Islamic society called Among the Odalisques, Breaking Out of the Seraglio. I read that, said Helen. You're Cynthia Shermarke? Yes. I enjoyed that book, said Helen. It was a bestseller, wasn't it? Yes, it was. Only the book earned me a lot of criticism in Saudi and Egypt. Some of it quite violent, really. I had more than a few death threats. These days, that's par for the course when you write something people disagree with. After I'd written the book, I met Peter. We married and came to live out here. The panic room was originally supposed to be for my benefit. Little did we think that it would be him who'd feel he needed it. Perhaps you'd care to elaborate, said Helen. Mrs. Ekman smiled, and it seemed that Helen, at least, had won her confidence. Yes, she said. Perhaps I should. Mrs. Ekman put down her glass and got up to fetch a laptop off a desk in the window. She brought it back to her chair and opened it up on her knees. While we waited for it to start up, I glanced around the room. A number of handsome cigar boxes occupied pride of place in alcoves like the tombs of unknown French generals. I knew they were cigar boxes because on top of each one there was a cigar cutter. A crystal ashtray the size of a hubcap was on the coffee table next to a granite table lighter that looked as if it had probably been cracked off a meteorite. And there was an oxygen cylinder with a line and a breathing mask to remind me that Peter Ekman had suffered from smoking-related emphysema. He kept a journal on this laptop, explained Mrs. Ekman as she typed some more. It was protected by a secret password, except that the password wasn't so very secret. It was written down in a little notebook where he kept a record of all his passwords. Peter was very careless about that kind of thing. Mrs. Ekman smiled a patient sort of smile, and for a moment I had an insight into the kind of relationship they'd enjoyed. Him, frequently drunk and disorganized, but fun with it, probably. And her, resourceful and tough, even a little steely, and often exasperated by her brilliant husband, but obviously charmed by him too. At least she had been until she found out about the affair, I imagined. I've highlighted the key passages for you, but for present purposes it might be better if I just read them out loud. I still haven't decided if I'm going to hand this laptop over to you. I shrugged. You could just give us a copy on a thumb drive. I have one right here. Look, You'll probably understand what I mean when I start reading, all right? And perhaps it would be best if you saved any questions until I've finished. I nodded. Sure. Whatever makes you feel more comfortable, ma'am. She shook her head bitterly. Oh, believe me, Agent Martins, there's really nothing I find at all comfortable about any of this. And would you say Cynthia or Mrs. Ekman instead of ma'am? It feels condescending, like you're trying awfully hard to be patient with me. I'd appreciate that, thank you. As Mrs. Ekman glanced down at the screen, I caught Helen's eye and tried to contain the desire I had to pull a face in her direction. My leash had been snapped, hard, and I was still gagging a little and flexing my neck like a corrected mutt. There's so much email I get now, read Mrs. Ekman, that at times it feels like a modern variant of the proverbial Chinese curse, may all your messages find you. It's like the opposite of a diaspora. If 1,000 roads lead forever to Rome, then I'm equally sure that 1,000 emails a week seem to lead to me. These days I am resigned to receiving UBE, unsolicited bulk email, UCE, unsolicited commercial email, or just plain spam from so-called zombie networks that are located all over the world. Routinely, I am promised millions of dollars if only I will send my bank details to some illiterate Nigerian fisherman, for so these spammers are sometimes called, or I am offered some equally improbable means of making my male parts much larger than they are at present. I have grown used to this kind of junk mail, much as I have grown used to having grey pubic hair, or supplements in the sections of the Sunday New York Times. Sadly, I am even used to threatening emails. In my line of work, they are an occupational hazard, and nearly always these are the usual noscent missives about how I have mightily offended the GOP, or Islam, or God, and how he will soon punish me with death. But lately I have been receiving email threats which are very different from the ones I normally receive. Not in their content. No, the content stays the same. God just hates my guts. But rather, in the way they seem to behave when they arrive in the inbox of my computer. Now, I am not a technical person. One of the smaller paradoxes of my life is that I spend so much time using a computer and yet understand nothing at all of how one works. Of course, I have become used to this level of quotidian ignorance, and like most people who own a laptop computer, I can live with it. Or at least, I thought I could. Cynthia Ekman read aloud from the on-screen journal with an obvious pride in her late husband's slightly pompous prose. I hadn't the least fucking clue what noscent meant, and I was someone who'd been to law school. No, what I find perplexing, she said, continuing to read, is that I am quite unable to find any one of these emails on my computer. Let's call them the Mr. Phelps emails, for they seem programmed to self-destruct just as soon as they have been read, almost in the manner of the taped message that used to precede the titles in the 60s television show Mission Impossible. Jim Phelps, the stone-faced leader of the MI force of con men and safecrackers, would play a cassette tape that would then dissolve in a cloud of smoke, as if a hidden vial of acid had erased the secret message forever. It was always the best moment in the entire show, if only because it was always the easiest part to understand. These emails are not viruses, but they seem to have the very opposite effect to the idea of computer malware, which is to run in secret without being shut down or deleted by the user or administrator of the computer system. Trojans, for example. No. My Mr. Phelps emails arrive in my inbox and stay there only until the moment I have read them, or until they have remained unread in my inbox for a set number of hours. Indeed, as an experiment, I left a couple of these emails unread, and both of them had disappeared like snow within 24 hours. So far, there have been at least a dozen of these Mr. Phelps emails. Naturally, they are anonymous. The words vary, but the content is essentially the same. The emails are short jeremiads of sustained invective that denounce me and prophesy my imminent death. At first, I ignored them, and yet their curious behavior led me to decide that I should share their existence with someone. Obviously, this couldn't be Cynthia. It's an isolated spot where we live, on the edge of Tarrytown, and when I travel to Washington to see Adele, Cynthia is alone out here. It would not be good for her state of mind to believe that once again her life or mine was under threat. And since Adele knows everything about computers, She is a recent graduate of MIT's EEEC and one of the resident chic geeks at work. Quite what she sees in me, I have no idea. I decided to tell her about them. Mrs. Ekman's voice seemed to falter a little at this, the first mention of her husband's lover, Adele, and thinking to pay her back for jerking my collar so violently earlier on, I cleared my throat and said, Adele, I assume this is the woman with whom your husband was romantically involved. He was fucking her. Had he been seeing her for very long? I really don't know. I've only just found out about it myself. From reading this journal, that is. I suspect she was just another little unpaid whore hackette looking to get on in the dwindling world of print journalism. But like I said before, Agent Martins, perhaps it would also be best if you saved any questions you might have until I finished reading. Oh, sure, I remember you saying that. But in the FBI, we're trained to think for ourselves and to ask questions when we see fit, not when we have someone's permission to do so. We're not as patient like that as people imagine we are. Do you know Adele's surname? No, I don't know it. But I imagine it wouldn't be too difficult to find out who she is. No, I guess not. Can I continue with this particular entry? She shot me a bitter little smile. Please. I've nearly finished it. There are 2 more after this one. Adele lives in a nice condo on 11th Avenue, just around the corner from the office. She was intrigued when... We were in bed at the time. I told her about the Mr. Phelps emails, and, her professional interest piqued, she insisted on me turning on my laptop so that she could take a look for herself. But naturally, there was nothing to see in my inbox, and I do believe she half thought I was imagining the whole thing. Sweetly, Adele offered to monitor my emails for me, in the hope of identifying one of the Mr. Phelps emails herself, but that would mean giving her my password, and as much as I'm fond of her, I don't quite trust her enough to let her through the front door of my life like this. Mrs. Ekman paused. That's the end of the first entry, she said. The first relevant entry, that is. She finished the glass of wine she'd been drinking and poured herself another. Interesting, said Helen. I haven't ever heard of self-destructing emails. Me neither, I confessed. Mrs. Ekman shrugged dismissively. If that's what they were, she said. Do you think they might have been something else? I asked. Well, I'm not a computer expert, she said, but it strikes me that Adele was. This little whore he was seeing, she knew about computers, right? If you're looking for who might be behind this whole thing, you could do worse than look at her. She could easily have had access to his laptop. Like I already told you, Peter wasn't exactly clever about keeping his password a secret. She could have installed something on Peter's computer without him knowing anything about it, something that could have erased emails selectively. Yes, I suppose that's possible, I said. But what's her motive for doing such a thing? Peter was famous, influential. There's no end of help he could have been to someone just starting out in the world of journalism, like her. So maybe she cooked the scheme up to scare him and put him in her power. It sounded like lunacy, but I nodded anyway, and so did Helen. Cynthia Ekman shrugged. Then again, if he had decided not to promote her career, then maybe she might have been bitter, and maybe she thought to teach him a lesson. I don't know. You've got more maybe there than Buddy Holly and the Crickets, Mrs. Ekman, I said. Was he scared? Asked Helen. By these Mr. Phelps emails? Perhaps the simplest answer to that question is just to read the next entries in the journal, said Mrs. Ekman. This first one was written on a Monday, exactly a week before he died. May I? I stifled a yawn. The Mr. Phelps emails were interesting, and I was looking forward to describing them to the lab guys at the office. But hearing Ekman's journal read aloud reminded me of what I'd always thought about the man, that he was a bit of a flosser, like a woman with a great badonkadonk who walks along the street and gives her shapely behind an extra wiggle just to drive some street corner homies crazy. Go right ahead, ma'am. More on my strange Mr. Phelps emails. In the beginning, these were just generally threatening, Almighty God has judged you and found you wanting, and you will soon die a horrible death at the hands of God's number one angel and be condemned to hell eternal. That kind of thing. But now it seems that I have a rendezvous with death at the end of the month, like a visit from the rent collector. My time allowed is just 7 days from now, which is good, I think, because at least after a week has elapsed and I'm still standing, then perhaps these emails will disappear for good. Adele thinks I should go to the police, but cops don't like it when you can't give them evidence. Adele herself has looked for some trace of these emails on my computer and come up with nothing, and I can't see the police being able to find out what she herself cannot. Of course, this latest twist, the prediction of my death, is just best practice for the people trying to scare me. Good close-up magicians make predictions based on choices they have already forced on their spectators. Just as in tribal societies, the witch doctor always lets his victim know well beforehand that he's going to be a victim. It's simple voodoo logic. Thankfully, I'm not all that gullible, and I've been threatened before. Nothing came of it the last time, and more than likely nothing will come of it this time. Perhaps the best defense against threats to one's own person is, quite simply, an assertive life. So with apologies to Sam Beckett, I must go on. I'll go on. Tuesday. Beset with uncertainty, and the curious sensation that I am not alone, especially when I am alone. Sin has gone back to London for a while to work on her new book, leaving me here, haunted by the most grotesque conceits. A couple of times these fancies found me touring the garden with a pistol in one hand and a flashlight in the other. Of course, I found nothing, not even a footprint. All the same, I think, I would have been quite relieved to have found an assassin hiding in the shrubbery instead of nothing at all, because it didn't quite feel like nothing at all. And that's the problem. I have an imagination like any other man, and it's easy to see a murderer or a demon in every shadowy corner, especially here in the faux creepy village of Sleepy Hollow. Even as I write this, the clock ticks on the mantelpiece with an uncanny loudness, marking every second between here and next Monday night, as if my life was nearing the end of its measured time. Ridiculous, I know. Things are not so bad in the daytime. But of course, the darkness brings one's imagination truly alive, sharpening the rest of the senses the way blindness is said to improve the hearing, so that every noise, every movement, every smell takes on a new and sinister meaning. Everything conspires to leave me feeling unsettled and out of joint in a place where I am normally so comfortable and at peace. Quite unnerved by my own company, this has never happened before, I called Adele and took the train into the city and had lunch with her at Michael's. There were lots of people I knew, and the atmosphere was so metropolitan and sensibly Gothamish that all thoughts of death threats were quite dispelled. Probably I've been drinking too much, and possibly the drink interferes with the steroids I've been taking for my emphysema, not to mention the Xanax I've been taking, and the Viagra, of course. After a delicious lunch, it was back to Adele's apartment for sex. Stayed the night. Oddly, the sex was brilliant, which makes me think that my problems aren't physiological but mental, and with my mind distracted, my body just reacted to her the way it's supposed to. Friday. Returned to Terrytown for the weekend, without a thought for Mr. Phelps and the threatening emails. My relaxed state of mind lasted only until about halfway through the train journey, when my car emptied at Irvington and I was left to finish the journey alone. What is that Hugh Mearns wrote? Last night I saw upon the stair a little man who wasn't there. He wasn't there again today. Oh, how I wish he'd go away. Well, it was like that walking home from the train station. I could have sworn I was followed, but every time I looked around to see who this was, the road was empty. A couple of times I stopped and found myself addressing thin air, challenging whoever was there to come forward and identify himself. But worst of all was that night. I switched out the light in my bedroom and distinctly heard the sound of someone else breathing. It might have been me, yes, but I don't think so. Anyway, that was the last time the light went off, and since then the entire house has stayed lit up like a Christmas tree. I guess this makes me an easy target for someone with a sniper's rifle, but I can't help myself. The fear of the less probable seems to override my fear of the more likely. 'Twas ever thus, perhaps, but to quote Horatio himself, what I have seen or perhaps not seen is wondrous strange. Sunday. Today, I know I heard something that wasn't there. Possibly saw it, too. In the garden. And then in the house. Half a dozen times I started to call the police and then stopped myself. They would only think I'm crazy. Of course, it's quite possible I'm going mad. Sin's always suggesting as much, and I can't say I blame her. That's half the reason she went to Europe, to get away from me. Of course, in Hamlet, everyone thinks the prince is mad, and it's a better play, of course, if we think that too. I always think that it's Shakespeare's play that informs the turn of the screw. There's not much difference between Hamlet and the governess. How does James himself put it? The strange and sinister embroidered on the very type of the normal and easy. Lately, that could be a description of my own everyday life. The strange and the sinister, and the normal and the easy. It's the juxtaposition of the two that makes for something really creepy. Saturday. I am thinking I will spend the night in the panic room. I am almost embarrassed to admit this. After all, it was for Sin's benefit that we had the panic room installed, not mine. I must be a wuss. I am a wuss. It's not Beckett. But it'll do. Mrs. Ekman paused for a long moment before she added, haltingly, and that was his last entry before he was found dead here in the panic room. Did you think your husband was crazy, Mrs. Ekman? Asked Helen. All husbands are crazy, she said. But a man would have to be fucking mad to remain single, don't you think? Considering what a wife is prepared to do for him. She shrugged. I really don't know, Agent Monaco. Helen. Did your husband take drugs? I asked. Recreational drugs? He used to take them. When I first knew him, he was addicted to cocaine. I'm just trying to establish if some of his paranoia was caused by drink, or by medication, perhaps. He suffered from emphysema, didn't he? What was he taking for that? Steroids, mostly. Xanax. That was for the anxiety caused by not being able to get his breath. Pure oxygen. You saw the nebulizer. Well, it can't have helped him mixing alcohol with those, can it? And whatever else he might have been taking? Viagra? Of course, emphysema means you don't get enough oxygen, which can cause hallucinations. But if one night you're alone and you finish the bottle on your own, then maybe you get a hold of your cylinder and you take too much pure oxygen, and because your lungs aren't working properly, then you can't breathe off the excess carbon dioxide that this quickly produces. Now that also causes hallucinations, doesn't it? I knew I was on safe ground here. One of my grandparents had died from smoking-related emphysema. Yes, what you say is certainly possible, admitted Mrs. Ekman. On the other hand, if you pay attention to the tone of that first journal entry, I think you'll agree that he seems quite rational. I do believe that the Mr. Phelps emails were quite real. She shook her head and closed the laptop. But if you think all that, Agent Martins, then it puzzles me what the heck you're doing here. It's our job to be skeptical, I said, until we see some evidence that proves otherwise. But that is what we're looking for here, despite what I've said just now. I was just playing devil's advocate. I can see now that having a copy of the journal on a flash drive wouldn't be ideal. So, if we may, we'd like to borrow your husband's computer and have the FBI's own computer forensic laboratory in Houston take a look at it and see if they can find anything on it that your husband's friend Adele could not. It'll be returned to you just as soon as possible, undamaged, and everything that's on it will be treated with complete respect and in confidence. What they'll do is make a complete mirror image copy of everything on the laptop's memory and on the hard drive, and then use that to work on. We can get it couriered back to you in a day or two. Mrs. Ekman hugged the laptop to her breast for a moment as if it had been Ekman himself. You'll never know it's even happened, said Helen. Our people are really careful. You can trust them. I give you my word on that. Mrs. Ekman seemed to think about it for another moment and nodded. I guess that'll be all right. She handed Helen the laptop. The password is Baliol. That's Ballliol. Helen put Peter Ekman's laptop in her briefcase. It was a Briggs & Riley, with more sleeves than a hippie's record collection. I have a question, said Mrs. Ekman. You guys are from the Houston FBI, right? Peter was never in Houston in his life, which can only mean you think there's some connection between what happened to him and something that happened in Texas, right? You still haven't explained how you people are involved in the first place. There's a possibility of a connection with another incident, I said vaguely. Only I'm not at liberty to comment on that right now. Mrs. Ekman shrugged. I guess we're used to that in this country. The FBI holding out on us. We're not holding out on you, Mrs. Ekman, insisted Helen, who disliked any implication that the FBI was anything like the CIA. It's just that we don't yet have anything concrete to tell you. I give you my word that just as soon as we do, I'll tell you about it. And you'll be sure to speak to this little bitch he was screwing, won't you? Just as soon as we're back in Manhattan, I said. We thanked Mrs. Ekman for her cooperation and then went out to the car. Dusk had turned the sky a fiery, almost hellish color, as if a volcano had erupted half a world away. As we drove away from the house, I told Helen that it was easy to see why Peter Ekman had had an affair. Oh, really? She said. Why is that? From what I've heard about Ekman, he was much too metropolitan for a place like this. I shrugged. Walden or Emerson, he wasn't. Helen nodded. It is kind of elemental, isn't it? Out here, it's easier to believe in the devil than in God. Sometimes I think God is just the devil, pretending to be nice. Chapter 10. The RCFL building at 13333 Northwest Freeway is a 5-story glass box that most resembles a widescreen TV positioned on a patch of grass that looks like a small concession to nature in an area dominated by anonymous buildings and noisy high-speed trucks and automobiles. It's just a 7-minute drive northwest from the Houston field office, but it might as well be 7 hours. If the atmosphere in the FBI building at North Justice Drive is loud, busy, and frequently combative, the atmosphere in the forensics lab is altogether more low-pitched and quiet, like a public library in a town full of illiterates. Most of the geeks employed by the RCFL pay little attention to looking as smart as us feds do. What would be the point? The only people they ever speak to are field agents like me, demanding, the analysts would say, the impossible, and you don't need to be wearing a tie and a pair of shiny shoes to go messing around inside someone's Dell. Through a door beyond a desk that could have fronted any regional field station, things quickly turned very different from the usual FBI office. There's a room full of wide shelves on which rest a couple of dozen large removal crates, each of them containing a computer or hard drive that was bagged in pink plastic by the investigating LEO, just in case something falls off or out. And beyond this reception area is a long, brightly lit floor given over to very private-looking workstations that are more like monastery cells in a Radio Shack, each of them the almost hermetic province of some CART or RCFL geek whose job it is to mirror image a suspect computer and identify a file document or digital image that can be used as evidence in a court of law. The workstations are wraparound workbenches with high shelves on which stand a variety of operating PCs and Macs, while under these benches are boxes of wires, leads, and flash drives that are the spatulas, scalpels, and tweezers of this less gruesome but no less vital forensic work. In truth, magna brushing F-powder onto a non-absorbent surface in search of latent prints already looks like last year's episode of CSI. These days, our most commonly left fingerprints are digital ones, whether it's a cell phone signal in a Speedy Mart during a robbery, or a Facebook page with a picture of the perp holding a Mac 10, a newspaper with a story about the robbery and some stolen bills. I shit you not. Ken Paris was the prince of the geeks at RCFL. A bureau man for 30 years, he was KMA, kiss my ass, which basically meant that while he was coming up on retirement, we still needed him a lot more than he needed us. But Ken loved his work. Just the week before, he'd been in court giving evidence against a 23-year-old man, Reese Conroe Jr. from Galveston, who had been distributing thousands of images of young boys being sodomized by a variety of adults. On Ken's evidence, Conroe had been convicted and sentenced to 220 months in federal prison, without parole. That was what made the job worthwhile for Ken. the idea that creeps like Conroe were out of circulation, and this was also why he was an advisor to Project Safe Childhood, a Department of Justice initiative launched back in 2006. Ken hated jackos and tot-bangers the way most of us hated roaches, and he was already on the internet trail of some of the sick bastards Conroe had been supplying with images. Ken was from Little Rock, which is why he sounded so very like Bill Clinton. If you closed your eyes, it was almost as if the ex-president was alongside you in the room. Ken even looked a little like him, too. In his late 50s, he was tall, with a huge head, small blue eyes, an easy smile, a tsunami of silver-gray hair, and a nose like a shapely woman's ass on a bar stool. He'd always been interested in computers, and until the mid-1980s, he worked for Apple. Then, disappointed by sales of the Macintosh, he turned down the opportunity to buy shares in the company and join the FBI. "I've always been lucky that way," he would joke. I found him at his desk attaching pictures of startling obscenity to an FD 302, a field document that would eventually be produced in court as evidence. "Hey, Gil. What's cooking?" he asked. Closing the lid on the laptop he had been working on, he shook his head. "The Conroe case, part 2. Seems we have some local elementary school teachers who were involved in this degenerate shit. As soon as a jury sees just one of these JPEGs, they'll convict. They always do. Just so they won't have to look at them anymore. Can you believe that? Fucking school teachers." "In my days, you gave them an apple, not your cherry." "You're here about Peter Ekman's computer, aren't you?" he said. "Good writer. Nicely argumentative, if a little wordy for my money." "Self-destructing email. How about it, Ken?" "I hadn't heard about it before." "So they do exist?" "Oh, sure. There are several companies offering this kind of business email service, which is really what it is, a service. Primarily, it's a way for a company to track emails it sends out invisibly, and to know if and when documents are opened and forwarded. A tracking report can contain a whole lot more than that, too. Date and time opened, approximate geographic location of the recipient, his IP address, URL clicks, how long the mail was read for, how many times the email was opened, how many computers it was read on. Almost everything except how big the recipient's dick is. And maybe a few years down the line, when we get more video email, we'll know that too. An SDE doesn't use spyware, malware, or a virus. It's not illegal, and it doesn't breach any privacy regulations." Wait. You forgot to put the cherry on my ice cream, Ken. This tape will self-destruct in 5 seconds. Good luck, Mr. Phelps. "I was coming to that. The emails are configured to delete themselves at a certain point. You can set the maximum number of times the message can be viewed, the amount of time that the message actually exists, or both. You can compose a message that will delete itself after the first time it's viewed, after 10 seconds, 1 minute, or 10 minutes, or after 1 view or 10 views. It's really up to the person composing the message to set the destruction criteria. And there's no sulfuric acid required. Mr. Phelps doesn't even have to look around to check that no one is looking." "But if you're a legitimate business, Ken, what the fuck?" "Actually, there are many perfectly good and entirely legal reasons why someone might like to use SDEs. How do you know that your personal information is safe on the mail recipient's PC? You send someone your CV, but you don't want them making free with your personal details if you don't get the job, shit like that. SDEs give you an extra level of security. With the ability to create and send self-destructing messages, your most personal correspondences can't ever end up in the wrong hands. And they can't remain in someone's inbox for 9 years like some of the emails on Ekman's computer. 9 years from now, 2 businesses that work well together now might be bitter rivals. And once a message is self-destructed, it's gone. Not even the person who wrote the message can retrieve the original." I shook my head. "But this wouldn't apply to you, Ken." "Well, your faith in me is very touching, but please notice I don't wear a white coat and a stethoscope. There's only so much medicine I can do with a flash drive and a USB cable." When a file is deleted, The file system puts a marker in the file management system to let the system know. But that wouldn't apply to the backup drive. And Ekman had a backup drive. Surely all you have to do is find the digital cavity where the binary data is hiding. What I gather from one of the SDE companies I spoke to is that someone subscribes to the SDE service, and when they want to send a self-destructing email, they send a link that looks like an email. The recipient would access the email via that link, at which point the tracking and destruction criteria set by the sender apply. The email never actually resides on the recipient's computer. Therefore, conventional forensics can't find it. I winced. You're sure about this? I looked through Ekman's Dropbox, his Microsoft Windows registry, and the Microsoft Outlook files. Inbox, deleted, unread, spam, junk email, AVG virus vault, unread mail, you name it, I looked at it. And while it's true there are some threats in the mail, these are old threats that go way back to 2005, Islamic stuff. And before that, to 2002, when he had some threats in the UK from animal rights extremists concerning favorable comments he'd made about people who wear fur. But nothing at all as recent as you suggested. I checked through the Hyber file. I checked Ekman's temporary application cached files. I checked all of the SDE companies I found on Google looking for a search string. I checked through the machine's unallocated space. I even looked in all his digital cavities. Nice phrase, by the way. I must remember that one. How many of these SDE companies did you find on Google? About a dozen. And Gil, those are just the legitimate ones. You can bet there are at least as many illegitimate outfits offering an SDE service for whatever reason. That's the thing about the internet. There's always more shit than Shinola. But you need a court order to inspect the database of the legitimate service providers, and even then there's no guarantee you'll actually find a damn thing. Best you can do is hope that you find yourself a likely suspect, impound his computer, and we get lucky, and find that he accessed the self-destructing email website either by viewing the index.dat file, which stores the internet history, or by web page remnants left behind in cache. I let out a sigh and sprang up off Ken Paris's chair, went to the grimy window, and looked out at the less than inspiring view. If John Ford's movies were to be believed, Texas was once a place of wide-open plains, red rivers, and relentless big sky. Maybe the sky was still the same, but the rest was now silent speeding cars, half-empty parking lots, and go-fuck-yourself office buildings, carrying on all manner of Houston local business. Auto sales, pipeline machinery, householder construction, real estate. Real estate. Shit. I was going to have to look for somewhere to live, and soon. Somewhere that wasn't home, where I could practice my heroic solitude, that seemed stereotypically Texan, at least. Like any other brick agent at the Bureau, I'd managed somehow to screw things up at home. Irrevocably, it seemed, if the last agonizing conversation with Ruth was anything to go by. I had been informed that I had 30 days to get out of the house in Driscoll Street before she changed the locks and dumped my stuff on the sidewalk. My wife, Ruth. She filed. Well, that's the Bureau for you. We always get our man. It's just our women who get away. He waved a finger at me as I left. Just don't let your kid get away, all right? Dear Danny, I'm writing this letter to you now to explain myself to you, since lately I haven't been able to speak to you very much. You're too young to read this right now, so I'm going to keep this letter until you are older. By the way, you'll notice that there's a postmark on the sealed envelope. That's just so you know that I really was thinking of you a lot when I wrote this, and that I'm not trying to pretend you were more important to me than perhaps you've grown up thinking you were. I don't know how old you are at this present moment, which makes this letter even more difficult to write, so forgive me if I just go ahead and try to speak to the man I think you will become. I am so proud of you, Danny, and I love you very much, and I've always wanted the best for you, son. So does your mom. We both want that. Until you have a son of your own, it's hard to know how wonderful it feels to be someone's parent, and what a sense of human mystery that provokes. By which I mean the question of how any of us are here at all. Frankly, I have no more idea now that I'm a man than I did when I was a boy. But inevitably, when I look at you, I see myself, and I often imagine my own dad looking at me in turn. It's only now that I'm your dad that I can really understand him the way I tried to do when I was his son. He was a good father, and while I've tried to be a better one, I'm not altogether sure that I've succeeded. I think that's true for a lot of guys. The fact is that it's both an honor and a great responsibility to be a father, and there are times when perhaps the responsibility weighs a lot more heavily than you might imagine. You want to pass on some hard-won wisdom and a wealth of good experience to your son, but sometimes you feel that all you're doing is giving orders and advice, and not much in the way of love. You have to learn a lot of stuff when you're a kid, but what no one ever tells you is how much more you have to learn when you're a parent. I guess you could say I've had to learn more being your dad than I ever had to learn being someone's son. Who'd have thought it? Frankly, being my dad's son was easy in comparison with how much more difficult it must have been to be my dad. I thought he had all the right answers, not all of which I agreed with. It's only now I realized he didn't have all the answers and how, in a good way, he was making it all up as he went along. I think all fathers do that. Life presents so many temptations and problems that there's just not enough time always to get things right. And the fact is, I don't have the answers, Danny. None of us has as many answers as perhaps we need. But I do recognize the questions. They're the same questions that I asked when I was a boy. They're probably the same questions that all sons ask their fathers. I guess what I'm saying here is that you're a lot more like me than perhaps you realize. Don't mistake what I'm telling you, Danny. I don't want to make you like me. You're not me, just as I wasn't my dad. Look how different we are. We're different, but he's always the one guy I know who's most like me. The one guy who loves me just as much as I love you. As I write this, your mom and I haven't been getting on too well lately, and we're living apart. None of that is your fault. It's my fault, and to a lesser extent, your mom's. I sincerely hope that we can patch things up between us and live together as a family again. But with each passing day, I fear the worst, that something is broken between us which can never be repaired. I won't go into the details right now except to say that no matter how much they might love each other, sometimes people find their beliefs and principles forcing them apart. I think I believe one thing and your mother believes something else. But the one thing we can agree on is you. We both want what's best for you. I promise to write again when I have time. But for now, that's all. I love you. Your loving father. Chapter 11. The following morning, checking through my voicemail, I found an urgent message from Andrew Newman, the medical director at UTHPC, asking me to call him at his office. Thanks for calling us back, Agent Martins. I appreciate it. I'm sorry to tell you that Philip Osborne died at 4:31 this morning. I have to say it came as a real surprise to us here at Harris County Psychiatric. We were pretty sure we had him stabilized, at least physically. It's too bad. I was a major fan of his writing. What was the cause of death? Cardiac infarction, followed by a massive pulmonary edema. It looks like his heart just stopped. I see. So, did you try to revive him? No. There are certain occasions when it's clear there would be little point in trying. I don't want to go into too many details, but I'm afraid this was one of those occasions. All right, sir. Can I ask you this? Would you say that his death was caused by the same mental trauma that put him in an acute state of catatonia? From the amount of adrenaline we found in his system, sure, that would be my own guess. But it's just a guess, you understand, Agent Martins. There will, of course, have to be an autopsy. When will that be? First thing tomorrow a.m., I should imagine. I was about to hang up the telephone when I realized that Newman was still on the line. It's probably nothing important, he continued, and in a way it's nothing unusual, but for a brief moment, just before he died, Mr. Osborne regained consciousness. According to the computer monitoring him and the nurse who was summoned by his patient alarm, he was conscious for almost 4 minutes. Did Osborne activate that alarm himself? No, it's automatic. His conscious state would have activated an alert on the duty night nurse's computer, which summoned her to his room. Not that she really needed it under the circumstances. What circumstances were they? He screamed, and kept on screaming like he was taking a dive off a tall building. That's what I've been told. The nurse was pretty spooked by it. Then again, it's not that unusual for people to scream in a psychiatric hospital. But perhaps it's a little unusual to scream for so damn long. According to the nurse, perhaps as long as 4 minutes. You mean he screamed for the entire time he was conscious again? Yes. I'd like to speak to the nurse if I may, Dr. Newman. What's her name? Nurse Kendall. But she'll have to call you. Her shift was supposed to end at midday, but she was sent home early. Oh? Why is that, sir? The screaming was followed by a massive pulmonary edema. I guess it shook her up a bit. What exactly is a pulmonary edema? Usually it's caused by heart failure. As the heart fails, pressure in the veins going through the lungs start to rise. And as the pressure in these blood vessels increases, fluid is pushed into the air spaces in the lungs, which interrupts the normal intake of oxygen in the lungs. He coughed up some blood. On to Nurse Kendall, who happened to be bent over his bed at the time. So she got some blood on her uniform. Isn't that what you might call an occupational hazard? Yes, but it's like this, Agent Martins. The guy coughed his guts all over the woman. She was covered in blood, like someone threw a beer glass full of it over her. It's possible there was some pre-existing cardiomyopathic condition, or lung ailment. I wouldn't be so sure about that, Dr. Newman. He wasn't a smoker, and he had kept himself reasonably fit. He was still only in his 40s, I believe. I thanked Newman and reminded him to have Nurse Kendall call me and to send me the result of the autopsy. I put the telephone down and stared at my computer for a moment before Googling pulmonary edema and Philip Osborne. The stuff about pulmonary edema was disquieting and persuaded me that sometimes the human body goes wrong in a spectacular way. The web images of Philip Osborne showed a man with a large, bushy beard and also without a beard, and looking progressively stronger and more buffed than when he had been in his 20s. The man had biceps like a stevedore, but they were not as big as the biceps of the other gay man he was sometimes pictured with. A very muscular-looking guy, also with a beard, holding Osborne's hand and both of them wearing the same white linen shirt and blue pinstripe pants. It looked like one of those beachside civil ceremonies that you read about in the celebrity magazines, and I wonder why there was no mention on the case file of this man, whose name was John Cabot. And so I Googled him too, and discovered they had indeed been civil partners and that Cabot had died of AIDS more than 5 years ago. There were also a couple of more recent pictures of Osborne shaking hands or sharing a joke with Bishop Coogan, and remembering that they had been friends, I thought to give him a call. Sorry, Eamon, but Philip Osborne died this morning. Thank you for telling me. I'll go over there and say a prayer for him. Since Osborne was admitted, they're quite used to seeing me at that hospital. Did they say how he died? The doctors say he had a cardiac arrest that occasioned a pulmonary edema. But whatever happened left an experienced night nurse feeling like she needed to go home. Look, I have to go now. There's a little local difficulty we're having here right now, which is why His Eminence is here with me now. Perhaps I might discuss that with you when I call you back? By all means, Bishop. I put down the telephone and then headed for the men's room to wash and sanitize my hands, while asking myself what the little local difficulty might be that required a federal agent to advise a bishop. Returning to my office a few minutes later, I met Jesus Gutierrez coming the other way. There were 5 bomb techs working in the Houston field office, and Gutierrez, the gut, was the most experienced, despite also being the youngest and least senior. He was wearing a blue field jacket, and since DT agents and bomb technicians often worked the same cases, I stopped and asked him if there was something going down I should know about. "It's probably nothing," he said, quietly shifting his bulk from one foot to the other like an impatient boxer. "But we got a call from the city of Pasadena police. Seems like someone found a suspicious object in the Armand Bayou Nature Center, and Mel and I have to go down there and check it out." Mel Karski was the Guts line supervisor. "It's a strange place for a suspicious object," I remarked. Gutierrez shook his head. "This job has J-Waft written on it in neon letters," he said. J-Waft was just a waste of fucking time, like most of the investigations that came the way of the FBI's bomb technicians. Every time the counterterrorism guys flushed out some raghead with a bomb in his sneakers or his underpants, the FBI bomb technicians were obliged to field more false alarms than a maternity hospital. "But surely the alternative is worse," I said. "You sound just like Mel. He's checking out the van before we go all the way down there. I don't know why they think this is BT shit. There's no package and there's no wires or panties on show. What do the Pasadena cops think I'm going to do with this thing? Kick it, maybe? Or try to make it fly again?" "Fly?" "They said the object looks like some kind of fucking model airplane. Hell, it probably is a model airplane. Like I'm an expert on fucking UFOs." "Is that how it arrived in the nature reserve? It flew there?" "Looks like, yeah. Lucky it landed in the wetlands, otherwise it might have started a fire." I went back to my desk. There was something about what the gut had said that troubled me. A moment passed before I realized that Vijay Prasad was hovering over my desk and that he'd asked me a question. Vijay worked in DCS-Net, the FBI's dedicated wiretap system. "What's that you said?" I asked. "I asked if I could have a word with you," he said. "In private." "Now? If that's okay." I stood up and grabbed my jacket and my cell phone. "That's cool." Still hardly listening, I started running down the hall. "But it'll have to wait." "Where are you going?" Vijay shouted after me. "The Armand Bayou Nature Center," I said. "In Pasadena." Mel Karski steered east off the Sam Houston Parkway and onto Genoa Red Bluff Road. The van was none too clean, with empty fast food bags and cigarette packs on the floor, and a piece of chewing gum stuck to the dashboard like a shiny gray limpet that had lost its shell. For a while, I rested my head on the passenger door window. At least I did until I realized that the bird shit on the outside of the window was actually on the inside. After that, I kept my hands in my pockets. "You should wash this van," I said. "It's like a petri dish in here." "Blends in nicely the way it is," said Gut. The land on either side of the highway was uniformly flat and arid, and apart from the odd McDonald's restaurant, gas station, trailer park, and rig hauling a tank full of milk or pesticide, or maybe both, it was mostly empty. There was the occasional church, too, of course. You never have to drive more than 5 miles in Texas before you find a place of worship. A few minutes later, we were heading off the main road into the ABNC, which is one of the largest urban wildlife refuges in the United States, and named after the river or bayou that runs into Galveston Bay. A white Pasadena police Ford Crown Vic was waiting for us at the visitor center, and 2 cops wearing black uniforms led the way on foot along one of the meandering trails to where the suspicious object had been found. The police force had missed their breakfast in order to wait for us, and they weren't feeling very gabby about anything very much, which suited me fine. It gave us a chance to enjoy the quiet and the sea breeze off the bay a mile or 2 to the east. It made a pleasant change from the heat and dust and in-your-face cacophony of the city. The ranger didn't say much either, although it's possible we might not have heard him on account of the sizable mustache that covered his whole mouth. Possibly it was this that scared a big white egret out of the tall grass that grew either side of the trail. As it took off and headed south across Clear Lake, it blotted out the sun for a moment. At the end of the trail, we climbed aboard a pontoon boat, which wasn't much more than a rectangular deck with handrails and a steering wheel on top of a couple of long floats. As the Rangers started the engine, something living sank silently under the emerald carpet of weeds that covered the surface of the water and moved slowly away with an almost indiscernible wake. On the other side of the bayou, the ranger nudged the bank with the square bow of the boat and let us step off onto dry land. He stayed on the pontoon, and the cops showed us to the clearing where the object had been found. One of the cops drew his pistol and looked around carefully. "They used this clearing to leave meat for the gators," said the other, "which is how they found it in the first place." "That's a comforting thought," said the gut. I wondered why the ranger stayed on the pontoon. It was about the size of a large dead egret and similarly colored. 2 feet long with a 4.5-foot wingspan. The tailspan was maybe 2/3 that width. The fuselage was long and cylindrical and unmarked and resembled nothing so much as a small cruise missile. Most of the ground underfoot was waterlogged, which probably explained why the object hadn't scorched the grass when it landed. "The hell is that?" said Mel, kneeling down beside the object. Carefully, he laid a hand on the metal fuselage and then quickly took it away again. "Hot. Most likely from the sun, though." He squinted at the rear end of the thing and made a noise. "Interesting. No sign of combustion back here. Looks like it might be electrically powered." He leaned over the front. "Jesus. There's a little camera in the nose." "It's called a switchblade," I said. "And it's the latest in high-tech battlefield wizardry. A miniature drone that you can take out of your backpack and deploy quicker than a grunt's fucking mess tin. You just fold out the wings like a picnic table and then use a miniature guidance system to fly it through someone's bathroom window. Assuming the Hajis have bathroom windows. The Pentagon calls this little toy plane their magic bullet." "Looks like one hell of a bullet," said the gut. "Sure gives some Big T a wake-up call." Big T was what people like the gut who'd served in Afghanistan called the Taliban. I shrugged. "This one must have been unarmed, otherwise it wouldn't have been found." "All the same," said Mel, "we'd best let the Army deal with it. This looks like one for the 2 hard box. Okay, gut?" The gut nodded. "I only fuck with that which I know of, and about this, I know fuck all. I'll call EOD at the Army base when we get back to the van." "Yeah, do that. Even so, I'd like to hang around and see how they do it, if you don't mind, boss. Just in case there's a window upgrade I don't know about." Mel nodded. "Sure, be my guest." He glanced up at the blue sky. "Question is, what the fuck is this thing doing all the way out here? With no targets, no Hajis, no bathroom windows. Just floating handbags." We had a report from Army CID of a group of terrorists, ex-military, called the Hidden, who were trying to get a hold of these weapons. "You mean they're Americans?" said Mel. I nodded. "That's right. Americans. The most dangerous fucking terrorists of them all. They're planning to use these weapons against the local Jewish community." "The Jews," said Mel Karski. "It's always us. And if we didn't have enough to deal with from Big T and the Reverend Al-Qaeda." "My guess is that this was a test flight," I said. "They could have sat in a Starbucks on Sylvan Beach while flying this bird around the whole of the Bay Area. Or maybe the vendor arranged a quiet little demonstration for one of the bad guys." I had my cell phone out and was about to dial a number. "Either way, it means I now have to telephone my ASAC to arrange a quiet little demonstration of how the FBI handles a 5-star crisis." "Oh, no you don't. Not here, Agent Martins. Not next to this fucking thing. Better switch it off right now." Mel turned toward the 2 cops. "You too, boys, just in case. Wouldn't want a detonation signal hitching a ride on our cell phones now, would we?" "Can that happen?" asked one of the cops, edging away from the switchblade. "Oh, yeah," said the gut. "Matter of fact, it happens all the time in Afghanistan and Iraq. More angels get made that way in coalition country than in Bedford fucking Falls." Chapter 12. I spoke to Gisela about the abandoned switchblade, and she agreed that we couldn't afford to wait on the Army CID informer they had working in the Hidden group to bring us up to speed with the terrorist plans. We had to assume that Hidden was now in possession of the weapon and that at any moment it might carry out an attack on the Congregation Beth Israel in North Braeswood Boulevard. It was a Thursday, and in less than 24 hours the synagogue would be full of people. It was imperative that we arrested the group as quickly as possible. At the same time, we knew the group was already heavily armed and, given its military background, it seemed reasonable to assume that the members were likely to put up a violent resistance, all of which suggested that we were going to need full tactical support. Hidden's leader, Johnny Sack Brown, lived in an apartment complex on South Gessner Road, on the southwest side of Houston. It's an area frequented by local gangs, the Cholos and the Broadway Sureños, especially at night when the south side starts to kick off. From the number of 5-point stars, black rosaries, and descending pitchforks I saw graffitied on some of the local buildings, I figured the Cholos were in the ascendant. Either that, or there were some militant Rosicrucians figuring to move in. Together with some HPD from the 17th District who knew the area well, we checked over the site on Google Earth and Google Maps and decided to park our vehicles in front of the Epiphany Episcopal Church, about 200 or 300 feet from the target building, and deploy from there. This church looked less like somewhere you'd have met Jesus or St. John the Divine, and more like an all-night place where you might get a prescription filled, or a hamburger. From the church, one team was going to approach the apartment complex from the north, 2 others from the south and the west. On Google Earth, the apartment complex constituted a couple of dozen concrete boxes, each with one small apartment on the first floor and another identical one on the floor above. Some of the little houses even had chimneys, although it was hard to see how these might have ever been of use in a city as warm as Houston. When the operation went down at 6 the following morning, these houses seemed no less unprepossessing. South Gessner Road is a 4-lane highway with all the charm of yesterday's doggy bag. Across the road is a U-Lockett self-storage building, and from the general look of the neighborhood, it was a useful facility to have in an area where none of the doors and locks gave the impression that they could have resisted an assault by a determined 2-year-old. Almost as soon as the doors of the bus opened, the team moved quickly into position, with everyone trying to keep their minds on the job at hand. But this wasn't easy. On average, the TAC team is called up maybe once or twice a month, and it was an unfortunate coincidence that I had called for a deployment on the morning that another probable victim of Houston's serial killer had been found in Memorial Park. This meant that several field agents were hauled off duty with violent crimes to come and serve in my TAC team operation, with the result that the latest murder investigation, headed by Harlan Caulfield, was immediately stretched to the limit. It made for a very difficult morning, and there were rumors of a stand-up row between Gisela and Harlan about which investigation took priority. Harlan was just trying it on for size, of course. Once a TAC team op has been called, that always assumes precedence. No one wants to risk an agent's life by deploying a half-strength squad. Not for a dead woman in a park. In any event, not even a single shot was fired. Johnny Sack Brown and his 2 friends offered no resistance, and they submitted to being arrested and driven to a holding cell at the Bureau field office as meekly as if they'd received gold-embossed invitations to go there from the governor of Texas himself. There was, however, no sign in the apartment of a switchblade, or any other weapons for that matter, not even a sidearm, and the TAC team went back to the office feeling less than elated. It was only when I searched Johnny Sack Brown's desk drawers and discovered a receipt from the U-Lockett self-storage facility that I guessed where the group were keeping their new toys. 10 minutes later, I was over the South Gessner Road with a couple of our newest brick agents and opening an outdoor storage unit with climate control and a roll-up door, and unpacking an arms cache that included not 1, but 6 switchblades. It was still early. I hadn't eaten breakfast yet, but I was too psyched to be hungry. I jumped in the car and was driving back to Justice Park Drive with the good news about the switchblades when my cell rang. It was Bishop Coogan. "I was at the hospital," he said, "to pray for Philip Osborne. I called you last night like you said I should, but you weren't answering your cell." "Sorry about that, sir," I said. "I meant to call you back, only we had something really important going down last night. I've seen a good many passings, you understand. It's not everyone who dies with the smile of the saints on his face." "Meaning what?" "To be frank with you, he didn't look at peace with the world. Sure, there's a great comfort to be had in a fellow's last prayer, you know. To die in the arms of the church, so to speak. And Osborne didn't have that. I hate to see a soul that's not at peace when it passes over. And he certainly wasn't that. You remember that when you pick up your next book by Richard Bloody Dawkins. Fair enough, Bishop. Look, you said there was something you wanted to speak to me about. A little local difficulty, you called it. That I did. I need some advice, Gil. Perhaps you could drop round to the house again sometime. Tomorrow, maybe. I'll be here most of the day. Sure. Come to think of it, I should take some time off. I need to see a real estate agent and look for somewhere to live, among a lot of other things. Are you two kids moving house? Ruth wants me out of her house, sir. And she wants a divorce, too. Why did she do that? I kept my virtues in one pocket and my vices in the other. I guess that was fine until she started going through my pockets and discovered I wasn't quite as virtuous as she imagined. I don't suppose there's any use in me offering to speak to her on your behalf. Hell no, I laughed. I think she dislikes Catholics as much as she hates heathens like me. You're no heathen, Gil. You might think you are now, but when you turn away from God, it's only a circle you're making, and before long that same circle will put you back in front of him. You see if I'm wrong. It was hard arguing these things with a bishop, even one as worldly as Eamon Coogan. My route back to the office took me onto the Southwest Freeway and then north up the 610. About halfway there, I saw blue and red lights and then two FBI Evidence Response Team trucks as they turned off the opposite carriageway onto North Post Oak Road and Woodway Drive. They were obviously headed for the serial killer's latest crime scene, and thinking I might loop around and follow them, I decided to make a right onto Memorial Drive. I placed the cherry on top of the car roof and put my foot down. It wasn't that I thought I could add anything important to the investigation, but I hadn't yet seen the killer's work at first hand, and after all, Harlan Caulfield had asked for my opinion once before, so I wanted to show him that I was still willing to help. Besides, I was still feeling a little guilty about stealing some of his men. The trucks were easy to spot as they came barreling east along the road, and I was quickly on their tail. They veered south onto North Picnic Lane and pulled up in front of 3 practice baseball diamonds, right next to a mobile command center, one of the big blue-gray motorhomes with a satellite dish on top that looks as if Tom Cruise might be resting inside between takes. Some cops were doing an excellent job of keeping a line of looky-loos at a distance. Already, there were several TV cameras set up to scavenge the scraps from the police and FBI tables to make the whole ghastly scene complete. You could almost smell the scent of a fresh kill in the air above their eager, bobbing heads. Trusting in my cherry, the cops waved me on through like I was someone who mattered, and I pulled up next to the MCC just as Harlan came out with an e-cigarette in his mouth. With no flame or combustion involved, e-cigarettes were about the only thing you could smoke in Memorial Park, or almost anywhere else for that matter. Harlan took a drag of his tobacco-free, smoke-free, smell-free cigarette. It was just harmless water vapor with a little nicotine mixed in so you could get the taste without offering the insult to the throat or to other people. I didn't mind offering an insult to anyone. I was right about St. Peter, wasn't I? What makes you say so, Martins? Come on, Harlan. Everyone in the office knows that's what the boys in violent crime have nicknamed your serial killer. I nodded at the news crews. Everyone except them, that is. That's one newspaper headline I never want to see, growled Harlan. So keep your mouth shut about that. I'd better have a word with my team. And stamp on someone's kiwi fruit very hard. Another victim who was on her way to collecting a halo? That she was, Harlan sighed. Caroline Romero founded the Robbie Center when her boy Robbie disappeared. He ran away from home when he was 12 and she's never seen him again. So she and her husband Manolo used some of their not inconsiderable fortune to found the center in order to try to prevent abductions and runaways, and to recover missing children. Since they started 15 years ago, they've helped find over 300 missing kids and reunite them with their parents. And if that isn't worth a damned halo, I don't know what is. He took a drag on the cigarette. She lived on Crestwood Drive, about a mile west of here. Nice house, nice people. She had other kids, but losing one isn't something you get over, I guess. She never did say anything bad to anybody. That's what all her neighbors say. How'd it happen? She was shot with a small caliber weapon, same as the others. Last night she went out jogging and she didn't come back. No one saw a fucking thing, of course. Leastways, not so far. Is it possible that your killer feels that he's on the side of the angels? Could it be the reason he's killing these people is that he actually thinks he's doing God's work? Harlan looked at his e-cigarette and shook his head. You're taking this atheism a little too far, aren't you? No, Harlan, listen. It makes complete logical sense when you think about it. That is, if you believe in heaven and in God's rewards for the righteous, the whole 9 yards. I mean, if heaven really is heaven, then maybe the killer believes he's just helping his victims to their rewards sooner rather than later. Maybe he thinks he's doing them a favor. Harlan frowned. That's the stupidest idea I ever heard. You're not a serial killer, Harlan. You don't think like a crazy person. But we both know lots of people who do think that heaven is a real place and can't wait to get there. Didn't those Muslim terrorists who flew those planes into the Twin Towers believe that they were going to find 72 virgins waiting for them in heaven? I never did see the attraction of virgins all that much. Harlan, maybe the killer thinks he's gathering these victims to the Lord, admitting them to heaven, bringing them to their reward, exactly like St. Peter. You are one sick bastard, Martins. Do you know that? He grinned and punched me gently on the shoulder. But frankly, that's the best theory I've heard in a long while. And as good as any other one I've heard since I started to work this fucking case. Just maybes is all it is, Harlan. Just maybes. Ain't you heard? Maybe is how we get this show on the road. Maybe. Uh-huh. You had breakfast? Nope. Good. Then let's go take a look at the scene. Carolyn Romero's murder brought St. Peter's death toll to 6 and had the effect of triggering the use of the Houston Field Office Crisis Management Operations Center, from where the resources of all local law enforcement agencies investigating the killings would in future be coordinated. The CMOC is a large windowless room on the second floor. It's like the Situation Room at the White House, only bigger and actually better equipped, with dozens of PC terminals and flat-screen TVs along the walls so that information is more easily obtained and, more importantly, shared among the 50 federal agents and cops that the CMOC can accommodate. No one likes to set up the CMOC when another operation is going down. The crisis manager running the CMOC wants to feel that he's got first call on all of the local bureau resources, which is why, when we met outside the elevator in the front hall, Doug Corbin thought to tap a nail in my ear. Doug Corbin had a personality that belonged in a tissue. He'd nailed my ear before and took more delight in doing it than he ought to have done. I could use a heads up, Agent Martins, he said, much too close for comfort, the next time you try to swat a fly with half the fucking CMOC team. Well, sir, it certainly didn't seem like it was just a fly at 6 o'clock this morning. Says who? You? You're just a line supervisor, Martins, not Bob Mueller. And I cleared it with my ASAC, sir, Gisela DeLillo. Why don't you take it up with her if you're unhappy about what happened? Is that supposed to reassure me that you know what you're fucking talking about? We had good intel that the suspects weren't the kind to give themselves up without a couple of dozen guns in their faces. Really? The gun cupboard was bare, is what I've just been told. You heard wrong. I've come straight from the lockup where my subject was keeping 6 mini-cruise missiles and enough guns and ammo to resupply the Alamo. And neither I nor Gisela knew that the CMOC was open for business when we called the op. You just make sure you speak to me before you even think of calling an op again. I don't like opening up a CMOC with just a couple of kids who are straight out of the academy and a secretary who stinks of fucking mothballs. I don't like waiting around for people to show up like it was the first day of school. And I sure as hell don't like you. Towards the end of this conversation, Vijay Prasad, the guy from DCSNet, appeared next to my shoulder. I let Corbin take the elevator by himself. The thought of inhaling his lousy breath was too much for me. I'd kind of hoped that VJ would get into the car alongside him, but he didn't. "You should take that up with the AA," he said. "You know I'm the chapter representative." The AA was the Agents Association. "Thanks, VJ. But I do believe I will forget all about this. I never did like kids who went crying to their mothers because someone called them fat." "All right." He paused. Gil, we need to talk. Urgently. Remember?" "Well, go ahead and talk, VJ. This is the FBI, not the locker room at the Houstonian Club." "Actually, no. We have to do this in private, I think. Would you mind if we found a meeting room and talked there?" I hesitated. "Like I say, it's urgent." "Okay, VJ, I hear you. But right now, I got something urgent of my own waiting for me in the interview room downstairs. Probable terrorist by the name of Johnny Sack Brown. He was planning to fire a guided missile through the window of a synagogue right here in Houston. So why don't I come and find you when I'm through with him?" "All right. Please do, Gil. Like I already said, it's kind of urgent." I let that one go. But I wanted to tell him that in the FBI, it's always fucking urgent. Johnny Sack Brown was a no-comment kind of guy with muscular folded arms and a rolled-up newspaper of a manner. With almost every question Gisela and I asked him over the course of the next 2 or 3 hours, he clenched the fist that was manacled to the table and then politely uttered his mantra of antipathy and estrangement. On his chest was a tattoo of startling obscenity featuring an old and presumably divine figure with a long beard and the sentiment, "God has a hard-on for Marines," while on one forearm was an American eagle clutching a banner on which was written, "Jesus Our Savior," with the letters USA in caps. These tats intrigued me, and for a moment I sought to turn the one-sided conversation away from the switchblades I'd found in the lockup on Gessner Road, in the hope that I might get Brown to talk about anything at all. I've often thought about getting a tat myself, only I can't seem to think of a sentiment that I like enough to endure the pain. Brown stared us both down like we were the ugliest dogs he'd ever seen. "I assume you wouldn't have those tats if you didn't believe in God. Is that right?" For once he did not reply no comment to a direct question, and thinking to press ahead with this line, I added, "No, I guess you can hardly say no comment about a question like that. Not without denying your religious faith. Although, of course, because of Miranda, a court can construe silence as a tacit denial. Perhaps you didn't know that. So I'm going to ask you again, sir. Are you a Christian, Mr. Brown?" After another long moment, he said, "I'm a Christian, Agent Martins. What of it?" "I sure didn't mean any disrespect to your faith. I used to be a Christian myself." "What are you now?" "Oh, I'm an atheist, sir." "Then it figures. Why you work for a godless institution like the FBI." "You know, I can't help wondering what God would have made of what you were planning to do. I can't figure out how your God can have a hard-on for Marines who were prepared to murder his chosen people." "God punishes his people when they do wrong. It's one thing to chase the money changers out of the temple. It's another thing altogether to fire a guided missile through the temple's fucking window." There was a cold steadiness about Brown I found daunting. He was hardly the fanatic I had imagined. He gave the impression of a man who had thought a great deal about what he had planned to do. And he didn't look in the least bit troubled by his situation. He was going to be a hard man to break. "I tell you what I don't understand," said Gisela. "What I don't understand is how someone as intelligent as you could plan to commit the mass murder of men, women, and children just because they were Jews. It just doesn't follow." "Isn't that for you to find out?" said Brown. "You and your shrinks from behavioral science." Then he smiled, leaned back, and folded his arms as best he was able, and said not another word. We tried asking more questions, but without result, and after a while we concluded the interview, switched off the tape, and Johnny Sack Brown was taken into the Sallyport and handed over to the custody of the United States Marshal Service for transport to a federal detention center. "We'll let them all boil over the weekend in FTC," she said, reclaiming her gun from its locker. "The shrinks can assess our friend Johnny on Monday. There's nothing like a couple of nights behind bars in the detention center to make a man more talkative." I stifled a yawn. "You need to go home," she said. "You were up half the night working on the TAC team op. Go home and I'll see you on Monday." I sighed and shook my head. "I can't. I've got Vijay Prasad from DCSNet who wants to talk to me about something." "It's late," said Gisela. "Chances are he's gone home himself. Forget about it until Monday. If he's still around, I'll speak to him." "And Corbin's been chewing my ear about taking agents from the CMOC for the TAC team." "Fuck him," said Gisela. "TAC team ops come first. No dead feds. That's standard protocol. I'm going to take this up with Chuck. I'm tired of that fucker Corbin trying to ramrod my agents. Just because he's the crisis manager doesn't mean he runs this field office." She smiled. "So, go home." I went to the men's room and washed my hands and face carefully. Questioning suspects has that effect on me. Chapter 13. It was early on Saturday morning. Somewhere along Driscoll Street, a dog was barking, but mostly I had only the noise of my own shallow breathing and the death watch ticking of the travel alarm on the bedside table for company. It sounded like a frenetic metal beetle chewing into the rotten wood of my life. My sense of being on my own now was always worse at that time of day. I was lying in bed and staring across the wasteland of a king-size mattress separating me from Ruth's pillow where her blonde head ought to have been. I hadn't slept well since she had left. For the last hour, I'd lain awake, making plans for one, and trying my best not to feel sorry for myself. The weekend was shaping up nicely to be a piece of shit. But for the fact that I urgently needed somewhere to live, I'd have gone to the office. Probably it wasn't a good idea, but in the absence of any better ones, I decided I was going to go to Lakewood the following Sunday morning. Not to make my peace with God, but in the hope I might meet and make peace with Ruth. I'm not sure where she was, but she wasn't in Corsicana. Someone had told me he'd seen her and Danny in church the previous Sunday, and I thought that while she was there, maybe she might be more inclined to do unto others, i.e. me, as she would have others do unto her. But it seemed like a slim hope, and most of all, I just wanted to catch a glimpse of Danny. I figured Ruth would be more disposed to give me the time of day if I was able to tell her that, as requested by her lawyers, I'd moved out of the house. So before driving to see Bishop Coogan, I put some clothes in a bag with the intention of moving into a motel while I looked for a place of my own to rent. I had plenty of ideas about that. I just didn't have plenty of money. I took a last look at the house, remembering our life there. Mostly I just stood in the doorway of Danny's room and stared at his little bed and the less favored toys he'd left behind when he and his mother took off. Coming back downstairs, I reflected that I had never liked the place that much, mainly because I'd had so little to do with choosing it. But for a while, until I fucked things up with Nancy and my new atheism, we'd been happy there. Hadn't we? And now? Did Danny ever miss home? Or me? I wondered about that. At his grandpa's house in Corsicana, there were horses and ponies for him to ride, a treehouse, and a swimming pool the size of a wheat field. A small boy can forget about a lot, including his absent father, when he has his own pony. I drove slowly away and steeled myself not to look back, as if I'd been Lot himself. I just fixed my eyes on the road ahead, and then put my foot down. I headed northwest to the bishop's residence on Timber Terrace Road, which was off Memorial Drive. It was a sprawling, modern house in a quiet, leafy part of Houston, close to the St. Mary's Catholic Seminary and School of Theology, where, when he wasn't working at the chancery of the archdiocese, Coogan performed some occasional academic function, for which the house was the reward, I suppose. And a handsome reward it was, too, with a wide, curving drive, a satellite dish on the roof, and a kidney-shaped pool, not to mention access to the Cardinal Barron Library, where Coogan was researching a book he was writing. A housekeeper, possibly a nun, holding a duster and canister of furniture polish in her hand, opened the bishop's heavy wood and glass door and admitted me to a comfortable, book-lined study smelling strongly of cigars and beeswax. Outside the library's elegant bay window, a sprinkler hissed like a snake, hard at work, keeping a carpet of emerald lawn well watered. Coogan appeared in the doorway, mopping his brow with a handkerchief as big as a pillowcase. As usual, he looked like a fat Elvis, trying out a strange new All My Trials, Lord costume for a one-day show at the Vatican Palace. We shook hands. In Coogan's big mitt, mine felt no bigger than a cat's paw. Had breakfast? Seems you read my mind, Eamon. You've lost weight. That's easier to read than your mind, Gil. It's not home cooking you've been having, I'll bet. He put his big hand on my shoulder. Come through to the kitchen and we'll get Mrs. Harris to cook something for you. I followed Coogan through the hall and into a well-appointed kitchen where the woman who had answered the door was polishing a ceramic hob in the center of a granite worktop as big as the nave of a small and very clean church. Mrs. Harris, said Coogan, would you cook Mr. Martins a huge breakfast, please? Certainly, Your Excellency. I've asked her not to call me that, Coogan told me. Makes me sound like I should be wearing a pith helmet and carrying letters of introduction to the Queen, but she just ignores me. Mrs. Harris ignored him. She was already preparing my breakfast, and within 20 minutes it was served, and very good it was, too. Coogan watched me eat it with vicarious pleasure, almost as if he could taste every bit of it that went into my mouth. So what did you want to talk to me about, Eamon? I asked. Do you mind if I smoke? Nah, go ahead. I like the smell of cigarettes. I lit one and waited. And? He shrugged. It doesn't matter. The Archbishop and I have resolved the matter ourselves. Father Breguet, one of the priests at St. Benedict's Seminary, was suspected of having embezzled some church funds. Anyway, we thought it over and decided not to press charges. You going to let him get away with it? I frowned. Mind if I ask why? For a moment I had the impression Coogan was picking his words with care. His Eminence and I concluded that it wasn't nearly as much money that went missing as we had earlier supposed. Hardly a federal matter, I'd have thought. No. But you're the only law enforcement officer I know well enough to talk about these things without having a lawyer present. I grinned. Well, I can't complain about the food. As it happens, there was another reason I had for going ahead and letting you come here. I sighed. I'm not looking for eternal reassurance. Just some place to live. Then you really have moved out. I nodded. This morning, before I came here, Ruth was about to throw my ass onto the street. A woman can do that when she's got custody of your kid. And when she's got her daddy's Benjamin Franklin's bankroll in her. She always seems to know the very best moment to twist the knife in a man's guts. Well, I'm no expert when it comes to women, he said. I let out a long sigh and slapped my full stomach. So, after I've left this wonderfully spick-and-span house of yours, Eamon, I'm going to find a motel and then look for an apartment somewhere. Now, I might just be able to help you there, Gil. Mind you, it's not exactly convenient, but it might tide you over for a while. Well, my online search criteria are straightforward enough. They come down to this. The cheaper, the better. I'm going to need what money I've got for a divorce lawyer. Look, it's very kind of you to offer to help me, Eamon, but I don't think life in a seminary would suit me right now. These days, the only thing I pray for is to win the Texas lottery. I was thinking there's a house you can have, all to yourself, and for as long as you want. It's hardly ideal for a man who works in Houston, but if you're needing to save money, I'm thinking for a while it might suit you. I don't know, Eamon. I'm kind of particular about things being clean, you know? An empty furnished house, with 5 bedrooms, a small garden, and it's as clean as a whistle. Rent-free, too. Until you find something more permanent here in Houston, which won't take you long. You can move in today if you're interested. Of course I'm interested. But there's just one catch, right? This is where you tell me the house is haunted? It's in Galveston. Coogan put his hands in his pockets, pushed his belly out, and smiled, awaiting my response. I thought for a moment. Galveston wasn't exactly around the corner, and even further away from Ruth and Danny in Corsicana. 50 miles south of Houston, the largest seaport in Texas was only just starting to recover from Hurricane Ike. The place is virtually a ghost town. I've seen tumbleweed that looks more cheerful than Galveston, and so living there was hardly ideal. There was all that and the fact that I'd spend 2 hours on the I-45 every day. But what else did I have to do with my spare time? And there are major advantages to living almost anywhere when it's rent-free, even a disaster zone. Rent-free is as cheap as you can get. And useful when you don't have the least fucking idea where you're going to be spending the night. Besides, the true fact of the matter was that I had little stomach for the business of actually looking for a place to live. From what I'd heard, rentals were nearly always filthy. That part of finding a new place really appalled me. And I wasn't exactly looking forward to spending days cleaning a new apartment. It's a dump, right? Like the rest of Galveston. Ike took the roof off and left the basement full of water. Either that or there's still no electricity. Coogan shook his head. Actually, it's not a bad house. Bit quiet. Most of the neighbors moved out after the hurricane, and they haven't come back. But all of the damage was repaired, and the house redecorated only last year. There's a widescreen TV, power shower, a fully renovated kitchen with all the modern conveniences. Until recently, the place was occupied by a priest who liked his wine and his creature comforts, Father Dyer. He's in a Texas City nursing home for retired members of the clergy. And I had the place professionally cleaned after he left, so right now, it's immaculate. Immaculate? Immaculate. He paused. Look, Gil, none of the lazy so-and-sos in the seminary even wants to set foot in Galveston. They're looking for somewhere with a little more action, here in Houston or Dallas, somewhere with some people, with some Catholics, and I can't say that I blame them. The only regular congregations to be found in Galveston are the goddamn cranes and turtles. The house is close to the old cathedral, so you'd be doing me a favor if you could keep an eye on the place, kind of like a caretaker. We've had a few problems with looters down that way. Bastards stealing lead off church roofs, shit like that. A tenant with a Glock might be just what the doctor ordered. If you like, we can drive down there now and take a look at the house. Well, yeah. That'd be great, Eamon. If you're sure you can spare the time. Coogan made a face. I'm celibate, right? And there's no damn game this weekend, so what else am I going to do with my friggin' Saturday? I grinned. It's true what they say. If you want to lose your faith, make friends with a priest. Chapter 14. God and BP have a lot to answer for in the Gulf of Mexico. But calling Galveston a ghost town was misleading. Even the ghosts looked like they jumped on a train across the Galveston Causeway, retreating inland and north back up the Gulf Freeway for some more congenial city to haunt, such as Houston or Dallas. Most of the ghosts, anyway. About the only place that seemed as if it might still be home to a spook or two was the Catholic diocesan house where Bishop Coogan had taken me the previous day. The place where it seemed I was going to live for a while, in the absence of something rent-free that was any better. From the outside, things did not look promising. It was a turn-of-the-century, 3-story wooden house with a corner turret roof, wraparound balconies, and verandas and a white picket fence. The house was much larger than I had imagined, and like a lot of old places in Galveston, it belonged properly in a less congenial part of Amityville. I've seen creepier-looking houses, but only on the cover of a novel by Stephen King. Inside, however, things were very much more agreeable. The place was spectacularly clean. Coogan hadn't exaggerated about that. And the house was as well appointed as he had promised it would be, with a widescreen television, a well-stocked wine cellar, and a handsome library. It was nicely furnished, too, with a large and very comfortable bed, some fine Spanish rugs, and lots of leather furniture. I even liked the framed prints that were on the walls, although many of these pictures were of religious subjects. Coogan said they were by an English painter called Stanley Spencer, who I'd only vaguely heard of. His Resurrection was pleasantly ordinary, while his Angels of the Apocalypse looked like a group of wives heading home from a Weight Watchers meeting. In spite of these creature comforts, I did not sleep well on my first night. The tree out front was perfectly shaped for a hanging, an effect enhanced by a piece of ancient rope that was tied around the sturdiest bough. It was badly in need of pruning and, stirred by the Mexican sea breezes that had once made Galveston a better place to live than Houston, the branches tapped against the upper windows all night long. Being made entirely of wood, the house creaked like a wrecked schooner as it cooled after the high temperatures of the day, so that there were several times during the night when I felt obliged to get up and check what I already knew, that I was the only person in the house. I wasn't just the only person in the house. The general ghostly effect of my new home was enhanced, if that's the right word, by the fact that most of the other houses in the neighborhood were boarded up and empty. I could have fired a whole clip out of the window, and no one would have turned a hair. Galveston was getting back on its feet, was the rumor at the local gas station, but not so that anyone would have noticed. I've been in noisier boxes of cotton than Galveston. Every time I looked out of a window, I had the idea I might see a bunch of zombies coming along the street. At the local bodega on Strand Rear Street by the Greenish Harbor, the guy behind the cash desk was from some shithole town in Russia's Arctic Circle. He joked that Galveston reminded him of home, and I believed him. I couldn't have felt more cut off if I'd been manning a camp at the North Pole. And that particular Sunday morning, when I drove out of Galveston, I never thought I'd actually be glad to be heading for Lakewood Church. I wasn't long off the island and across the causeway when my cell rang. It was Helen Monaco. "Where have you been, Martins? I was ringing you at home all day yesterday," she complained. "And you weren't answering your cell or your emails." "Gee, Helen, it sounds like you were worried about me." "Where the hell are you, anyway?" "Galveston," I said. "It's where I'm living, as of yesterday. That's why you couldn't reach me at home. I've moved out. I should have called the office and let them know, but this is my first day off since Ruth left me." "Galveston? What the hell are you living there for? Are you tired of life or something?" "It's actually quite a nice house in the day, and rent-free, too." "If I'd known you were that desperate, you could have had my couch." "Ah, that's what you say now. But late at night, when we'd had a few drinks and you started coming on to me, well, who knows where that might turn out." And here was me feeling sorry for you, sir. Don't. I'm doing just fine, feeling sorry for myself, all on my own. "You're in the car. I hope I'm not going to spoil your Sunday." "Every day feels like Sunday in Galveston. That's why I'm driving back to Houston." "Yesterday morning I got a call from a guy I know in HPD. On Friday night, they busted a 41-year-old Caucasian woman named Gaynor Carol Allett for causing an automobile accident after she ran a red light on North Post Oak in Woodway. It was nothing serious, just a couple of fenders bent is all. It seemed as if she might have been spooked by a patrol car that was heading for Memorial Park to check out this latest murder. At least that's what the two patrolmen thought. But when they questioned her, she became almost hysterical and told the two officers she wanted to confess to a murder. To the serial killings? To the murder of Philip Osborne. But she's a loon, right? She has to be. That's what the police thought. So they fluttered her, and the polygraph said she was telling the truth. That's when they called me. And when I spoke to her last night, she sounded pretty reasonable, like she was in earnest. She didn't give any details, but she's sticking to what she told HPD. She told me she heard about Osborne's death from the TV news and felt guilty about it, which is why she confessed in the first place. Suddenly, the idea of going to Lakewood did not seem so very important. Besides, I already knew in my gut that I was probably wasting my time. Texting Ruth that I was out of her house on Driscoll Street looked like the easier option, one that wouldn't require me to wear a tin hat. Where is she now? They transferred her to Travis Street. That's where they did the polygraph. Apart from that, the only reason HPD is still holding her is because I asked them to. In their opinion, she just doesn't look right for murder and belongs in a hospital. After all, it's not like Osborne was actually murdered, at least as far as we know he wasn't. You want to meet me in Coney Islands, on the corner of Dallas? I asked. Sure. I'm on my way. Surrounded by other tall, modern buildings, 1200 Travis Street was 30 stories of honey-colored stone already hot to the touch. The first-floor lobby was tall, plate-glass windows with big logos and outsized community slogans. But for the cops going in and out of the front door in their sky-blue shirts and navy-blue pants, the general impression was of an international advertising agency rather than the headquarters of the Houston Police Department. I parked the car and, peeling the shirt off my back, I flung my jacket over my shoulder and headed for the Coney Island on the opposite corner. I'm not much of a cook, and with nothing in my new refrigerator after just one night in my new home, I was ravenously hungry. Inside, Helen was at a corner table. Her blonde hair hung loose about her powerful-looking shoulders, which were left bare by the light, sleeveless dress she was wearing. I went and sat down opposite her and nodded affably at the half-eaten fat pill and an empty coffee cup. Looks like you've been here a while, Agent Monaco. Not really. But I could use another cup of coffee. The waitress came over, poured some more coffee and some water, and I ordered, greedily. I handed the sticky plastic menu card back, and as soon as the waitress was gone, I took out a little bottle of antibacterial hand gel and rubbed some into my hands. Helen shook her head and smiled. Same old Gil Martins. What? I said. I wouldn't worry about the germs. The cholesterol in your order will kill you. That or those cigarettes you've started smoking again. I can smell them on your clothes. You know, with a nose like yours, you should work for the FBI. My breakfast arrived, and Helen did a good job of restraining her horror while I ate it. She said, Don't mind me. I love to watch people make pigs of themselves. Sorry, but I haven't eaten since yesterday afternoon, I explained. There's no real food to be had anywhere in Galveston. What's the house like? Creaks a lot, especially at night, but otherwise quite comfortable. Cops expecting us? At 11 o'clock. The detective's name is Kevin Blunt. When my breakfast was over, I fisted my chest and paid the check. We went outside where the heat hit us like a prairie fire, crossed the street into the cool of the HPD building, and announced ourselves to the Bratz doll who was the receptionist. A few minutes later, Police Inspector Blunt came down and took us to a windowless interview room. He was the heartless authority figure type with a neat line and crusty dialogue that lived up to his name. He was wearing ostrich-skin cowboy boots and a blue linen blazer with gold buttons that had little rattlesnakes on them that were probably good likenesses of his children. You ask me, you're wasting your time, he said, inviting us to be seated. A murderer? He shook his head. I've worked homicide for 20 years. In my opinion, this woman's got JDLR stamped on her forehead. JDLR for murder, in case there's any doubt. JDLR is one of those acronyms in the LEO's glossary that are, most of them, designed to stop the great American people from knowing as much about us as they'd like to know. It means, just doesn't look right. If you Phoebes think it's worth it, then go ahead and be our guest, he grumbled. Hell, we love to cooperate with the Bureau. It actually makes us feel like we're important. But in the absence of any evidence other than Miss Allett's improbable confession, I can't hold her after today. Hell, we're not even treating Philip Osborne's death as suspicious. And frankly, I've got better things to do on a Sunday than chaperone an interview with a woman who is full-on delusional. We're certainly grateful for your cooperation, Inspector, I said. Wearily, he picked up a telephone and asked someone on the other end of the line to bring Gaynor Allett along to our interview room. You want to know what I think? Inspector Blunt said after a while. You're the homicide expert, not me. Only a few months ago, we had a guy in who confessed to a murder, and he seemed to know a hell of a lot of details about the case. We fluttered him the way we fluttered Gaynor Allett, expecting the polygraph to show that he was lying, right? Only he wasn't lying. Not according to the machine. He really thought he'd done it. And so, for a while, did we. They say you don't look a gift horse in the mouth. But then we did because the DA told us to. And contrarily, it turned out the guy had a gold-plated alibi for the murder. So that was that. And a little later on, we discovered he'd taken some medication and fallen asleep in front of the TV. Slept all the way through a rolling news station and 20 or 30 news bulletins about the murder. So many that when he woke up, he was convinced he really had killed someone. I nodded. I'm just saying that fooling yourself is what being human is all about, right? It's the price we pay for having the kind of brains that invent explanations for stuff. I believe in human gullibility and not much else. The only wonder is that we don't get more of this kind of Looney Tunes shit. Crackpots who confess to murders they didn't commit. I smiled patiently, but I was getting a little bored with Blunt's Dr. Phil show. I looked at my watch and drummed my fingers on the table until I remembered the number of lowlifes who were probably touching it every day. Blunt shrugged. This is a big building, he said. It can take a while to bring a sub all the way up here. He looked at his watch and was speaking again when the door opened. After a few routine questions and answers that were supposed to try to make her feel comfortable, I asked Gaynor Allett if she wanted an attorney present. She declined, as she had done the previous day, and because at this stage neither Blunt nor the FBI was inclined to believe that she had committed anything other than a traffic violation, it hardly seemed necessary that we find her legal representation. She was a tall woman with shortish red hair and plucked eyebrows. Well endowed, she wore a plain purplish dress, too much green eyeshadow, and around her freckled neck, a large gold crucifix. There was an indignant aspect to her not unattractive face, and from time to time when she refused to answer a question, her unevenly shaped chin would adopt a pugnacious cast. She would blush deeply, and within a few seconds her long pale neck would turn blotchy, as if she'd swallowed something hazardous, such as a truth that she wished to conceal. To that extent, she was easy to read. She couldn't ever have played poker. Everything on her broad shoulders was one big tell. On Friday evening, you informed 2 HPD police officers that you murdered Philip Osborne, I said. What made you tell them that you'd murdered him? I made a mistake, okay? When I heard the siren, I don't know why, but I really thought they were after me. Which is why I ran the red light. After I hit the other car, I was pretty shook up, I guess. So it was on your conscience. Osborne's death. Yes, she said. But it was the police I told, and not the FBI. I can't see why you should think this is a federal matter. That's our affair, I said. I think I have a right to know why you and not the HPD are questioning me. Since I've waived my right to legal representation, for the moment, there's no reason not to tell me, is there? You seem very well informed, Gaynor. These finer points of jurisdiction are sometimes confusing even to us. I'm a court reporter at the Harris County District Court on Franklin Street. The Bureau is involved in this case because Philip Osborne had received several threats against his life from extreme right-wing organizations. That's the kind of thing we're obliged to investigate. I was lying about that, but I couldn't see that anyone listening to the tape would have a problem with it. Now perhaps you might like to tell us why you murdered Philip Osborne, and then perhaps you might explain to us exactly how you did it. Gaynor Allett shook her head. For the benefit of the recorded tape, said Blunt, the subject is shaking her head. I'm sorry, but isn't that what you told those cops, I said? And Police Inspector Blunt here? That you murdered him? Or have I made a mistake? I never said anything about anyone being murdered. Philip Osborne wasn't murdered, she insisted. He was killed because he was an ungodly man. Why do you describe him as ungodly? Is it because he was a prominent Democrat? Or because he was prominently gay? It wasn't the main reason. Oh? What was the main reason he was ungodly? Because of the things he wrote and the things he said? And by the way, Agent Martins, you're wrong about his politics. He was no Democrat. Lately he was something of a hawk. Certainly as far as Iran is concerned. His ungodliness stems from something else. Because the fool has said in his heart, there is no God. Psalm 10, verse 4. Is that all? He was ungodly because he was a fool? Because Philip Osborne was an atheist who actively tried to turn others away from God. We're talking about someone who had made it his life's work to defame God, to ridicule the followers of Jesus Christ, to undermine Christian teachings and Christian morals. Philip Osborne was killed because he was a wicked man, Agent Martins. The jails in Texas are full of wicked men. Most of them much more wicked than Philip Osborne. But not as dangerous. And after all, they're behind bars. That man believed in everything that was opposite to God's law. In Revelation 21, it says that the cowardly, the unbelieving, the abominable, murderers, the sexually immoral, sorcerers, idolaters, and all liars shall have their part in the lake that burns with fire and brimstone, which is the second death. That's what is meant by ungodly. And yet, if you killed him, that makes you a murderer too, doesn't it? I said. Gaynor Allett colored. It was clear I'd touched a nerve. God's laws take precedence over anything enacted by us. We must obey God rather than men. Acts, chapter 5, verse 29. You sound like you must read the Bible a lot, Gaynor, I said. Yes. But the power that rules this country is ordained by God, isn't it? And if you really did kill Philip Osborne, that makes you a criminal not just in the eyes of the law, but in God's eyes too. God's law is unchanging, said Gaynor. Man's laws can change from one day to the next. And if there is a conflict between God's law and man's law, a Christian is best advised to keep God's law. We went on in this vein for at least another 10 minutes before I tried to get down to some real facts. Let's suppose, for a moment, I said, that you did kill Philip Osborne. Are you confessing to us now because you feel guilty about it? In a way, yes, she said quietly. I'm not strong enough to do God's bidding without feeling the human weakness of remorse. I don't want to have any more deaths. I don't want to have his death on my conscience. It's a little too late for that, isn't it? Said Helen. He's already dead. Let's talk about how you killed him, I said. At the moment, the police aren't actually treating his death as suspicious. Sudden, perhaps, but not suspicious. Would you care to tell us what the police might have missed that would make Osborne's death the subject of a criminal investigation? No, I would not. Come on, said Blunt. Give us a break here, Gaynor. We're only human, you know. Perhaps there was something we missed with Philip Osborne's death. I'm not confessing so that I can help you, she said simply. Frankly, I figure that you ought to be able to do your own job without my help. Ah, I said. Now I get it. You want our help? I smiled and sat back on my chair. Yes. I begin to see everything. How's that? Gaynor Allett was looking annoyed with me now. Something is weighing on your conscience, and so you figure that you need to talk about it with someone, so that you can feel better, perhaps. She didn't answer. But we can't help you unless you help us first, Gaynor, with some basic information. Again, she remained silent. Maybe you think you can confess, and that'll be it, I said. You'll have got what you want, and because we have absolutely no evidence against you, we'll have no choice but to release you. Gaynor Allett looked away and sighed. That's not it at all, she said. Blunt leaned forward on his chair and examined his fingernails. I think this whole bullshit story is just a piece of attention-seeking, he said. I'm surprised that Agents Martins and Monaco were being so patient with you, Miss Allett. He laughed. If you weren't a court reporter, I'd be inclined to have a doctor come and give you a mental examination, or charge you with obstructing justice. Maybe I will charge you anyway. That's a serious offense in this state, lady. Under the Texas Penal Code, Chapter 38, Section 18, it carries a maximum penalty of 20 years. I shit you not. I know what I know, she said, and please refrain from the use of bad language. It's not necessary, and I find it offensive. For a long moment, silence reigned. Blunt was reaching for the tape to conclude the interview when Helen spoke. Wait a minute, she told him. And then quietly to Gaynor Allett. Gaynor, I think I really do believe that you want our help, and you know we can help you. But if that's to happen, then you really have to trust us. Allet sighed and wiped a tear away from the corner of one eye, and then the other. Then she produced a handkerchief and wiped her reddening nose. "I'm afraid," she said. "Of who?" asked Helen. "I can't tell you." Allet smiled bitterly and shook her head. "I'm sorry, Agent Monaco. I really can't. But I don't want to go home, especially today." "What's important about today?" Helen asked. "It's Sunday. I don't want to be at home on a Sunday. I feel God's presence with me more on a Sunday. And when I'm alone." There was something in her demeanor that reminded me of the way I'd been feeling the previous evening at the diocesan house in Galveston. A sense of nervousness. "If you don't mind me saying so, Gaynor," I said, "you sound like you're telling us you're afraid of God." "Let's just say that there's more reason to fear God than perhaps you can possibly imagine." "So when you say you fear God, you don't mean it in a respectful way," said Helen. "In other words, it's not a manner of speaking the way a pastor in a church might utter that phrase. You mean it in a real way. Is that correct?" "Yes, that's right. And I do fear him very much. I fear Almighty God as I would fear his hurricane or his flood or his plagues, or the power of radioactivity. I fear God's angel. I fear the Lord's power and his wrath. I do fear him, yes, very much so." It was almost as if her fear was infectious, as for a moment all of us fell silent. Then I realized where, logically, all of this was heading, at least by the logic of what she believed. "Was it God who killed Philip Osborne?" I asked her. "Yes," she said. "Did you ask God to kill Philip Osborne?" "Yes." "How?" I asked. "How did you ask him?" "If ye shall ask anything in my name, I will do it," she answered. John, chapter 14, verse 14. "Let me be clear about this, Gaynor," I said. "Are you saying that you prayed to God for Philip Osborne's death?" "Yes." "And God killed him? In what way?" "I'm not sure, but I think God probably sent his angel of death to do his bidding. Just like in the book of Exodus, chapter 12. Jesus Christ. Blunt uttered a profound sigh and looked up at the ceiling. "No. Not Jesus Christ," she insisted. "God. There's a difference." "Right," muttered Blunt. "The effective prayer of a righteous man avails much," said Allet. James 5, verse 16. "You're saying that you killed him with prayer?" I said. "Yes. He was killed by my prayers." "That's quite a claim, Gaynor," said Helen. "And you'll forgive us if we find it a little hard to believe." "Blessed are those who have not seen and yet have believed." "Maybe that sort of thing was easier in biblical times than it is now," objected Helen. "Nevertheless, it's quite true. I mean, it would explain a great deal, wouldn't it?" "How do you mean?" "The circumstances of Philip Osborne's death weren't normal either, were they?" said Gaynor Allet. "The only thing the newspapers said after that incident at the Hotel Zaza was that he had suffered a breakdown. But we know he ran away from something he was very afraid of." This was true. Out of respect and admiration for one of their own, the newspapers had only reported Osborne's breakdown. Nothing about his acute fear in the moments that led up to him collapsing in the fountains or in the minutes before his subsequent death had ever appeared in print. "And until he died," she went on, "he was in a state of catatonia that his doctors couldn't explain. Isn't that correct? Something terrified him, and something killed him too, eventually. But it wasn't a revolver, was it? And it wasn't poison. No. It was something much more powerful than any human weapon. Blunt was rolling his eyes, and I could hardly blame him for that. What Gaynor Allett was saying sounded mad. And yet, there was something about the way she said it that made it seem almost believable. After Gaynor Allett had been taken back to the holding cell downstairs, Police Inspector Blunt collected his coat off the back of his chair and put it on, wearily. "That woman is wacko." He was grinning broadly and shaking his head with the air of someone who had thought he'd seen and heard it all, at least until he'd seen and heard Gaynor Allett. He had my sympathy, but I wasn't smiling. Not yet. And neither was Helen. "What do you make of her?" she asked. "I really don't know what to make of her, Helen. In some ways she seemed rational, even perceptive. Did you notice that when I deliberately described Osborne as a Democrat, she pointed out, correctly, that on many issues of foreign policy he was actually ultra-conservative? It was what she said that sounded fucking crazy, not the way she said it." "But not everything she said sounded crazy," objected Helen. "She certainly seemed to know things about Osborne's death that weren't in the papers." "She could have found out that shit on the internet," objected Blunt. "You can find anything on the internet. The other day I even saw my own wedding video on YouTube. Haven't seen that fucking horror movie for 20 years. "Maybe she did," said Helen. "Maybe not." "Come on," said Blunt. "You can't kill someone by praying that they will die. Not even in Haiti. If prayer worked, my second wife would weigh 100 pounds less than she does now." I checked my notes and leaned across the desk to the tape machine. About 22 minutes in, Gaynor Allett said something else that was interesting and then corrected herself. I started to wind the tape back. I made a note of the position. Here we are. I hit the play button. "Are you confessing to us now because you feel guilty about it?" "In a way, yes. I'm not strong enough to do God's bidding without feeling the human weakness of remorse. I don't want to have any more deaths. I mean, I don't want to have his death on my conscience." I stopped the tape. She said any more deaths, plural. "She did, didn't she?" said Helen. "Are you thinking what I'm thinking? That perhaps she prayed for more than one death?" "Yes." "Peter Ekman, perhaps? Clifford Richardson?" I told Blunt about the other cases we thought might somehow be connected. Blunt listened patiently and then said, "You don't actually believe any of her bullshit, do you?" "That she killed Philip Osborne with prayer?" I said. "No. But surely you'll concede that prayer is prima facie evidence of intent to kill. Just because she says that it was prayer that killed Osborne doesn't mean that's how he died. There may actually be a guilty act that we simply haven't yet discovered." "You're chasing shadows," said Blunt. "One thing I've learned in homicide is that it's the obvious suspect who's nearly always guilty. You catch a guy with a smoking gun in his hand, it's dumb to go and check and see if Colonel Mustard had a fucking alibi." "Perhaps," I conceded. "But if there's one thing I've learned in domestic and counterterrorism, is that it's in the nature of conspiracies to seem improbable." "It's a pity we have to let her go," said Helen. "I don't think she wants to be released." "Do we have to let her go? I don't know." "What?" Blunt was horrified. "According to your own polygraph, she's not lying." "Sure, she believes she's telling the truth. A lot of crazy people do. I could convince myself that I'm fucking Napoleon, but who would believe me?" "The polygraph is only inadmissible when a defendant objects to it or when it violates a defendant's Sixth Amendment right to obtain favorable witnesses." I shrugged. "I can't see how Gaynor Allett could object to it since it proves she's telling the truth." Blunt read my mind. "Oh no," he said. "Not me. If you think I'm going before a judge to explain why I want to keep this crazy bitch in custody, you're even more deluded than she is." "She said she doesn't want to go home," argued Helen. "She's clearly frightened of something, or someone." "So am I," Blunt said. "I'm frightened of my wife falling on top of me from a height of more than 2 feet. I'm also frightened of going into court and being made to look like an asshole by some smart-aleck lawyer. Look, guys, Gaynor Allett has already been charged with a traffic violation, so there's no reason to hold her for anything else. And now that I've heard what she's got to say, I want that woman out of my store within the hour. What about a court order for emergency protection, Gil? Helen said, ignoring him. Against what? I shrugged. There's no domestic violence here. A mental health warrant? She doesn't strike me as constituting a risk to herself. All the same, we might persuade a judge to issue an order in custody for a mental illness examination. The polygraph result could only help to make the case. Blunt was still shaking his head. Why not? I asked. You said yourself she's crazy. People look and sound crazy right up until the moment they get into court. Then they always manage to keep their shit together while you end up looking like a fucking Nazi. Yes, I said. But all you have to do to obtain the court order is to show reasonable cause. After that, she can be held for up to 21 days. The only way you'll get an MO for that woman is if she cooperates. And she doesn't strike me as the cooperative type. He's right, Helen. If she opposes the order, there's no way a judge is going to consider that she's crazy enough to detain her in a mental hospital. She might cooperate, said Helen. That is, if she really is frightened. Yes, she might, and then what happens? She's a goddamn liar, said Blunt, and that comes back to bite you in the ass. Sometimes you have to lie in order to tell the truth, said Helen. Oh, that sounds good, said Blunt. Did they teach you that at Quantico, honey? We could interview her again, said Helen. You're wasting your time, said Blunt. Jesus, I wish I had the caseload you people don't seem to have. Maybe you've got nothing better to do. Me? I'm going downstairs to sign a release form, and then I'm going home to enjoy what's left of Sunday. Then he went out of the interview room, leaving Helen and me alone. So what do we do now? Asked Helen. Let her go. What happened to getting a court order? Oh, that. I grinned. I was using Inspector Blunt to help me with a small experiment. I wanted to see if there might be a way that any of this doesn't sound completely crazy. And there isn't, is there? If I were to telephone the FBI counsel and try to explain all this, he'd probably have my badge. It's Sunday. Maybe he's at church. Maybe he even believes in God. In which case he might just believe that there is something in Gaynor Allett's story. I never met a lawyer yet who didn't put evidence 10 yards ahead of belief. Me included, by the way. Not for a minute do I think that Philip Osborne was killed by that woman's prayers. So, we let her go. Yes. But it's a Sunday, which is fortunate for us. Why? If you were a Christian fanatic, where would you go on a Sunday? Church. Precisely. Absently, I applied a little more hand gel to my sweaty palms, filling the air with a sharp, clinical smell. I think I'd like to find out more about what kind of church she goes to and the company she keeps there. Wouldn't you? You know, it might just be there are other Christian fanatics like Gaynor Allett who think the same way as her. Chapter 15. We waited for Gaynor Allett and then drove her home. It seemed the best way of keeping an eye on her. The house was just outside downtown in Houston's Greater East End and was part of a small gated community of 2-story townhouses only a couple of minutes east of Minute Maid Park. I pulled in front of a double garage that constituted the first floor and switched off the engine. Well, thanks for the lift. And for trying to help. Wait a minute, I said, and took out my wallet. Here's my card. You don't believe me, do you? She said. About Philip Osborne. It's not that we don't believe you, I said. It's just that our superiors won't believe us. My career's in enough trouble as it is without retailing your story, Gaynor. I guess it does seem a little far-fetched. Just a bit, I said. Perhaps if you were to give us something a little more concrete to go on. She smiled bitterly. Perhaps I will give you something concrete. I mean, really concrete. that you can't ignore. Only not right now. Later, perhaps. After spending the night in that police station, I feel like I need to take a bath. Of course, said Helen. Look, said Gaynor. You've both been very kind. I appreciate the fact that you took me seriously. Unlike that jerk back at the police station. Blunt. She opened the car door. I'll pray for you. I'll pray for you both. He watched her climb a little flight of steps at the side up to the front door and go inside the house. I'm not sure how to take that, in the circumstances, I said. I think she meant it kindly. Let's fucking hope so, in view of what she maintains happened to Philip Osborne. God might be pretty pissed at me. I started the engine and moved the car just around the corner onto Klein Street, from where we could still watch Gaynor Allett's front door. Why should God be any different? Said Helen. These days, everyone sounds like they're pissed at you. Define everyone. Your wife? Your father-in-law? Chuck? Doug Corbin? Gary Green? Green? What's his fucking problem? I don't know. He told me you've been ducking him. That's bullshit. I saw him yesterday morning and he was asking for you. Said you'd promised to speak to him and Vijay Prasad, but that you'd ducked them both. Green was the ASAC in charge of the cybercrime task force. He said he tried calling you at home with no result. Like I told you, I don't live there anymore. Besides, if it really was urgent, he'd have called me on my cell phone or on my office BlackBerry. I frowned. Wait a minute. I took out the BlackBerry. I was out of range until you called me, Helen. Since then, I've had it switched off because we were interviewing Gaynor. Shit. Looks as though he called me 3 times. I sighed. The one day I take a day off and everyone wants to get hold of me. I pressed a button to return his call. He's on voicemail. Gary, it's Gil Martins returning your call. I moved house, which is why I didn't pick up your message until now. Get back to me. I dropped the BlackBerry back in my pocket. For a while, we sat in silence, or as near to silence as could be achieved in that area. From time to time, a Harris County Sheriff's patrol car would put on its siren and move noisily up Clinton Drive. I can keep an eye on this one if you want to lie down. We could be here a while. I've got $10 that say she's in there until this evening at the earliest. Look, you heard her. She said she was going to take a bath. When a woman says that, she means she's going to bed. She didn't want you thinking she was a lazy slob, that's all. If you knew the first fucking thing about women, you'd know that. Are you saying I don't know anything about women? You know shit about women. Sir. Come on, Helen. This woman is not just a Christian soldier. She's one of God's Navy SEALs. At least that's how she thinks of herself. And God's special warriors do not go to bed on a Sunday morning. We'll see, won't we? Okay, $10. Look, Helen, I've got nothing better to do. But you? I don't figure it. Shouldn't you be climbing walls at the rock gym or modeling bikinis for the CIA? Maybe I wanted to tell you that this morning, when you got to Coney Island, a man without a nose could have smelt the liquor on your breath. I spent last night in Galveston. You should try it sometime. There's nothing else to do in Galveston except drink and watch TV. And by the way, yesterday was a Saturday. Last time I checked, I wasn't on duty. Helen nodded. My dad liked to drink. A lot. So there are 2 things I can smell at 100 feet away, Martins. Bullshit and booze. You may have lost your religious faith in your wife, but just make sure you don't lose your self-respect and then your career. You know, I like the way you run me down, Helen. I almost think you give a shit what happens to me. Yes, that's probably true. And it's always like this with me, Martins. When I do give a shit about someone, I usually hand out an accompanying lecture. Just promise me you won't do any more solo drinking. I nodded. I was on the edge of making another joke when I saw Gaynor Allett coming down the little flight of stairs at the side of her house. "Looks like the first drinks are on you," I said. "That's $10 you owe me." Gaynor opened her garage door to reveal a maroon Ford Explorer. But it wasn't the car she'd been driving when she had the accident that had brought her to the attention of the HCS. That was still in the repair shop. It wasn't unusual for Texans to own more than one car, except perhaps when they were living alone. "Didn't see that coming," admitted Helen. Gaynor closed the garage door and drove quickly to the 59. On the Explorer's bumper was a sticker that read, "Don't follow me, follow Jesus." She stayed on the 59 for about 10 miles west, until the 610, where she turned north. At the Houston Galleria Shopping Center, she drove down the ramp and into the underground parking lot. We followed. "This may be the largest mall in Texas," said Helen. "But last time I looked, there wasn't a church in here." We parked the car and followed Gaynor Allett into the mall. With nearly 400 stores and restaurants and a couple of hotels, the Houston Galleria was the air-conditioned mecca for people from as far afield as Louisiana. Tiffany, Ralph Lauren, Gucci, Chanel, Louis Vuitton, Valentino, Versace, YSL. They all had stores in the Galleria, and although it was Sunday, all of them were open and looked like they were doing good business. For many Houstonians, a Sunday afternoon trip to the Galleria was something of an institution. But for someone like Gaynor Allett, going to the shops on the Lord's Day would have been a sin. I described Gaynor Allett as God's Navy SEAL, and it was like discovering that a Navy SEAL couldn't swim. The two of us stood on an escalator and followed her up to level 1. It was like being inside a cathedral, a real Texan cathedral, with a proper glass atrium and thousands of worshipers. "In my Father's house there are many mansions, and mostly these belong to big fashion houses selling overpriced accessories." "Who buys this stuff?" I asked as we came past Burberry and then Valentino, both of them empty of customers. "Women, of course. Women who want to look good. Those are the 6 most expensive words in the world." Maybe she's going to the Microsoft store. But Gaynor Allett kept on walking, past Giorgio Armani, Salvatore Ferragamo, and Bulgari, and both of us were surprised when she went into Yves Saint Laurent. "It costs nothing to look," said Helen. "That's what I say." I took an ostentatious glance at Helen's bare legs and nodded. "You're pathetic." But she was laughing while she was peering through the YSL window. "Maybe the Holy Johanna routine was an act." "If it was, then I'm kind of interested to see the next one, aren't you?" "Yeah. I'm $10 down. There's got to be something in this that'll help me pull it back." Standing in Ralph Lauren opposite, we fought off a determined sales assistant with polite negatives, and when these didn't work, with Bureau ID. Helen explained to the permatan blonde who persisted in trying to engage us in sales conversation that we were keeping a suspect under surveillance. Finally, we were left alone and spent the next half hour looking out of the store window, which must have been strange for those who paused briefly to look in. "I still don't figure it. You saw what she was wearing at the police station. I'd have bet you she couldn't even spell Yves Saint Laurent. And her a court reporter, too. That's $10 I could have won." "Why don't you go and take a look through the window and see what she's doing?" Even as I spoke, Gaynor Allett came out of the shop, only she wasn't wearing the dress she had been wearing half an hour before. Now she had on a belted dress with a bold jaguar print. "That's quite a transformation." "It certainly is," said Helen. "And by the way, that's a $3,000 dress she's wearing, if my memory serves, and it usually does in these matters." Gaynor Allett paused and then turned to her left. She went only a few yards, however, and then walked into Jimmy Choo. "Good call," said Helen. "Now she needs some better shoes." "How much better?" $800 or $900. This is turning into quite a Sunday. Another 30 minutes passed before a noticeably taller Gaynor Allett came out of the shop again. This time she was wearing a pair of black, rhinestone-encrusted sandals with what Helen assured me were 4-inch heels. "Oh, I do like those," she said. "Those shoes are $1,000. "For shoes?" The less shoe there is, the more they cost. Not only that, they'll make her easier to follow. How do you make that out? Obviously, you've never tried walking in 4-inch heels. We followed Gaynor through the Galleria again. She's all dressed up, I said. What she needs now is somewhere to go. We went back to the parking lot and then tailed her out of the Galleria. She drove onto the 59 and kept on east for about 7 miles before turning north on Polk Street and into the Hyatt parking lot. It wasn't difficult to remain unseen in the Hyatt. The hotel's 30-story atrium, one of the highest in Texas, was the size of a small airport. She seems to be checking in, said Helen. And without luggage. Isn't that the man's job, checking in? Helen looked pained. Sometimes I wonder about you, Martins. You're assuming her lover is a man when it might just as easily turn out to be another woman. Come on, I said. It stands to reason that someone like her could hardly be gay. She probably thinks all gay people should be stoned. Bible doesn't say anything about gay women, said Helen. Just gay men. Look, I know what the evangelical people of Texas think about gays, male and female. Until recently, I was one of them. Well, I know too. You're not evangelical. No, but I am gay. I felt my breath stop in my chest for a moment. What? I'm a lesbian. What? I'm a lesbian, Martins. Well, Jesus, Helen. What the fuck? I had to tell someone sometime. You're my boss and my friend, so I thought it ought to be you. I thought that maybe you could tell some of the other guys at the bureau. Me? Yeah, you. Is that a problem? No, I'll tell people if you want. Sure. No problem. I paused. Hey, the desk clerk just handed Gaynor a key. You know what I think? That maybe she wasn't exaggerating. She is afraid to be home on her own. Gaynor Allett walked across the floor of the lobby and into an elevator. Her new heels on the marble floor sounded like a pianist's metronome. Then we watched the car ascend to the 26th floor. So what do we do now, sir? I'd suggest we go up to the Spindletop Revolving Restaurant and get a cup of coffee. But I'm already feeling a little turned around by your recent revelation. You sound a little disappointed, Martins. No, I insisted. Maybe a little. But I'm not disappointed in you, Helen. In fact, I kind of admire you for just spitting it out like that. That's a hell of a thing to keep to yourself all this time. It can't have been easy. Comes with the territory, she said. I glanced at my watch. I guess that's that. I'll take you back to Travis Street in your car. We returned to the Hyatt parking lot. It took a little while to get out because the ticket machine wasn't working, and the attendant had to come and take my money in person, which meant that it was another 15 minutes before I was turning right onto Polk Street. We had to wait again to allow emergency services to pass before turning onto Smith. A fire truck, a couple of ambulances, and 3 patrol cars. Wonder what that's about, said Helen. Maybe we should follow. She turned around in her seat. They're stopping in front of the Hyatt. False alarm. We've just come out of there and everything was okay. We are on the scene. I cursed, but I was already turning the car around and putting the cherry on top. I pulled up next to a cop who was already stringing out a line of DNC tape. I dropped my window and flashed my badge. Hey, buddy, I said. What's happening? The cop glanced at me and then at the Spindletop. Woman jumped from the top of the Hyatt, he said. Jesus. I glanced at Helen, who returned a rueful look. You thinking what I'm thinking? Of course. I stopped the engine and we walked the length of the Hyatt's facade until, at the foot of the 30-story atrium window, we came upon a scrimmage of cops and paramedics. Behind them on the ground was a length of plastic sheet screening something unspeakable. One of the cops turned to face me. "Yeah, what?" "We had a woman under surveillance," I said, "inside the Hyatt. Caucasian, red hair, 40-ish, wearing a jaguar skin print dress. Could that be your jumper?" "Got a couple of Phoebes here who think they can identify the jumper," he said loudly. My BlackBerry was ringing. I looked at the screen. Shit. It was Gary Green calling me back. "Gary, look, I'm sorry, I can't talk to you right now. A sub I've been following has jumped from the top of the Hyatt Regency Hotel. I'll have to call you back." "Make sure you do," said Green. It wasn't much of a conversation, but it was long enough for Helen to move out of my sight. And when my eyes caught up with her again, she was staring at what was lying on the ground behind the screen. And then so was I, and all of a sudden I was able to understand why they needed such a long sheet of plastic. Nothing ever prepares you for the sight of a dead body. Violent death is rarely ever neat and tidy, but there is something doubly unpleasant about viewing a body that has fallen from a great height. I've never seen anything as fatal as what happens to someone who jumps out of a tall building, and immediately I was thinking about those 200 souls who were forced to jump from the Twin Towers, the most harrowing and enduring image of the horror that had been unleashed inside. At first, I didn't understand the actual details of what exactly had happened to Gaynor Allett. It takes the eyes and the mind a while to disentangle the awful red and raw human wreckage of what you're looking at. All I know for sure was that it was Gaynor Allett. The dress and the shoes she was wearing told me as much. But it took several seconds of horrified contemplation to perceive that when you hit the concrete from a great height, everything that's inside your body ends up being on the outside. In Gaynor's case, some of her insides were 15 or 20 feet away from her shattered body. Most distressing of all, perhaps, was the realization that most of her internal organs and intestines had exited her cadaver from between her legs, almost as if she had suffered some ghastly and giant miscarriage in the street. Something caught my eye. It wasn't the Jimmy Choo shoe that protruded from a pink mass of leg bone and flesh like a small sea urchin, and it wasn't the leopard skin print of the dress that made me think of some big cat incarnadined by the blood of some recently devoured prey, and it wasn't Gaynor Allett's eyes, which were hanging out of their sockets. It was the card she was holding in her still identifiably human hand. I drew the attention of one of the cops to the card and asked him if I might take a look at it. "Be my guest," he said. "Just don't remove it from the scene." I found an evidence glove in my jacket pocket and peeled it onto my hand carefully. Gaynor's grip was strangely firm, and I had to bend back one of the fingers to extract the card from her dead grasp. It was my own business card. I turned it over, read what was written on the back, and then handed it to Helen, mainly to avert her gaze from the butcher's yard that lay on the ground. Then I took her by the arm and led her away. She glanced up at the Hyatt Tower. "We should go in and check it out. Someone must have pushed her, Martins." "No," I said. "What the fuck? Look, she just spent $4,000 dolling herself up. Chances are it was for someone who might still be in there." "No," I said. "Look at the card. It was suicide. Had to be." "This is your card. Why the fuck have you given me your card?" "She was holding it," I explained. "Gaynor Allett. It was in her dead hand. She must have been holding onto it when she jumped. There's something written on the back. Dear Agent Martins, is this sufficiently concrete for you on which to base an investigation?" Helen pulled a face. "Jesus, you're right. It must have been suicide. I guess that was her idea of a joke." "I'm not laughing." Helen returned my card and I gave it to one of the cops, along with another business card on which I wrote Gaynor Allett's home address. "She'd still be alive," I told Helen, if I had insisted on trying to get a mental health warrant. You don't know for sure that you'd have been granted one. No, that's true. But why the dress and the shoes? I don't understand that at all. If you were going to kill yourself, why spend $4,000 on your wardrobe? Doesn't make any sense, Helen. Yes, it does, said Helen. For a moment she looked like she was going to puke. Then she swallowed and said, I think I can explain it. Go ahead. When I was on that yacht in France, one of the other agents told me that his dad had committed suicide. But beforehand, he put on his best suit and shoes. He figured his dad had probably wanted to look his best when he died. This strikes me the same way. Maybe Gaynor wanted to feel and look a little bit special, the way only a new dress and a fabulous pair of shoes can make a woman feel special. We walked back to the car in silence. The route back to police headquarters took me south, down Fannin Street, and just short of the Gulf Freeway we came in sight of the Co-Cathedral of the Sacred Heart. You can drop me here, if you like. Assuming she meant me to get straight onto the freeway for Galveston, I shook my head. That's all right. HPD's only a half a mile down Fannin. I know. That's why I want to walk. Sure. Whatever you say. I understand. After what we just saw. I pulled up at the side of the cathedral. Helen stepped out of the car, and when I didn't drive away, she came around to my window. Behind her was the cathedral's perfectly kept flower bed, from which a variety of scents filled the air, and above this was an arched window near the organ loft, where someone was practicing a Bach toccata and fugue. It seemed like a whole lifetime since I'd been in there to pray that my dwindling faith might be restored, but in truth, it was only a few weeks. Why didn't you tell me before? I said. About what? Being a lesbian or a Roman Catholic? I smiled. Any more surprises? I think you've had enough for one day. Are you going in there? Yes. I thought I'd pray for Gaynor Allett. It can't do her any harm. You could come with me if you want. We could pray for her together. And miss a quiet Sunday afternoon in Galveston? I don't think so. Besides, your prayer has a better chance of being heard if I'm not kneeling beside you, Helen. If you're going to speak to God, you'd better be seen in better company. Oh, I don't worry about that. I'm a lesbian, remember? I really don't think that God understands lesbians at all. Then why go in? Because I think Gaynor would appreciate it. You see, Martins, she was a lesbian too. I frowned. Are you serious? Of course. I don't joke about that kind of thing. But how can you be sure? Helen shook her head. You're such a man, aren't you? It was right under your nose and you couldn't see it. And you did. Of course. You make me sound like an idiot, Helen. You're not an idiot, Martins. You're just a man, that's all. When you say that, somehow you make them sound like the same thing. Chapter 16. I didn't drive to Galveston. Not right away. I had questions about Gaynor Allett I needed to answer. It seemed the least I could do after the note she had left for me on the back of my own business card. I drove to 1127 North Shepherd Drive and the 11th Division Police Station, a low-rise building surrounded with car showrooms and auto repair shops. Following her Friday night shunt on North Post Oak and Woodway, it was to one of these that Gaynor Allett's car had been taken and where I was now directed by the 11th's desk sergeant. I rolled on some latex evidence gloves. A mechanic showed me out back to a parking lot where he had pointed out a Taurus with a heavily dented passenger door and then tossed me a set of keys. Unknown to him, it was the keys I wanted. In addition to the car key, there was a Yale and a Ford leather fob with 4 numbers written on it. I didn't have to be a detective to see that the Yale was the key to Gaynor's front door on Gregg Street, and the numbers were probably the combination for the house alarm. There was nothing much in the glove box or the trunk, but the navigation system's address book contained her favorite destinations. These included her home, the Harris County District Court on Franklin Street where she had worked, and a church near the Johnson Space Center in Clear Lake. I made a note of the church address and zip code and the 4 numbers on the key fob and then drove back to Gaynor Allett's house. I parked the car on Klein Street like before, just in case any nosy Parker neighbor paid attention to that kind of thing, but it didn't look like it. Gregg Street was still quiet, which made it even harder to believe what had happened since driving away from that spot. I went up the side stair, opened and closed the front door, and would have keyed the 4 numbers I'd noted into the alarm, except that Gaynor hadn't armed the system. What was the point when you knew you weren't ever coming home again? I slipped on a fresh pair of evidence gloves, wiped the door handle, and looked around. My search of her house was legal under Section 213 of the Patriot Act, the so-called sneak and peek provisions. Then again, without even an EC or a field report in the name of Gaynor Allett, it wasn't completely warranted either. But I had the feeling Gaynor herself wouldn't have objected to my being there. I wasn't likely to forget my business card in her hand, or the sight of her shattered body. I was still in a state of shock about that. At least, this was the excuse I was giving myself for the time being, until I needed to think of a better one. The house was open plan, with polished wooden floors, ceiling fans, and imitation Art Nouveau lamps. There was a big leather, L-shaped sofa on one side of the sitting room and a kitchen area on the other. The house had 2 bedrooms, each with an ensuite bathroom and a handsomely furnished little study with plenty of books, most of them religious. Facing the desk was a video camera on a tripod, but the SD card was missing. Open on the leather-topped desk was a laptop and a big family Bible. Something about the closet in the spare bedroom caught my eye. An antique double-sized wardrobe made of rich, flamed mahogany. But one of the doors was covered with a sort of thick, heavy curtain resembling an intricately embroidered quilt cover, and although the design was unknown to me, there was something about it that persuaded me it might have religious significance. Drawing the curtain aside, I opened the wardrobe door and was intrigued to discover not a rail of clothes, but a small cushioned seat, another Bible, and several rosaries, as if the wardrobe had served some devotional purpose. Curious, I stepped inside and sat down on the little seat, which was quite comfortable. There was a small electric lamp, so I switched it on. The Bible was a rather ancient one, and as big as a desktop PC, with an ornate leather binding that belonged in a horror movie. The rosaries were mostly silver and ebony. On the wooden walls was a cheesy picture of God and a text from the Epistle of Paul the Apostle to the Romans. Who shall lay anything to the charge of God's elect? It is God that justifieth. I opened the Bible. Inside its heavy pages was a neatly printed list of names. It had a 1-word heading. The word was prayers. I glanced down the list. Most were names I didn't recognize, but I had no problem with 4 of them, and 3 of these, Clifford Richardson, Peter Ekman, and Willard Davidoff, had been crossed out. The 4th name was Philip Osborne's. Presumably, Gaynor Allett hadn't had the time, or given her feelings of guilt in the matter, perhaps the inclination, to cross his name off the list like the other 3 dead men. This list was the clearest evidence yet that these 4 deaths were somehow related, and yet the heading prayers wasn't likely to persuade anyone, least of all the Houston Bureau's chief defense counsel, that there was some kind of case to answer. Police Inspector Blunt's attitude to Gaynor Allett's confession had been salutary in its skepticism. It was one thing pursuing an investigation into 4 sudden deaths. It was something else again to look into the deaths of 4 men on the basis that these had been brought about by the prayers of an emotionally disturbed woman who had committed suicide. Real evidence, of the kind you could put in a plastic bag and hand to a jury, was needed here. I photographed the list with my phone and then put it into my pocket. Having checked that the picture was legible, I photographed the interior and exterior of the prayer cabinet, if that's what it was. Then I collected Gaynor's laptop and carried it out to the car. From there, I drove to the Northwest Freeway and the RCFL, where I filled out some paperwork and left the laptop for Ken Paris to take a look at. Then I went to the office, where I logged the prayer list as evidence before calling Gary Green, and this time I got him, although I regretted doing so immediately. "Where the fuck have you been?" I told him I'd been obliged to move out of my house and then spend the morning interviewing a sub who'd subsequently killed herself. These sounded like reasonable explanations to me, but Green wasn't having any of it. "Your ass stays right where it is," he growled. "I'm coming in." "Can't this wait until tomorrow, sir? It's not exactly been a great day. I've still got blood on my shoes." "Nope. This can't wait, but you can. And your day's about to get a lot fucking worse than just a bit of blood on your damn shoes." And then he hung up. Gary Green was tall, taller than me, and black, with a head like a bowling ball and the manners of a mechanical pinsetter. Around his mouth there was a light gray beard and a mustache, and on the other end of his nose he wore a pair of heavy-framed glasses that added a strong touch of disbelief to the way he regarded me. I had been summoned to his office minutes after his arrival in the building. Vijay Prasad was also there from DCSNet. The digital collection system is the FBI's dedicated surveillance system and allows instant access to all cell phone, landline, and SMS communication anywhere in the United States, and for all I know, abroad. How it works is classified, but it runs on the Windows operating system and makes wiretapping as easy as buying something on Amazon. "We've been trying to put your slippery ass in that chair since Friday evening," he said. I started to explain, but Green didn't look as if he was interested in hearing my side of things. He waved a hand in front of his face as if trying to get rid of some gas. His own, probably. "You're busy. I get that. Everyone in this building thinks his shit is more important than the next guy's. But we're busy too, Martins, and given that I should be taking my daughter to Sunday school, you'll appreciate that maybe I wouldn't be here now if you made time for us on Friday night." "Gisela said she'd speak to you." "Oh, and she did. But it wasn't Gisela we wanted to talk to, Martins. You see, we didn't want to talk to you on bureau business, but in your capacity as a witness." "A witness? Me? To what?" "At last, you begin to see. Maybe you'd better just cut to the chase, sir. I certainly wouldn't like to waste any more of your valuable time. You know Bishop Eamon Coogan, is that right?" "Yes, I do." "Mind telling me how?" "I don't mind. Before he became a bishop here in Houston, strictly speaking, he's an archbishop, but it's an emeritus position, so not like a real archbishop, which is one stripe below cardinal. Before that, he was a friend of my parents in Boston. He trained to be a doctor. My father taught him at med school." "So you're a Catholic?" "Used to be." "But you're still the bishop's friend?" "Yes, I am." "Close friends?" "That all depends on what you're about to accuse him of." "Honest answer." "A few weeks ago he took me into his confidence," I said. "He'd put me onto a DT case we've been investigating. He had some suspicions that there was a connection between the death of Philip Osborne and—" "Yeah. Gisela told me all about that shit." He paused. "And that's all he talked to you about?" "That's where I was this morning. I was interviewing a woman who claimed to have something to do with it." "The woman who committed suicide?" I nodded. "Maybe now would be a good time for you to tell me what this is all about." "I find it interesting he should take you into his confidence about that and not something else that might have more immediate relevance to him." "Such as?" "No, I want to get this quite straight, Martins. Other than Philip Osborne's death and the related inquiry, there's nothing else by way of a possible criminal offense that you and he have discussed?" "Not really." "Meaning?" "Well, yesterday when I saw him, he mentioned something in passing, about a priest from the Benedictine seminary in Jersey Village who had been caught with his hand in the cash register. But nothing other than that." "Was it Father Breguet?" "Yes, it was." "He mentioned that in passing. How?" Over breakfast. We were having breakfast at the bishop's house on Timber Terrace Road. Do you often have breakfast with the Archbishop Emeritus? As a matter of fact, that was the first time. And he said what else about Father Breguet? Only that he'd considered asking my advice about it, but that he and the cardinal had decided not to press any charges. Why not? Because it didn't seem like a very Christian thing to do and because it wasn't a lot of money. That at least is true. I glanced at Vijay Prasad. He was stick-thin and very handsome in a kind of sad way. So far, he'd said almost nothing, but it wasn't difficult to work out how he was connected to this. I'm guessing you've been spying on the bishop's phone, Vijay, which is why you're here. Vijay looked for his cue to Gary Green, but he didn't get one. His was just a bit part. This was going to be Green's show, and Vijay was there to give a yes or no answer only when Green required it. Father Lawrence Breguet is wanted in connection with allegations of child abuse dating back 20 years, to when he was a teacher at St. Benedict's, the boys' school attached to the seminary in Memorial Park. We've interviewed a number of victims following the arrest of several teachers who were part of a tot-banger scene here in Houston. The Conroe case, I said. Ken Paris told me something about that, but he didn't mention the Catholic diocese. One of those jackos cracked, explained Green. He told us about Father Breguet, and we found pictures on the father's desktop PC that put him in the same toilet bowl as the others. Only he was on vacation in Italy at the time, in the Vatican, to be more accurate, and it now looks as if he had no immediate plans to return home to Texas on account of the fact that your buddy the bishop more or less told him to stay away. Since then, he's disappeared, but not before removing a sum of cash from local church funds via an online checking account. All that's on the wiretap? That and more. And you're looking for what? A grand jury investigation against Bishop Coogan? Aiding and abetting the flight from justice of someone who is accused of child abuse. That's a felony. And does the bishop know about this investigation? He will tomorrow morning, said Green. Only we wanted to speak to you first, Martins. Make sure that everything in the Houston field office is watertight. We wouldn't want any more leaks, now would we? What? You think I'd tip him off? The way he tipped off Father Breguet? Green just stared at me, saying nothing. With all due respect, sir, fuck you. I'm no snitch. And certainly not for the Catholic Church. But then if you really thought that, you'd have E. Howard Hunt here tapping my phone too. Wait a minute. I smiled. That's what pissed you off, isn't it? About me not being at my old home on Driscoll Street. You tapped that phone, but I wasn't there. And since I've been in Galveston, my cell phone coverage has been non-existent. That's it, isn't it? You bastard. I stood up and headed toward Green's door. No one's tapped your phone, Martins, said Green. I just wanted to see how you'd react to the news about your friend Coogan. So sit the fuck down again. He paused. You're not under suspicion of anything. I sat down, but I felt only partly reassured. I wanted to ask you some more about Bishop Coogan. What kind of man is he? You mean, is he a jacko like Father Lawrence Breguet? All right. Is he? To be honest, I haven't a fucking clue. It's not the kind of thing that you talk about. But let me say one thing more. If Coogan is a jacko, then I'll buy a fucking shovel and help you to bury him. Okay? I'm reassured to hear that, Agent Martins. Frankly, I don't give a damn about you being reassured. I saw a woman I knew jump from the top of the Hyatt Regency today. Somehow after that, everything seems of lesser importance. And that includes your opinion of me. I shook my head. One more thing. About the wiretap. When you said the wiretap had Bishop Coogan telling Father Breguet to stay away from Houston, you said that's more or less what he said. So my question is this. Which is it? I'm not with you, Agent Martins. More or less? Which is it? Or maybe I should listen to the recording and decide for myself. Green shrugged. It might conceivably be argued by the bishop that he was carrying out the cardinal's orders. I grinned. Less than more, I'd say. In which case, you're going to have a hard job persuading a grand jury to hand down an indictment. A cardinal tells a bishop to do something, he does it. Not to do it would be like a soldier disobeying an order from one of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. It's only my opinion, but I used to be a lawyer, and I can tell you that you might be better off prosecuting the Houston diocese instead of the bishop. It won't be the first time that a Catholic bishop has been indicted by a grand jury, argued Green. It will be in Texas, I said. Houston has the third largest Hispanic population in the United States, 44% Latin American. That makes Houston a very Catholic town, unlike Kansas City. I'm a Baptist myself, said Green. But it was Kansas you were talking about, wasn't it? Where they indicted that other Catholic bishop? Kansas is a lot more Protestant than Houston. And you? You say you're not a Catholic anymore. So what's your denomination now? I don't go to church. Since I don't believe in God, there doesn't seem to be much point in calling myself this or that. Hell, Martins, said Green. Don't you miss going to church? I used to go because of what I believed. Now I don't go because of what I know. I didn't know much. That was obvious. And certainly not about Bishop Coogan. Ruth was going to be jubilant when she heard about the grand jury investigation in the newspapers. Her detestation of the Roman Catholic Church now looked to be utterly vindicated. It just proved what she had always alleged, that the Houston diocese concealed a nest of pedophile priests, just like Dallas. Of course, I was guilty of no small concealment myself. I ought to have mentioned to Gary Green that I was now living in the Catholic diocesan house in Galveston. Probably I ought to have vacated the place and moved into a motel. And I was going to do that, just not right away. There was something important I needed to do first. Something that took me 3/4 of the way back to Galveston early that same evening, and that made it convenient to stay on for one more night. The USA may have ended the space shuttle program, but the International Space Station mission is still controlled from the Johnson Space Center in Clear Lake City. It's a complex of about 100 buildings that date back to a time when Americans looked to the heavens and thought not of Jesus, but of the moon and the stars, and wondered how we were going to get there. It seems incredible, but 40 years after the last manned flight to the moon, we look up at the sky and think of God and how to lead a life that will please Him enough to let us into heaven. If that's progress, then I'm Neil Armstrong. A mile or two northwest of the Johnson Space Center, the Israel Church of Good Men and Good Women was a big Art Deco building on Space Center Boulevard. I don't think there were many guys from the Space Center who worshiped there. Back in 2007, there was a hostage situation in Building 44, and most of the guys I met then struck me as more inclined to put their faith in the telemetry that brought Apollo 13 back to Earth in April 1970. From everything I've read about that mission, it took a lot more than prayer to bring those guys home. More than anyone, I think they know there isn't a heaven. There's just a great big glitter ball that we call the universe. The church had the look of an old airport terminal, and given its proximity to Ellington Airfield, I had no doubt that's what it was. But the control tower had been replaced with a tall glass steeple, and above the main entrance was an enormous bas-relief of an angel. He looked as if he was keeping an eye on the expensive cars that were already parked on the sun-baked lot. Either that, or they used him to take the roll for evening service and then go find those careless folk who were still at home watching the ball game. They'd have come along with him, too. He didn't seem to be the kind of angel who was likely to take no for an answer. Near the entrance, there were church greeters, men mostly, wearing summer suits and carrying well-thumbed Bibles. Their greetings were enthusiastic, too. So far, so Lakewood, I told myself as I passed into the church's mercifully cool interior, where the similarity ended, and I felt my jaw drop as, for a long time, I marveled, quietly, at my surroundings. I've been in plenty of cathedrals and churches, but very little that was as impressive as this one. Somewhere, an architect was still looking at his fee check, and when he wasn't wondering if he dared to cash it, he was probably congratulating himself on his own breathtaking audacity. Lakewood was big, but the Israel Church was so achingly modern it was almost impossible to describe except to say that it was a circular structure with more than a dozen entrances, and dominated by a central chimney cone that rose up into the steeple. The altar was underneath the cone, which probably resembled the Large Hadron Collider in Switzerland. A huge picture of Christ was hanging in the air above the seating area, where several thousand people were waiting patiently for the service to begin. It was so like being on the set of a James Bond movie that when the pastor finally entered to thunderous applause, I almost expected him to be carrying a white cat. I sat down near the back and fixed a rictus smile to my face, of the kind I'd frequently been obliged to deploy at Lakewood. Almost at once, I was on my feet again as the worshippers surrounding me jumped up and began to pump their fists in the air, shouting, "Alleluia." A huge organ started to play, and it was quickly clear to me that the pastor of this futuristic church wasn't the type to share the spotlight with a worship team of singers and second-string preachers. The music sounded like it was classical and perhaps Baroque in origin, although I didn't recognize the composer, but it had to be someone with a taste for the dramatic. The pastor himself was in his early 40s and wore a white shirt and black frock coat so that he resembled an old-fashioned preacher in a John Ford movie, or perhaps an Orthodox Jew, depending on how you look at these things. From the big screen on which his beaming face was projected, I could see that he was handsome, with sky-blue eyes, machine-cut features, and a smile like the raiment of angels. His hair was blonde and thick, and his voice was deep with an accent that couldn't have come from anywhere but West Texas. And while his delivery was a tad wooden for my taste, there was no doubting its effectiveness. Those around me just lapped it up as if he'd poured his voice onto a heap of warm pancakes. We sang some hymns. All of the words appeared up on the screen. It was only when our pastor started to preach that I began to understand his angle. Every preacher has one. It's just good business. Billy Graham used to preach about being born again in Jesus. Pastor Joel Osteen at Lakewood preaches that God wants you to be successful. At the Israel Church of Good Men and Good Women, Pastor Nelson Vandervelden, his name was captioned on the screen above his head, preached passionately about the coming last days, accompanied by testimonies of his direct communication with God, Jesus Christ, and his angels. I have heard many church sermons, and could probably work out a reasonably fair scoring system for them if Zagat ever decides to start reviewing church sermons. But even in Texas, this was the first time I'd heard a preacher declare that he'd actually met the Messiah in a vision. Pastor Vandervelden spoke with the complete conviction of one who had taken the trouble of first persuading himself that everything he told his enraptured audience was the absolute truth. I don't know how else he could have pulled it off, and to this extent, it was like listening to a smoother version of a street corner hustler working a highly sophisticated permutation of the three-card trick. To work a good con like that requires you partly believe it yourself. "I hate to repeat myself," he said, grinning handsomely. By now the volume on his charisma was on 11. "I really do, folks. But some things do bear repetition. When Jesus talked about the good news, he didn't mean for us to shut up about it. On the contrary, he told his disciples, 'Go ye into all the world and preach the gospel.' And if the gospel isn't worth repeating every day of the week, every minute of every hour, I don't know what is. No, sir. I'm never going to shut up about God's message." You know how when you're at work and you hear someone talking about something they saw on TV, like America's Got Talent? Well, that's how I feel about God's message. Me? I'm the kind of fellow who's liable to say, sure, America's got talent. But where do you think it got that talent from? Why, from God, of course. Man, I love that show. But whenever I watch it, I can't help but think about the parable of the talents. What a great story that is. What a great teller Jesus was, too. Now there was a guy with an extraordinary talent. Lots of amens and alleluias and praise the Lords. "Repeating yourself," said Van der Velden. "Some folks get embarrassed about that. They think it's a sign that they're getting old. Well, by that standard, I must be as old as Methuselah, because if I've repeated God's message once, I must have repeated it 1,000,000 times." He chuckled. "But who's counting? Another thing you've heard me talk about before is my experience in the Holy Land. How back in 2005, I spent a whole year studying in Israel. I guess you could say that I just had a hunger to see the land of miracles. I was like one of those folk by the Sea of Galilee when Jesus performed the miracle of the loaves and the fishes. I was hungry, all right. But like them, I got a lot more than I was expecting. Praise the Lord. But I was filled with his message as if I'd eaten a great feast. Because if you seek, ye shall find. And if you knock, then the door will be open to you, my friends. Amen. Amen. Some of you have also heard me speak of 2 wise men I met in Israel. Not 3 wise men this time, just 2. Certainly these were the wisest men I ever met. One of these wise men was Rabbi Yitzhak Kaduri. Senior Jewish rabbis from all over the world used to come and listen to Rabbi Kaduri, who for years was about the nearest thing there's been to one of those Old Testament prophets. He certainly looked like one. Earlier on, I mentioned Methuselah, who was famously old, of course. And while Rabbi Kaduri wasn't as old as him, he was pretty old by modern standards. When he died on January 28, 2006, he was 108 years old. I'm proud to say I got to know him a little in the last few months of his great life. To be honest, I have no idea what a man like him saw in a young guy like me, except perhaps a hunger for spiritual truth and enlightenment. And maybe this, perhaps, that I was a Gentile. Of course, there were a great many Jews who listened to Rabbi Kaduri, and rightly so, but I think he worried that they would keep his final truth to themselves, or even try to suppress it. So to that extent, I was just the right guy in the right place, and at the right time. Nothing more to it than that. I expect you know that the word rabbi is generally applied to those who become master or teachers of the Torah, the name given by Jews to the 5 books of Moses that begin the Hebrew Bible. When people realized what a wise man Jesus was, they started calling him rabbi too. Now, like I said, Rabbi Kaduri was the wisest man I ever met. He taught me all kinds of things. Some of those things, hidden things that people like him have known about for thousands of years, I promised him not to talk about. And I have to respect that promise. But one thing he did give me permission to talk about was a vision he'd had. And you can imagine how excited his followers were when he announced that the person he'd met in this vision was none other than the Messiah. Because, of course, the Jews have been waiting for the Messiah since before when. And they got even more excited when the rabbi announced that the Messiah was coming soon. He also told them that he knew this person was the Messiah because in the vision, Rabbi Kaduri was given a message. In Hebrew, that message went like this: Yarim ha'am ve'ochiach shadvaro veto rato omdim. Now, in English, that means that he will lift his people and prove that his word and law are valid. Now, I've thought about this a great deal, and it strikes me that this is exactly what the Messiah would say. And here's another fascinating thing. Rabbi Kaduri wrote down the name of the Messiah and promised that after his death, the identity of the Messiah would be revealed. This is exactly what happened. He wrote the name down on a piece of paper and put it in a sealed envelope and gave this to one of his followers who opened it after the rabbi's death. And do you know something? It turned out that the name that the wisest, oldest, and best respected rabbi in Israel had revealed to all his followers was the very same name that Christians have known about for more than almost 2,000 years. Jesus. That's right. Hallelujah and amen. Now, as you can imagine, that set a lot of the rabbi's followers a real big problem. No one likes to admit they made a mistake, and not just any mistake. Imagine it. The rabbi's revelation meant that they'd rejected their own Messiah, that they'd handed him over to the Romans to be crucified, like it says in the Gospels. So what were the followers of Rabbi Kaduri to do in the light of this revelation? Well, I'm sad to say that a lot of them chose to suppress the old rabbi's posthumous message. But of course, the truth will out. Like I say, I think that's one of the reasons that Rabbi Kaduri told me about the details of his vision, because he guessed that maybe some of his own followers would try to keep things quiet, and because he knew that I'd tell you people about it. And he was right. The name of the Messiah is Jesus, friends. And he's coming very soon. And when he does, there's going to be a great reckoning. In the Gospel according to St. Matthew, it says, "Even now the axe is lying at the root of the trees. Every tree, therefore, that does not bear good fruit is cut down and thrown into the fire. I baptize you with water for repentance, but one who is more powerful than I am is coming after me. I am not worthy to carry his sandals. He will baptize you with the Holy Spirit and fire. His winnowing fork is in his hand, and he will clear his threshing floor and will gather his wheat into the granary, but the chaff he will burn with unquenchable fire." I tell you, brothers and sisters, that it's already started, too. This great reckoning that the Bible speaks of. Things are happening in Israel right now, things that were foretold in the Bible that prove this to be the case. Political events and historical forces that herald the last days before he comes again. His enemies are already in disarray. The day of judgment is at hand, when the unrighteous will be condemned, as it says in the book of Revelation. Hallelujah! I glanced at my immediate neighbors as they muttered, "Amen," or "God be praised." I didn't find them laughable or contemptible, because they were ecstatic about something in which I no longer believed myself, but I did pity them. You can bet when people start talking about enlightenment and messiahs that the rock on which their truth is founded can be carried on the back of a mayfly. I stifled a yawn, wondering how much more of Pastor Vandervelden's bullshit I could take without heading for the men's room. Possibly there was someone outside, one of the greeters perhaps, who might have told me something more about poor Gaynor Allett. I was about to risk making an early exit when I caught a glimpse of someone who looked a lot like Ruth. And for a moment I reflected that I should certainly have preferred a vision of my wife to one of God or Jesus. Frankly, I wouldn't have known what to say to anyone or anything more divine than my own wife. But it was Ruth. And now that I was certain of it, I realized I had no idea what I was going to say to her when, as seemed likely, we spoke. Naturally, she would assume I had followed her there and be none too pleased about that. And I hardly wanted to tell her I was there on bureau business, not that she would have believed that for a minute. Equally, there was a strong possibility that she would ignore me altogether, and by speaking to her, I would cause an ugly or embarrassing scene. None of this was especially troubling to me, however, compared with the fact that Danny was nowhere to be seen and the apparent significance of the man next to whom Ruth was standing. He was tall and handsome and wearing a blue suit that was a bit too large for him, in the way that the largest size in the shop is too large for anything other than a 400-pound gorilla or Goliath's younger brother. He looked like a football player, or a bodybuilder, or perhaps a small building. From time to time, Ruth would glance up at him. He was 6.5 feet if he was an inch, as though in search of his approbation, and he would glance back at her and give it with a broad smile. In that respect, at least, they were like any of at least 1,000 other couples in that church. Just seeing them made me feel like a fish out of water. Finally, Vandervelden finished speaking. We had yet more prayers and then a hymn before at last the show was over, and people turned toward the aisles and started to head for the exits. That was when she saw me. And her face could not have looked less pleased if the outsized boyfriend had trodden on her toe. Pain quickly gave way to irritation as I pushed through the crowd to reach her. "What are you doing here?" "It's not what you think. I didn't follow you. I had no idea you'd be here. Really. I give you my word on that." "Listen, buddy," said the giant. "Don't make trouble, okay?" He put his King Kong hand on Ruth's shoulder, a proprietorial gesture I didn't much care for. "Really, I'm not here to make any trouble. I'm just trying to speak to my wife, that's all. I don't know what she's told you about me, but you need to give me a minute here. All right?" The big man glanced at Ruth, who nodded back at him. "It's okay, Hogan," she said. "Hogan?" I repeated, in spite of myself. "I'll see you back at the car, okay? I can handle this." Reluctantly, Hogan walked away, leaving me alone with Ruth and her killing look. "Where's Danny? Please tell me how he is." "You're not here on official business," she said. "As a matter of fact, I am." "I don't believe you, Gil. I'm not listening to your nonsense. It's obvious that you must have followed me here." "Ruth, honestly, my finding you here is just a coincidence. But now that we're both here, can't we just talk for a moment? Please." "Did he get any of the presents I sent him?" "He got them, Gil." "Did he like the Xbox game?" "It was a little old for him, Gil." "All kids like the games that are too old for them, honey. That's just how it is. You just have to go with that." "So tell me, what's the official business that brings you all the way down to Clearwater?" "One of the church members here, Gaynor Allett, is dead. She committed suicide this morning. I came here to speak to someone and see if anyone can explain why she might have done it. You see, she was the sub in an... But another man, 50-ish, with a broken nose and a pimp mustache, had heard what I said and butted in. "Excuse me, sir," he said. "I couldn't help overhearing some of what you were saying just now." "Did you say Gaynor Allett is dead?" "Yes, sir, I did, and she is." "Did you know her?" "Yes, I knew her. My name is Frank Fitzgerald." "Mr. Fitzgerald, my name is Gil Martins, and I'm a special agent with the FBI. If you might give me a moment here." Yes, I will. In fact, you wait right there, Agent Martins, and I'll be right back." Fitzgerald went away urgently. My eyes followed him long enough to notice that under his coat he was wearing a radio on his hip. It looked more likely than a gun. "You see," I told Ruth. "He believes me, even if you don't." Ruth shot me a disbelieving look, as if she hoped that the earth would swallow me up forever. "Where's Danny now?" I asked again, looking around. "Did you bring him with you today? I'd like to see him." "He's not here. He's back home. When all this is sorted, Gil, I expect you can. But until then, I don't want him disturbed. This has been quite upsetting enough for him already." "Well, we can agree on that much at least." I glanced around as people continued to file out of the church. "I certainly didn't expect to see you here." "That's two things we can agree on." "You know, this church, it's a long way from Corsicana, Ruth." "I'm not living there." "Oh? Where are you living?" Ruth looked surprised at that. "At my house, in Driscoll Street, of course. Where else?" Now it was my turn to look surprised. "Is that where Danny is now?" She nodded. "Gil, you left a message to say you'd moved out, so I took you at your word." "Even by your standards, that's fast work." She looked away. It was easier on her eye than looking at me in my grief. "Well, who's taking care of him?" "He's spending the day at Robbie Murphy's house. He's the boy across the road." "I remember." "He's the one Danny hit, right?" "That was just boys being boys. Really, they're the best of friends. I'm surprised you even remember that. Of course I remember. I still love you both, Ruth, and I want you back. More than anything in the world, I'd like things to be just the way they were before. That means no more atheism, no more Richard Dawkins and Christopher Hitchens, no more stupid, irreligious remarks. You have my word on that. I'll even come back to Lakewood with you. I shook my head. For a while back there, things just got on top of me. You know? Pressure. It got to my head, I think. But I'm all right now. Ruth looked pained. She was good at that. Ingrid Bergman and St. Joan. But the pain in her voice was all directed my way. It couldn't have hurt more if she'd used a razor on my ears. I believe you, Gil. But we both know you don't believe in God. Don't you see? You'd be living a lie, and so would I. How long could we keep the lid on all that? 3 months? 6? No. It could never work. Besides, I don't go to Lakewood anymore. This is my church now. Ruth, you can't be serious. These people? They're even bigger cranks than the ones at Lakewood. You're an intelligent woman, Ruth. A lawyer. You're supposed to be hard-headed about these things. Do you really want our son growing up in an environment like this? For Christ's sakes, Ruth. It's for Christ's sake that I'm here, Gil. It's a pity you can't see that. Don't do this to me, Ruth. Don't do this to our boy, please. A boy needs to have his father around, just like a father needs to see his son growing up. You're taking all that away from me, and for what? Because I'm a sinner? Because I'm the chaff that needs to be thrown into the unquenchable fire? Please, Ruth. You may not realize it now, but I promise you'll regret this. One day you'll wake up and realize what was lost. Frank Fitzgerald appeared at my side again. Pastor Vandervelden would like to speak with you, Agent Martins, he said. Yeah. Sure. Why not? I turned to look at the man beside me. Now that I saw him close up again, close enough to smell his breath and see into his eyes, I saw the steadiness and experience in the man and how deliberate he was, and knew instinctively that the radio on his hip was a gun after all. Did he wear it for his own protection? Or the pastor's? Right now he's busy meeting some of the many people who've come along here this evening. Fitzgerald glanced over one of my shoulders and then the other, as if trying to see if he could pick out a partner I might have brought with me. But he's invited you to wait in his private office for a while, until the last of his parishioners has gone. Would you do that, please? Parishioners. I like that. It made the setup at the Israel Church sound almost benign, like garden parties and picnics and pink paper packages tied up with fucking string. Sure, I can do that, I said. No problem. I glanced back to where Ruth had been standing, but she'd already taken advantage of this momentary distraction and had disappeared into the crowd. Fitzgerald must have noticed the disappointment on my face because he touched my arm in a gesture of contrition. At least, I think that's what it was. His grip was as firm as the cinch on a rodeo rider's saddle. He didn't let go of my arm until I started to follow him. What happened to her? He asked. Excuse me? To Gaynor. You did say she committed suicide, didn't you? No disrespect, sir, but perhaps it would be better if my explanation could wait until we're in the pastor's office. What happened today was traumatic, to say the least, and I'd rather not go through it all more than once. I'm sure you understand. Yes, of course. Then you were with her? More or less. I shall certainly miss her, he said. She was a long-standing and much-loved member of this church, and a steadfast Christian. I wouldn't know about anything like that, I said. Chapter 17. Frank Fitzgerald walked me through an important-looking door at the top of a flight of stairs. It looked important because it was large and curved like an enormous wooden shield. He left me alone in a high, circular library that was floored in marble and probably designed by an extraterrestrial being with a fetish for brushed aluminum. In the center of the floor and underneath a glass ceiling was a semicircular desk, and ranged around the room was a series of glass cases containing old illuminated Bibles of the kind that a whole monastery of scribes must have worked on for a whole lifetime of rainy Sundays. I looked at one of these and told myself that the Word of God was a lot more believable when it was written in Latin. Probably the old Roman Catholic Church had been right about that. The minute you allowed people to read the Bible in their native language, you were opening the door to interpretation, debate, challenges to doctrine, heresy, and finally, atheism. There's nothing like reading the Bible to put you off the whole idea of God and religion. That's an interesting one you're looking at. It was Nelson van der Velden, and he was alone. He came and stood next to me in an invisible cloud of aftershave and sanctimony. He was taller than I had supposed, with good clear skin and hard blue eyes. Immediately I had the strong impression I'd seen him someplace before. But where? That particular Bible was commissioned by the first king of Jerusalem, Baldwin I, in 1100 A.D., to celebrate the establishment of his new kingdom. What makes it especially interesting from a theological point of view is that it's only the Old Testament, which has led some to speculate that the monks who illustrated it were also members of the Knights Templar and Manichaeans, which is to say that they believed in the dual nature of God and not at all in the divinity of Jesus Christ. Personally, I just think they ran out of time and money. Possibly both. But praise the Lord, it is wonderful, don't you think? Yes, it is. I own some pretty rare DC comic books myself, but I saw no reason for us to get off to a bad start by telling him that. Nelson van der Velden, he said, holding out his hand. Special Agent Gil Martins. I shook his hand and handed him my business card. He glanced at it and frowned. Didn't the little roundel used to be embossed in gold? We've had to make some budgetary cuts, I said. Pity. Gold looks so much better. I guess those medieval monks thought so too. I nodded at the Bible I'd been looking at. The use of gold was intended to represent the multiple grace of heavenly wisdom. But gold served a higher spiritual purpose too. It was meant as an act of praise, to exalt the text. Along the way, of course, it did also demonstrate how powerful the owner was. I expect J. Edgar Hoover had something similar in mind, I said, and showed him my gold shield. It's not made of real gold. Of course, I wish it was. I'd have hawked it and bought a fake. Van der Velden smiled patiently. Frank tells me that a member of our church has committed suicide. Gaynor Allett, I said. She jumped from the top of the Hyatt Regency Hotel in Houston just a few hours ago. Oh my goodness. That's awful. Yes, it was. Were you there? I nodded. How ghastly for you. How ghastly for you both. He shook his head. Gaynor Allett. Did you know her? I'm trying to fit a face to the name. That's not always easy with a membership as large as ours. How many is that? 11,000. I go to Lakewood, so I know what you mean. There's almost 18,000 there. Oh man, that's a good church, said Van der Velden. And Osteen's one great preacher. The best. He has a real gift. I nodded. Do you remember her now? Gaynor Allett? Tall, red hair, late 30s. He winced. No, I'm sorry, Agent Martins. Under the circumstances, I wish I could. I feel kind of bad that I can't. I gained the impression from Mr. Fitzgerald that she'd been coming here for a while. In fact, he described her as a much-loved member of this church. Well, if Frank said that, then I'm sure she was. As our membership secretary, he has a lot more to do with the grassroots membership of the Israel Church than I do. Van der Velden shrugged. Me? I'm just the front man. Tell me, Agent Martins, have you any idea why she did it? It's early days, sir. I'm working on a number of possibilities. Look, would you mind if I said a short prayer for her? The pastor bowed his head and closed his eyes, which gave me an opportunity to study him more closely. Almighty Father, eternal God, hear our prayers for your daughter Gaynor Allett, whom you have called from this life to yourself. Grant her happiness and peace. Let her pass in safety through the gates of death and live forever with all your saints in the light you promised to Abraham and all his descendants in faith. And on that great day of resurrection and reward we know is coming soon, God, raise Gaynor up with all your saints. Pardon her sins and give her eternal life in your heavenly kingdom. We ask this through Christ our Lord. Amen. Amen, I said. That was for appearance's sake only. I hardly wanted the pastor thinking of me as badly as my own wife did, not while I hoped to get some information about Gaynor Allett. The pastor opened his eyes and then nodded in a way that made you think he really had been speaking to God. He was one of those rare ministers of the church who possessed that gift, and who made it so much easier for you to believe because he believed with such irresistible force. And when he smiled, it was like he was smiling because he'd felt the power of God's love and forgiveness. I almost envied him the apparent strength of his faith, and by extension, I felt a little twinge of shame and regret as I recalled my earlier cynical assessment of his character and calling. The man was more sincere than I had imagined. What can I do to help you, Agent Martins? I'd like to speak to Mr. Fitzgerald again, if I may, since, by his own account, he knew her better than you. Having said that, it's incumbent on me to explain just how the Bureau comes to be involved in this case. Yes. I must admit I was wondering that myself. He pointed at a long, curving sofa that completed the circle begun by his desk. Why don't you make yourself comfortable and tell me all about it, and then I'll have Frank answer your questions. I told Van der Velden how I'd been investigating the sudden deaths of Clifford Richardson, Peter Ekman, Willard Davidoff, and Philip Osborne, and how Gaynor Allett had confessed to killing Osborne with prayer. Excuse me? He said. Did you just tell me that she had said she'd killed someone with prayer? That's right. Prayer to whom, exactly? To God. I shrugged. At first, we were inclined to treat her as a harmless crank. We get a lot of that kind of thing in law enforcement. But clearly, she believed what she told us, and in all other respects, she was rational. Which is why, when we released her from custody this morning, we decided to keep her under surveillance. You see, it was also clear that she was very afraid of someone. God, perhaps. I don't know. Anyway, that might be why she killed herself. Let me get this straight, said Van der Velden. He was picking his words with care now. She actually said that she had prayed for the death of this man, Philip Osborne? I assume you mean the journalist and writer. I nodded. Did she explain why she had it in for him? Because he was ungodly. I guess you could say because he was one of the unrighteous you mentioned in your sermon. Those who are condemned like it says in the book of Revelation. But you don't actually believe that Mr. Osborne was killed by prayer? No. This is just a trail of smoke, and we're looking to see if there's a real fire underneath it. We thought it might be possible that there was some connection between Osborne's death and those 3 others I mentioned, that someone might have been involved in a more practical way. I know it sounds as if we're grasping at straws, but Gaynor Allett did seem to know a lot more about Philip Osborne's death than had been in the newspapers. Did she leave a note? Nope. Did she mention this church? No. Actually, she was keen to leave your church out of things. I only found out about you because this address is listed as a favorite destination on her car's satellite navigation system. You were at the service, said Vandervelden. So I hope you'll forgive me if I remind you that we pray for people at the Israel Church of Good Men and Good Women, not against them. We're an evangelical church, Agent Martins. We believe in the same kind of things they do over at Lakewood. That was certainly my impression, sir. I'm relieved to hear it. You know, prayer is absolutely fundamental to the Christian. There's a poem by an Anglican clergyman called R.S. Thomas I kind of admire, called Folk Tale, in which he says, "Prayer's like gravel flung at the sky's window, hoping to attract the loved one's attention." Which puts it very well, I think. God knows everything already. He probably knows what I'm going to pray about before the words are out of my heart. You hope he'll listen, that maybe you can change his mind about something. Once in a while, I figure he hears my prayer and maybe answers it too. That's my faith. But most of the time, I figure he knows what's right for me and doesn't pay any attention to my prayers. Most of the time, I think I'm just flinging gravel at God's window. I guess what I'm saying is this, Agent Martins. It's hard to imagine anyone using prayer as a lethal weapon. It would be more than a little impertinent for us to believe that we could call on God like those Old Testament prophets and bring destruction on our enemies. You see what I'm talking about? I don't doubt the power of God is more lethal than any man-made weapon, but I do doubt that it's a power that anyone but someone like Moses or Joshua is equipped for, or, more accurately, is granted the right to handle. I also have to wonder what kind of God it would be who could answer such a prayer as the one Gaynor Allett claimed to have made. If I might quote another English poet, C.S. Lewis, "May it be the real I who speaks. May it be the real thou that I speak to." Frankly, I'm not at all sure who might answer the kind of prayer Gaynor Allett claimed she made. But I'm absolutely sure it couldn't have been our Father in heaven. The pastor went to fetch Frank Fitzgerald. He was gone a while. For a moment or two, I glanced over the magazines on his coffee table. These were more inclined to the intellectual than the spiritual. Forbes, The New Yorker, Scientific American. Then I amused myself by looking at all the books on his shelves. Some of them appeared to be in Hebrew, which persuaded me that unless they were merely for show, Nelson Vandervelden really had studied Scripture in Israel. And not just Christian Scripture, but Jewish Scripture too. As well as books, there were several framed photographs on the shelves. In one or two of them, Vandervelden was pictured alongside a very old Jewish rabbi. And when he finally returned with Frank Fitzgerald, I asked if the old man was the same Rabbi Kaduri who he had mentioned in his sermon. Yes. That was taken in Jerusalem not long before Kaduri died. A very remarkable man. Would I be right in thinking that you know a lot about Judaism? My doctorate from the University of California at Berkeley is in comparative religion, said Vandervelden, with no small pride. I wrote my thesis on Judaism and the Kabbalah. Why? I took out my phone and found the photographs I'd taken of Gaynor Allett's prayer closet. You wouldn't happen to know what this is, would you? In particular, the design on the curtain? Vandervelden looked at my pictures and frowned. It looks like a kind of parachet, he said. That's a curtain that covers the door to the Aron Kaddish in a synagogue, which is a cabinet where they keep the Torah scrolls. Only this particular curtain appears to be upside down. The design you see is a menorah, the 7-branched candlestick that's been a symbol of Judaism since ancient times. Either the person who hung this curtain is ignorant of the design, or... I waited. Or what? Or it might indicate someone who wished to be blasphemous, in the same way you might hang a crucifix upside down if you were, let's say, satanically inclined. The curtain was on the door of a closet where Gaynor Allett seemed to have hidden herself away when she was praying. Fitzgerald came over and looked at the pictures on my phone. He shook his head. Never seen anything like that before, Pastor. You say she prayed in there, Agent Martins? That's right. It does seem kind of obsessive, he said. And I speak as someone who prays a great deal. What do you think, Frank? Is this the Gaynor Allett you knew? Not at all, he said. Look, she was strong in her faith. They say faith can move mountains. Well, maybe it can, but I think you have to be a little crazy to try. He shrugged. Gaynor was committed, even devout. But she never struck me as mad enough to go around praying for folks to be dead. Sounds to me like she was suffering a nervous breakdown, said Van der Velden. From overwork, perhaps. As a matter of fact, she seemed very sane to me. Although, well, I've been going to church for a long time and I haven't ever come across a prayer closet before, if that's what it is. Can you think of any reason why someone would want to pray in something like that? You mean apart from the obvious? Quiet, concentration, it being a special place? My grandma used to pray in bed. It was her way of falling asleep. My daddy used to pray out loud every time he sat in a plane, which didn't exactly make him popular with the other passengers. He shook his head. On top of high mountains, in burning buildings, or on sinking ships. I think the Lord is used to hearing prayers from all kinds of strange places. One more thing, Pastor, I said. In your sermon, you mentioned your father. That wouldn't be Robert Van der Velden, would it? From the Prayer Pyramid of Power in Dallas? We're not the family business people sometimes imagine us to be. My father does things his way and I do things mine. And by the way, the prayer pyramid is closed now, in case you didn't know. The church went bankrupt. The Roman Catholic Diocese of Dallas bought it from the federal court that was administering the wind-up. They paid $50 million. I'm surprised the Catholics had that kind of money to spare, I said. Just so as you know, said Van der Velden, none of that money came my daddy's way. I like to keep things out in the open so as people don't think I'm connected with the prayer pyramid in any way, especially as he ended up owing so many people so much money. He grinned and clapped me on the arm. I wouldn't want the FBI getting any ideas I'm some kind of crook. I love my daddy, but the name we honor here at the Israel Church is God's holy name, not the name of Van der Velden. I certainly appreciate your candor. Well, all right. Got any other questions? Only for Mr. Fitzgerald, since you say you knew Gaynor better than Pastor Van der Velden. That's right, said Fitzgerald. I did. Did she have any family in the church? Next of kin? Friends? How can I put this without making it sound like I'm speaking ill of the dead? She wasn't a warm person, Mr. Martins. She kept herself to herself. But she was respected. I guess you could say she was the kind of person you admired rather than one you befriended. The kids will be upset, though. Kids? She was a teacher in our Sunday school. We wondered where she was this afternoon. It wasn't like her not to show up without letting anyone know. You won't want to speak to them, I hope. It's going to be bad enough telling them she's dead without also explaining that she killed herself. I shook my head. No, I don't think there's any need for that. Good. Gentlemen, thank you for your time and patience. I wish I could have come here as the bearer of better news, but I have enjoyed seeing your magnificent church. If I'm not mistaken, it was once an airport building? Van der Velden nodded. One of our wealthier members bought the building for us from Ellington when commercial air services ended there. This used to be the Continental Airlines building. Whatever happened to them? I murmured. And please, anytime you're in the area, stop by, especially on a Sunday. You're always welcome to worship with us. After leaving the Israel Church of Good Men and Good Women to drive back to Galveston, I stopped at several gas stations until I found one with a well-stocked grocery store and a large rack of magazines and periodicals, and in particular, the current issue of Scientific American. I was keen to find a copy because as I had glanced over the various magazines on the smoked glass coffee table in Pastor Van der Velden's handsomely appointed office and registered the name of Dr. Sarah Espinosa on the cover, I'd realized this was the second time I had seen her name. The first time was on the list I had found on the floor of Gaynor Allett's prayer closet inside her Bible. In anyone else's office, a copy of Scientific American would have seemed innocent enough, and I would have written off as a coincidence my stumbling across Dr. Espinosa's name a second time. But given who and what Van der Velden was, you'd imagine that this was a magazine a Texan preacher would disapprove of. I was less inclined to think it was a coincidence when I opened the magazine. The article that Dr. Espinosa had co-authored was described as a frank and sometimes controversial exchange of views between two prominent biologists on how scientists ought to approach religion and its adherents. I selected a bag full of groceries and the magazine for the article, which I read all the way through in the car while I smoked a cigarette. Dr. Espinosa was professor of integrative biology at the University of Austin, and despite her comparative youth and good looks, she was also the recipient of numerous honorary doctorates and international prizes. A few months before, at the Salk Institute for Biological Studies in San Diego, she and Professor Ambrose Solomon from the University of Cambridge, in England, had debated the most effective way to oppose religiously motivated threats to scientific practice. Espinosa was less inclined than her colleague to achieve a peaceful coexistence between science and religion, and the main thrust of her argument was that the best way of discrediting and eventually destroying all religion was to continue teaching the facts of human evolution and to keep pseudoscientific variants of creationism out of school science curricula. In view of what Gaynor Allett alleged had happened to Philip Osborne, it seemed reasonable to suppose that any Christianist taking a hostile view of him would have taken a similarly hostile view of Dr. Espinosa. I was still no nearer discovering the details of how Osborne and the three others had met their deaths, but suspecting a hidden cause, as I did, it seemed like a good idea to look more closely at Pastor Van der Velden and his church, not to mention Dr. Espinosa, because I was already half convinced that she might be in danger. The following morning, as soon as I was done making my report on the arrest of Johnny Sack Brown and his hidden group, and briefing the shrink who was scheduled to go to the FTC and evaluate his mental state, I would tell Gisela that in my opinion, there was compelling circumstantial evidence of a conspiracy to commit domestic terrorism. At first, she would probably resist the idea, but she could hardly ignore the list of names in Gaynor Allett's house, her strange confession, her horrible, bloody suicide, the mocking, sarcastic message she'd left for me, and the way Dr. Espinosa's name had cropped up on Gaynor Allett's list and on the cover of a science magazine in Nelson Van der Velden's office. Surely, all I had to do to move the investigation forward was to ask Dr. Espinosa if she had received any threats in the form of self-destructing emails, like the ones received by Peter Ekman. Arriving back at the diocesan house in Galveston, I washed up with some relief and made myself an omelet. After I'd eaten it, I Google searched Van der Velden and then the professor with a large whiskey in my hand, while at the same time I tried to arrange things in an orderly fashion on the table I was using as my desk. Sometimes it seems I can't work at all unless I get a nice shape to my things. My laptop square in the center, mouse wet-wiped and placed on its antibacterial pad, cell phone always on the left-hand side, a clean page open in my notebook, a neat row of carefully sharpened pencils, a new eraser still in its cellophane. I guess we all have our peculiar little rituals when we're at our desks. It was after midnight when I was through. I drank a second, largish scotch in the hope that it would put me in touch with much-needed oblivion. It didn't, and it wasn't long before I was wishing I'd taken Helen Monaco up on the offer of her couch. Which was all it had ever been, of course, an offer to sleep on her couch, and not with Helen herself. That much was certain now. But in truth, I probably stayed awake because I had so much else to think about. There were so many programs still running in my head that my body couldn't decide which of them to close down first before sending me off to sleep. And so I just lay there, staring at the shadows that were thrown on the ceiling by a full moon as big as a bowling ball, my poor mind racing with the day's residue of everything that had happened to me since leaving the house that morning, Gaynor Allett's improbable confession at HPD headquarters, her suicide from the top of the Hyatt, the revelation that Helen was a lesbian, that damning list of names in Gaynor's weird prayer closet, the discovery that the Roman Catholic Diocese of Houston and Galveston was the subject of an ongoing FBI investigation, the announcement that Bishop Coogan was about to become the subject of a grand jury investigation for aiding and abetting the escape of yet another tot-banging priest. Even though I was aware of what was about to happen to Eamon, I was of course strictly forbidden from contacting him, and besides, DCS-Net were tapping his telephones, so that to call would have been career suicide. Seeing Ruth again? Seeing her with that outsized fuckwit Hogan? The suspicion that she and Hogan were already in some kind of a relationship? The suspicion that the Israel Church of Good Men and Good Women and its apparently easygoing pastor were involved in some kind of horrible conspiracy to murder the opponents of all organized religion. If all of that wasn't enough, the diocesan house seemed restless. Now and then even the bedroom walls and the floor seemed to shift a little, as if trying and failing to get comfortable with me in it. As with the previous night, the place felt about as homey as an almost empty Transylvanian hotel. There was trapped air in the pipes, too, with the result that from time to time the place let out a curious sigh that was kind of unnerving and meant that my dreams, when they came, were not pleasant ones, but rather a vivid, not to say fantastic, outlet for my overactive imagination. I don't know why, but I dreamed of the Dyke Bar Hospital for the Incurably Insane back in Scotland, and my poor mad Uncle Bill, who was still confined within its stern gray walls, and I seemed to understand what perhaps I had always really known, which was that the violent but entirely silent argument he was always having with the invisible man apparently standing next to him was actually him trying to tell someone, anyone, something important. Something important about me. And now that he had told me, he seemed finally to become calm. Very much at peace now, he put his hand on my face and nodded kindly. "I couldn't have loved you more if you'd been my own son," he said. "That's why I was so fucking angry. It was because no one would fucking listen to what I was trying to tell them. About you, Gil. About you." I wish I could remember what it was Bill told me in my dream. But when the alarm clock by my bed went off, I sat up suddenly, covered in sweat, and left almost every memory of what had been said between us on the pillow behind me. Chapter 18. There was a flower on Gisella's desk. One big, seductive calla lily in a slender gray vase that looked like a golf bag with just one club. But she wasn't looking at her single lily. She was looking unflinchingly at me, as if I, too, was some curious botanical object to be studied with care. As I told her about Gaynor Allett and the Israel Church, she glanced down the list of names I'd found and heard me out with a perceptible reluctance, so that even before I had finished talking, I knew my arguments hadn't persuaded her. "Gil, you did a hell of a good job last Friday," she said. "The way you cottoned onto that attack drone they found in the nature reserve so quickly, the Switchblade. That was a very good call. With all of the evidence we have against Johnny Sack Brown, I'd be surprised if the DA doesn't go after the death penalty." "Oh, that makes me feel very good." "Well, it should. If it hadn't been for you, there might have been a lot of dead Jews in this city and the press would be trying to hang the Bureau's ass out to dry. It was a good job. The mayor and the governor called Chuck to congratulate us, and Chuck called me and said to pass on his own appreciation. I guess it was too much trouble to tell me himself. He might have done that but for a couple of recent complaints he's had about you. Gisela was nothing if not frank. I'll give her that." I nodded. I might have guessed. Gary Green and that dumb fuck Doug Corbin. I know. I told Chuck what I thought about Corbin, too. Green? Well, that's something else again. Why shouldn't you be friends with a bishop? It's not like he's the head of a mafia family, for Christ's sake. The way Green was talking, I don't know. Time will tell. Look, Gil, shit happens in this job. But on the plus side, Harlan's really impressed with that crazy theory you came up with on his serial killer. She sighed and then raised a sad smile on her face. Maybe that's what makes me think this latest idea of yours about Gaynor Allett and Nelson Vandervelden might just be a crazy theory too far. I don't really see the connection, I said. No, and that might be the problem. She paused. You told Harlan that you thought the serial killer might be on the side of the angels, didn't you? That he actually thinks he might be doing God's work? Gathering people to the Lord, that kind of thing? It was just an idea. And now you've got another idea about how people from this church down in Clear Lake City might be killing those they perceive to be God's enemies, yes? So you were listening. Isn't it possible that you've become a little bit preoccupied with God and the church? Half the terrorism in this country is done in the name of God or Jesus or the Prophet Muhammad. Don't tell me, Gisela, tell them. I work in domestic terrorism, so if I seem just a tad obsessed with God, maybe it's because so many of our customers are too. There are some crazy people out there, Gil. I'm not denying that for a moment. Which makes it all the more essential that in the Bureau we stay sane. Amen to that, I said. But by now I was beginning to smell a rat, and the rat was wearing my aftershave. Are you still having nightmares? So what if I am? It keeps your eye on the ball if you know that the guy who threw it has a fucking grenade in his pocket. Where's this going, Gisela? Yesterday, Green almost accused me of being a jacko and an informer for the Roman Catholic Church, and now you're saying what? Look, Gil, I'm not a shrink, but it seems to me that a lot of what you said just now about Nelson Vandervelden follows on from your wife leaving home because you stopped believing in God and going to church. Aren't you becoming a little bit obsessed with trying to prove that God's the bastard here? I don't see how, since I no longer believe he exists. Either way, there's no way we can go to the CDC and make a case for investigating Vandervelden's church. Why the hell not? You saw the list. This is why not. She handed me that morning's Houston Chronicle. On the front of the City and State section, underneath a picture of the governor leading another day of prayer in Reliant Stadium, was a picture of a beaming Nelson Vandervelden at the Texas Children's Hospital on Fannin Street, meeting some kids who were suffering from cancer. The headline made plain Gisela's reluctance to go after the pastor, as I'd urged us to do. Quote, Clear Lake City pastor raises $1 million for sick kids. Unquote. Oh, I said quietly. Can you imagine what would happen if the newspapers found out we were investigating him? Chuck would feed me my own ears, but only after he'd torn them off the side of my head. She paused for a moment and then winced before adding, and then it would all come out. Everything. By which I mean your other obsessive behavior. After that, we'd both be in the shit. Me for not picking up on it before, and you for, well, your obsessive behavior. I frowned. What the hell are you talking about, Gisela? What obsessive behavior? Oh, come on, Gil. You must have noticed it yourself. Noticed what? Gisela looked momentarily at a loss. You really haven't noticed? No one else has mentioned this to you before? I shook my head. I don't know about obsessive. I've always been a bit particular about my stuff. Is that what you mean? Well, yes, you are. And it is. Only it seems to be getting worse. When it was just a case of you sharpening a few fucking pencils every morning and lining them up on your desk like your own private army, that was all right, I guess. But lately, it's a lot more than that. The compulsive hand washing and sanitizing. The way you always clean the steering wheel in your car with a box of wet wipes you keep in the glove box. Your addiction to rearranging hotel rooms. The way you tidy stuff up. The way you count out loud while you're taking a leak. At least that's what some of the guys say. The way you won't choose something on a menu if it's an odd number. That one I've seen myself. You're like the little triangular point on the toilet paper in a hotel bathroom, Agent Martins. I could go on. With more examples, I mean. But it seems to me that your little fetish has worsened since your private life imploded. It's as if you're trying to compensate for all your current emotional disorder by making everything else obsessively neat and tidy. That's what I think. It's not a crime to keep my desk tidy, is it? No, it's not. And maybe it helps to be a little obsessive in this job. Did you think about that, Gisela? Maybe it pays to look for a little bit of order in the chaos. Sure, I thought about it. You're my best field agent, Gil. People like you. They respect you. But one or two people have mentioned it, that's all. Like who? It doesn't matter. All I'm saying is that I'm your boss, and as a result, I'm responsible for your welfare, and maybe, just maybe, you could think about getting some professional help, that's all. Before a small problem becomes something more serious. Professional help? You mean see the head fed? Well, yes. I think you should go and see him and tell him straight out that you have OCD. OCD? What are you talking about? I don't have OCD. Gil Martins, listen to me. You have OCD. I know other people who've had OCD. You're just like them. And it's getting worse because you've been working too hard, which of course is a corollary of not wanting to go home. You need to see Dr. Sussman and calmly discuss all this with him, and until then, you should take some leave. I talked it over with Chuck just a few minutes ago, and he's agreed that you need to take time off. We both think that 4 weeks would be best. Did you know that it's been 6 months since you took any time off? Jesus, Gisela. What the hell am I supposed to do for 4 weeks? You could try taking a rest. Look, it'll be okay. Helen will look after your caseload while you're gone. Gisela, if I'd been on vacation last Thursday night, there might be 100 dead people in a synagogue on North Braeswood Boulevard. You said so yourself. Yes, I did. But this is important too. This is your mental health we're talking about, Gil. You're one of the best agents in this field office, and because we can't afford to lose you, we need you to take a rest. I tried to swallow what I was feeling. Are you okay? Gisela asked. Yeah, I'm okay. Good. She paused. So, you should go home. But I wasn't okay. Not by a long shot. I thought of home for a moment, and then I thought of the dump in Galveston where I was now living, and when I glanced back at Nelson van der Velden's handsome face in the Chronicle, it seemed like he was laughing at me. You can't argue with a man who helps kids with cancer. Not in Texas. Not anywhere. And how much did you have to make before you could afford to give away $1 million? In truth, I'd always known that I had a little bit of a problem with arranging stuff and shit like that, and when it was just keeping things tidy and in their correct place, that had seemed just about manageable, although to be fair to her, it used to drive Ruth mad. But Gisela was right. Maybe it had gotten a little bit out of hand of late. Of course, that didn't make me feel any better about what had happened in Gisela's office. In fact, I felt as low as I had felt since Ruth walked out on me. Maybe lower. I suppose you might say I needed the bureau the way Ruth needed the church. I called the College of Natural Sciences in the University of Texas at Austin and asked to speak to Dr. Espinosa. It was one of the last things I intended doing before going home, as ordered. I just wanted to check that she was okay. The college secretary told me that Dr. Espinosa didn't take telephone calls on campus and refused to give me her email. Not even when I told her I was from the FBI. Perhaps I could have her call you back later through the FBI switchboard, Agent Martins, as a way of making sure of your bona fides? No, that won't do. I'm going to be out of the office for a while. Then I'm afraid you'll have to put your questions for the doctor in writing. Ma'am, I'm calling from the FBI, not Reader's Digest, and it is kind of urgent. I understand that, sir. Nevertheless, that is the only way you're going to be in communication with Dr. Espinosa. I'm afraid she has very strict rules about who can be in contact with her. Might I ask what it's regarding? It's regarding some threats to her person that she may or may not have received. I see, said the secretary. There is one other way you could speak to her. And that is? If it is urgent, like you say, you could always come and meet with her in person. If it's a matter affecting her personal safety, I'm sure she could make time for someone from the FBI. When did you have in mind? This afternoon, say around 4 o'clock. I happen to know she'll have some free time around then. I don't know, I paused. That's quite a drive. I glanced at my watch. It was 11 o'clock. Austin was a 3-hour drive west of Houston along the 10 and the 290. I could easily make it there and still have time for lunch en route. And what else did I have to do? All right. Yes. I'll be there. I left a note for Helen explaining that I was driving to Austin and why, but that after this I was going on forced leave and that she should call me on my cell if she had any operational questions, because I couldn't remember my number in Galveston. Then I put some stuff I might need into a bag, went down to the parking lot, and collected my car. I put the bag inside and retrieved a bottle of scotch. After what had happened in the office, I felt justified in having a little sharpener for the journey. But just the one. Despite what Helen Monaco thought, I wasn't yet an alcoholic. I just needed a better reason not to drink than any I had had so far. Besides, drinking is an excellent way of controlling OCD. It's difficult to care very much about your funny little habits when you're half cut by lunchtime. Only I'd hardly wanted to tell Gisela that. Being an agent with OCD is one thing. Being a drunk with a badge is probably something worse. Looking around the inside of my mouth for a last taste of it, I lit a cigarette and set off for Austin. It's an easy drive to the state capital. You're still in Houston, and it's apparently endless, low-rising suburbs until you cross the Brazos, the longest river in Texas. After the Brazos, the country is flat farmland all the way, and it's easy to get a little sleepy with the road always lying straight in front of you, right up to the horizon, like a loose gray thread in the big counterpane of white cloud and blue sky. Austin itself is spread out in order to preserve the Capitol View Corridor, which is meant to ensure that you can see the state capitol building from anywhere in the city. These days, with all the high-rise condominiums, Austin's downtown area is looking more and more like Houston or Dallas, but while the Austinian Tower was easily taller, it was the university's Italian-looking tower that was without question the most notable, not to say notorious, tower in all Texas. As I parked my car near the main university building, I regarded the temple top of the university tower with forensic interest, trying to calculate with a marksman's eye an approximate height and distance. And for a moment I just came to a halt with my gaze fixed on the tower clock, imagining what it must have been like to have been standing exactly where I was on August 1st, 1966. I think everyone visiting the university probably does the same thing. We do it for the same reason that makes us all instinctively glance up when we drive up Dealey Plaza past the Texas School Book Depository in Dallas. It is human to be fascinated by such things, to have been in the crosshairs of some madman's high-powered rifle sights. What does that feel like? It's an act of prurient imagination that feeds our appetite for contemplating the arbitrary impermanence of human life, not to mention the unspeakable human brutality that sometimes occasions it. No doubt the people up on the tower's observation deck were imagining much the same thing as me. We were all traveling in time, back to August 1st, 1966, when Charles Whitman had barricaded the tower's observation deck, and then with 2 rifles and a shotgun, he'd shot and killed 13 people. Compared with the criminal investigation that had prompted me to drive 160 miles from Houston, Whitman's crime seemed all too real, and briefly I reproached myself for the frivolity of my present inquiry. Surely Gisela was right. I had to be obsessed with proving religious believers were criminals if I'd driven all the way to Austin to chase a goose as wild as this one. Maybe I did need help. But then I remembered the sight of a broken gainer Allet falling from a similarly tall building and carried on with my fool's errand. It can be a mistake to underestimate the tenacity of a really determined fool. Or, for that matter, the tenacity of a really bad architect. In the main university building, they directed me a short way north of the Sniper Tower to the Norman Hackerman Building on West 24th Street. This was very modern, but in a way that reminded me so strongly of the architect's maquette that I half expected to see it surrounded by scale model trees made of foam rubber and some Lego people. They were expecting me at the reception desk. A security tag was already completed in my name, and as soon as I had flashed my ID, this caused much excitement. I was permitted through the turnstile and then into an elevator. Before I Googled her on my laptop in the car, I had had an idea that Dr. Sarah Espinosa would be Latin American, but from her extensive Wikipedia page, it was obvious that she was anything but that. Originally from Hartford, Connecticut, she'd attended Yale and then won a prestigious L'Oreal USA Fellowship grant for her work in microbiology and virology. But it was as a debater on scientific and political issues that she was best known. She was a regular on Fox News because she was a frequent and popular target of the American right for her views on the 3 A's: atheism, abortion, and Afghanistan. In person, she was taller than expected, with strawberry blonde hair, a wide mouth, a wry, mocking smile, and a deep, sexy voice. Her hands were mannish and her manner brisk, as if she was used to dealing with people less intelligent than she was, which was probably everyone. She was very attractive, and not much like the lab rat women I'd known back at Boston College. She wore black linen trousers, a black linen shirt, and a white cotton jacket that may or may not have been a lab coat. "Agent Martins, I presume," she said loudly, greeting me at the elevator door. "Only someone from the FBI would wear a woolen jacket in this place and in this weather. I presume that's because you're carrying a firearm. Do you always carry a weapon, Agent Martins?" A lot of her conversation was like that, as if she knew the answer already or couldn't be bothered to await an answer. "Yes. It saves getting shot." She laughed and led me into an expensively furnished office with a wraparound sofa, several desktop PCs, and a widescreen TV. We sat down. On the wall above her head was a large picture of Charles Darwin, just in case anyone should be in any doubt as to where her sympathies lay. "Could I see it?" "Your gun. Could I see it, please? I never see a real gun up close, and yet so many people would seem to carry them in Texas. So I'm curious to know what all the fuss is about, especially at this university. Lots of people carry guns at UT, even some of the students, for obvious historical reasons." "Sure," I said, "if you want." I reached around to the small of my back, fetched the Glock from my holster, and ejected the double magazine before handing it to her. She watched with fascination. "There you go, Dr. Espinosa." I started my spiel. "Thanks for seeing me. I'm sure you must be very busy." "And do you do that? I mean, take the bullets out of the handle like that, because you actually fear I might shoot you?" "If you did, I very much doubt it would be on purpose, since we've only just met." "That certainly didn't stop Charles Whitman," I said. "The poor boy was suffering from a massive brain tumor when he shot all those people. Did you know that?" "But accidents do happen, especially with firearms." "If what one reads is correct, 1,500 Americans a year are killed by accidental firearm discharges, although that's actually quite small when you take into account that every year 30,000 Americans die from gunshot wounds. You would think it would be more, wouldn't you? I mean, you can't imagine that there were 30,000 people shot and killed because another 30,000 people actually wanted that to happen." "I can imagine it," I said. "Only too well, I'm afraid." "Perhaps you can at that." She weighed the gun in her hand, like she was judging a melon. "How does it make you feel, Agent Martins? when you're carrying it. What I mean is, do you think it has a psychological effect on the way you conduct yourself? You ask some very personal questions, Dr. Espinosa. Yes, I do. Well, to be honest, I'm glad I haven't had to use it. I have a colleague who's shot 2 people, and I think it bothers her a lot. I'm glad to hear it, she smiled. By the way, call me Sarah. Or Doctor, if you must. My real name is Sarah Hooker, but for obvious reasons I prefer to use Espinosa. You've no idea how puerile student minds can be. As it happens, Hooker is actually a very scientific name. There was a Joseph Hooker who's a distant ancestor of mine who is actually Charles Darwin's closest friend. But that's another story. Luis Espinosa was the name of my 3rd husband. He's from Argentina, and I married him because he looked so becoming on a polo pony. I kept his name because when I first appeared in print and on television, that's what I was calling myself. Back then, I still had the romantic notion that we might be together forever. He left me when I stopped paying his debts. In retrospect, I would rather like to have shot him dead, the bastard. I've never met a lazier, more good-for-nothing man in my life than my ex-husband Luis. And believe me, I know what I'm talking about. I have 2 other husbands to compare him with. Does that shock you, Agent Martins? Not really. Nothing shocks me all that much. Not anymore. You have my sympathy. To be shocked by things is one way of gauging how civilized we are. Don't you think so? She sighed extravagantly. Well, there it is. Now you know all about me. It'll save you having to slap me around later. She smiled, handed me back my gun, and watched carefully as I reloaded it, as if seeking instruction. How many does that thing hold? The magazine? 19 9mm rounds. It's quite a conversation stopper. 19 rounds. That seems a lot. At least until someone starts shooting at you, I suppose. Then I should want as many rounds as humanly possible, I imagine. I could show you how to use it, if you like. Her face brightened. Would you? Is there a reason you'd like to learn how to use a gun? Not really. Only I think I might be rather good at it. My father was an excellent shot, and I take after him in nearly everything else. He was a professor of medicine. My father used to be professor of orthopedic surgery at Massachusetts General. Oh, my word. I wonder if they ever knew each other. My dad was at Yale Medical School. Isn't it a small world? Why didn't your father teach you how to shoot? She sighed. He shot himself. After that, my mother never allowed us anywhere near guns. She wouldn't allow one in the house. I'm sorry. She smiled nervously, as if she had been just on the edge of shedding a tear. I don't know why I'm telling you these things. I'm from the FBI, and it'll save me having to slap it out of you later. The smile widened. Oh, I'm so glad that you have a sense of humor, Agent Martins. One always imagines that federal agents are rather straight, ugly men with bad suits and even worse haircuts. You're none of those things. Tell me, are there many women who work for the FBI? Plenty. My own boss is a woman. And how do you like that? I shrugged. I like it fine. Most of the time I don't pay it much regard. As a rule, men hate working for a woman. It makes them feel inadequate. It's the same dynamic that ruins a lot of marriages. Women should always pretend to be dumber than their husbands, especially when they're not. Actually, I think I've learned a lot from my boss, and from that colleague I was telling you about, the one who shot 2 subs. What would you say you've learned from your female colleagues? For one thing, I've learned something about women. I grinned. Speaking as a man, you can never know too much on that particular subject. True. Most men are fearfully ignorant about women, especially the women they're married to. I know I was. Divorced. Not quite. But I will be soon. First time. Oh dear. What were you ignorant of, if you don't mind me asking? We were regular churchgoers and I fell by the wayside. I stopped believing in God and she didn't. So she threw me out. Simple as that. Of course it wasn't. Not really. But it made for a neat shorthand. Sarah's jaw dropped. With apologies to Ford Maddox Ford, that's the saddest story I ever heard. Hasn't she heard of Love Thy Neighbor? Since I no longer choose to stand in church beside her, Ruth finds it very hard to think of me as her neighbor at all. I'm more of a kind of tourist from a pagan country whose outstayed is welcome. I shook my head. I don't know why I'm telling you this. Because we're having a conversation? Because I asked? Because you already showed me your gun? Because you volunteered to teach me how to shoot? Because you feel you can confide in me? Which must mean there's chemistry of the kind neither of us understands. Well, at least you don't. That's why. What kind of chemistry? The biochemical kind. Olfactory receptors. Human beings have 400 functional genes coded for olfactory receptors, and 600 we believe are pseudogenes, which means they've lost their protein coding ability. However, I tend to believe that they're not disabled for everyone. Indeed, that for many people some of these pseudogenes are in fact fully functioning. Smell is a lot more important in the way we get on with some people and not with others than we might think. So now I know why girls fall helplessly in love with me. They're just following their noses. She smiled triumphantly. Exactly so. While you're teaching me to shoot, I can teach you some human biology. I asked you before if there was a reason why you'd like to learn how to shoot, and you told me a lie. Momentarily, she looked delighted. How did you know that? You might say my nose told me. You see, Sarah, people lie to me all the time. Yes, I suppose they must do. Or they'd be arrested. Or shot. So the reason is... Well, yes. You're right, Agent Martins. Call me Gil. Most people do. That's a relief. There is a reason, Gil. Because of who and what I am, or more likely because of what I say, because of all that, there are plenty of people who hate my guts, and who would certainly like to see me dead. There's no real free speech in this country. Not anymore. Certainly not for anyone who speaks her mind on television as I do. Consequently, I'm in constant receipt of death threats, which is why I employ a mail screening service to examine all my snail mail, why I run choice mail on my personal computer. That's a permission-based email program that assumes everything is spam unless you tell it otherwise. Only approved email gets into your inbox. And it's also why my home is monitored by Smith Protective Services. They're the largest in Texas, and I pay for a full service that gives me access control, video surveillance, burglar alarm, and armed guard response. At least, that's what it says on my quarterly invoice. But lately I've been thinking of downgrading to something more manageable. My own personal firearm might be just the answer. Smith is the best, I said. You couldn't do better. So can I ask why you're thinking of downgrading your personal security right now? Smith is the best, yes. But it's also expensive. And I don't feel I'm getting as many death threats as perhaps I used to. I must be slipping. Or maybe Choice Mail and USPS are doing a better job than you think. Good point. I never thought of that. So there's nothing new on that front that you've become aware of lately? New threats? Hate mail? That kind of stuff? There's nothing new, she said carefully. But I can't imagine that you drove all the way down from Houston for the hell of it. No, I said. It's because your name has appeared on a list of names of people identified as enemies of the Church and of God. Some of those names have received threats. I'm just checking the others on that list to see if they've been threatened too. That's all. Nothing more serious than that, Sarah. So given what you've just told me, I think you can relax. Now it's you who's lying, Martins. I shook my head. No, ma'am, that's the truth. I've had 3 husbands, Martins. It may not rank alongside your own investigative experience of liars in the FBI, but I have an unerring eye for when a man is not telling me the truth. Which of them was the worst? Kevin, number 2. He was a Wall Street trader, and the only time he ever told the truth was when he talked in his sleep. I heard him praying in church once, and I swear even that was a lie. Can you imagine lying to God? I've been doing it for quite a while. Not like him, you haven't. This was someone who believed in God. He was a Roman Catholic, and I happened to overhear him in confession. Happened to overhear? All right. I bugged the confessional at St. Patrick's in New York. I laughed out loud. And listened in at the back of the cathedral on a little shortwave wireless receiver. I bought the whole kit from Amazon for just $85 and recorded everything on a memory card. It worked out to be the most cost-effective of all my divorces. Anyway, I heard him confessing his adultery, and he only confessed to one of the other women he'd slept with, when I happened to know there were at least 3. Can you imagine it? I'm still trying to picture you at the back of St. Patrick's with your receiver. But let's not change the subject. We've only just met, and already you're trying to deceive me. She paused. Well, aren't you? I said nothing. Look, I don't doubt that what you told me was a lie told with good intent, but it was still a lie. So please level with me, or I shall think you're every bit as secretive as J. Edgar Hoover, and that will be the end of the beginning of our friendship. All right, and I stand corrected. That list of people I was telling you about, they all have one thing in common, that they are not beloved of the religious right in this country. Up to now, what 4 of them also have in common is that they're dead. And I think at least one of them you probably knew, Willard Davidoff. Well, of course I knew about Willard. We were friends. He taught me biology at Yale. But the papers said that was an accident. That's what it looked like. He had a drink, climbed a tree, fell and broke his neck. Willard always did like his wine. He was 65, not some kid from the Skull and Bones. I went to Boston and took a good look at that tree. I couldn't have climbed it, and I'm 30 years younger than him. Actually, he was Skull and Bones. But I see what you mean, although, as it happens, he was quite a vigorous 65. Believe me, I know. You mean you and he were... Yes, for a while. He had a great mind. I like that in a man. And the others? Philip Osborne, Peter Ekman, Clifford Richardson. Peter I knew too. That was very sad. Although I never went to bed with him, we were quite close for a while, and indeed it's fair to say there was one occasion when we almost did go to bed. She shook her head. Only I thought he managed to asphyxiate himself in his panic room. That's what the coroner said. But you don't believe that? No. He went into his panic room, although there were no signs of an intruder. Not only that, but he failed to sound an alarm that would have summoned the police. Look, I'll be honest with you. If any of them were murdered, I have no idea how. I don't know that, and I don't know... Well, let's just say there's a lot more I don't know than I care to confess right now. So tell me what you do know, and maybe I can help. She shrugged. After all, I seem to have a vested interest in this case, since my name is also on that list. When I said I was checking the other names listed to see if anyone else had been threatened, you're the first of those others I've spoken to. I wanted to take a look at you in person and judge for myself what kind you are. See if you're the kind of person who is easily spooked. I understand. So I told Sarah Espinoza everything. From the night in O'Neill's bar when Bishop Coogan had given me his file of clippings and web-page printouts, to the day before in Nelson Vandervelden's office in the Israel Church of Good Men and Good Women, when I'd spotted the copy of Scientific American containing her article. Yes, that does seem to have put the cat among the pigeons. They've had a ton of complaints about my piece. She shrugged. I suppose that's why I write them. Then I underlined the fact that Richardson, Davidoff, Ekman, and Osborne had all died in fear of something. That Ekman had been in receipt of self-destructing emails that threatened his life. That it seemed Osborne had believed he was being chased by something that wasn't there. That Clifford Richardson had thrown himself off his Washington balcony. And that Gaynor Allett had been equally fearful of something before jumping off the top of the Hyatt Regency Tower. I made it all sound sufficiently mysterious to warrant FBI involvement and the interest of the Domestic Terrorism Task Force. But at the same time, I spared myself nothing by way of criticism, specifically how Gaynor Allett's prayer list was the only shred of evidence I'd found so far that the deaths of these four were anything other than an unfortunate coincidence. Sarah frowned. It looked like the kind of deep frown you deploy to stop yourself from laughing. You know, it might all just be an unfortunate coincidence, she said. I mean, now and then it's the nature of coincidence to look like something more than that. People want to believe in something more than just a random series of disasters. They want to see the hand of God in nearly everything abnormal. Well, that's one way of seeing it, I admitted. Finally, she could restrain her grin no longer. Oh, now wait a minute. This is not some personal crusade you're on, is it? It wouldn't be that you're looking to find a better reason to believe in God again, would it? You don't seriously think there is actually something occult going on here. Please say you don't. Not in the sense of how most people use that word. Of this being a case involving something supernatural, no. But in the true sense of the word? Of there being something hidden and secret? Yes. I do think there is something occult going on here. All criminal conspiracies are occult until we uncover them. Yes, you're right, of course. And you're quite right to remind me of the word's true meaning. It's Latin, isn't it? Occultus. I seem to remember my own father using the phrase occult blood. Whatever that is. In medicine, I think it means that when you find an unexpected anemia, there may be hidden bleeding. Sarah looked pleased that I'd remembered what she'd perhaps forgotten. Yes. That's right. Just so you know, I didn't stop believing in God to start believing in voodoo. Naturally, I've considered the possibility that there is no connection, that I'm chasing a ghost up a tree. But the list appears to contradict that. Yes, it does seem to. Well, then here's what we'll do. We'll approach the problem empirically. It's what you do when you want to test a theory. You carry out an experiment. How? How are we going to carry out an experiment? She smiled. Simple. I'll be your experiment. How do you propose that's going to work? I laughed. Me strap you down on a gurney with a heart monitor on your chest and keep you under permanent observation? It's a nice thought, she said, flirtatiously. I felt myself blush a little. But no, I was thinking of something altogether more prosaic. I will take extra care in observing the things around me. At home, when I'm driving here, all of the time I'll be looking out for something unusual. And once a week, we'll keep in touch. By telephone. Do you have a business card? I took out my wallet and handed one over. Call me day or night, whenever you like. Thanks. And if I have anything unusual to report, I'll tell you, and we could take it from there, can't we? I also propose that we should meet up in, say, a month's time, and if nothing has happened, then you can sign me off with a clean bill of health, so to speak. Maybe you can give me that shooting lesson, too. Yes, that'd be fun. Meanwhile, I suggest you telephone some of the other names on Gaynor Allett's prayer list and see if, unlike me, any of them have anything unusual to tell you. What do you say?" I nodded, but only half of me agreed with her. The other half believed she was humoring me, cleverly finding a way of removing me from her office without embarrassing either one of us. "Yeah," I said. "Good idea." I stood up to leave. "I seem to have bothered you for nothing. Me and my crazy theories." "Really? It was no bother at all." She stood up. "Here. I'll walk you out." Chapter 19. Galveston was once described as the only city on the Gulf Coast you'd want to visit on a rainy day. Now that felt like an awful tasteless joke, because it had been the rainy day to end all rainy days that had ended the island city's role as a welcome escape for inland Texan refugees. Nearly everything that had once made Galveston an important tourist attraction was gone. And whereas before it had offered the visitor a unique historical perspective on the slave trade and the Civil War, not to mention a few nice beaches and some sophisticated hotels, now it offered only a salutary example of how our modern climate can ruin a place forever. Galveston looked like